transforms the business model. Michael Green of Simplify Asset Management on a really compelling viral post that he had out there, and Mike Kontopoulos of RB Advisors as we look to a big year of issuance in 2026. From New York, good morning.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him 1988 after my first restaurants opened. He asked me to come to open the restaurant in New York, and beginning, I didn't know what he did there.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing because I never watched the movies. You know, I was traveling the business. But of course, after, you know, people, hey, Nobu, so you must know him. And then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's, for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He supports me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes so strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels idea come from him. He said, "Hey Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel." For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start Nobu Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question. I mean,
I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you good at your job, bro. Like, it's just actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. You know, I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. You know, but the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. You know, I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that.
All right, good morning, forecasters. Let's wake up, get the day going. Got some money to make today.
We're in a tree house in the woods.
All right, yeah.
Boys, I don't know where the hell we at, what the hell we doing, why the hell we here, why you drunk all my Jack Daniels, why you wearing my wife's hat. Because I kicked you, you was holding on to me when we woke up.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
See, I was a fine honey.
Yeah.
All right.
You
fine honey my ass.
I'm getting a dip. Y'all talk about what we're doing.
Look, listen, fellas.
Let's go tree.
Let's go fishing.
Fishing, let's do it, boy.
Woo! Let's go. Shit!
This ain't no dadgum Lil Wayne. Oh, no, hell no. No, boy, it's redneck soldiers. Big deal. About to tell y'all how to fish, boy. Tell them, see Hub, what we gon' do. Yeah, boy. Run the trot line.
About to get her done.
Yeah, about to give it up. I'm drunk as hell, about to turn my boat up.
Where the hell's my Plano go? I know my lure's around here somewhere. Shit.
All right, Fat Tire, let's get on this thing, Hub. Alan Jackson, that's my dadgum shit. If you don't like it, I tell your Yankee ass to get. I'm driving real careless, I got my poles and my net. I get trout, carp, and bass, I'm a dang triple threat. When I get to the lake, everybody's upset, cause I catch more fishes than you can stuff in a jet. Short bed, real nice. Got a cooler in the truck full of moonshine and natty ice. Stop me from fishing, I won't be very nice. I'll beat you to death with my pair of fuzzy dice. Instead of keeping my truck, I got them things half price. A feller gave them to me when we seen Bo Bice. Back to the point, it's time to catch me a mess. When it comes to fishing, C-Hub is the best. Fishing at night because them fishes don't rest. And forget the game warden, I don't wear a life vest, bitch.
I got a jar, somebody's drunk, got a cooler in truck. Oh, I got a cooler in truck. Oh, I got a cooler in truck.
Woo, load up the cooler like it's the 4th of July. My old lady's fussing, but I done told her goodbye. So if she kicks me out, well then I bet you know why. I said, damn it, woman, I'm going fishing tonight. Yeah.
Big fat farmer, and I grow crops. Got my boots on, heading to Bass Pro Shop. Count my lures, you can't fit them in your tackle box. Got a lot of flat bottoms, yeah, I fish a lot. Fish, wading in the slough, bitch. Run my trot lines at night, baiting catfish. Chicken liver on the line, I'm gonna get him now. Thought he was catch-proof till he started biting down. Drop big fish in a small-ass boat. Take them home and fry them on my grill, make them smoke. Baby fat tar fishing and I'm drunk as hell. Dropping all the shitty fish in my neighbor's water well. Hell. Got a jar, somebody's drunk, got a cooler in truck. Oh, I got a cooler in truck. Oh, I got a cooler in truck.
Woo, load up the cooler like it's the 4th of July. My old lady's fussing, but I done told her goodbye. So if she kicks me out, well then I bet you know why. I said, damn it, woman, I'm going fishing tonight. Yeah.
Big kill in the bumblebee. I got that nitro spray. Bitch, I'm dangerous. Big M's, twin mercuries, 300 to the prop. I make them jumbo top. You're fucking with a fisher who don't give a fuck. Drop the throttle in the middle of a no-wake. You see me launch, then I plane out. I fish the whole lake before you slickers head out. 200 thou in my pocket from a tournament. That chartreuse spinner bait, let the fish speak. Tennessee hat, field dance, polarized shades, catching big bass. I started catching brim in my daddy's creek. Now I'm Tim's forward fishing, boy, I'm at my peak. Catching largemouth bass with my ugly stick. I'd outfish you any day, boy, take your pick.
I got a jar, somebody's drunk, got a cooler in the truck, turning brooks and done up. Rip your buoys up, raising hell in stormy weather. Redneck soldier, tiller gang, boy, we fish forever. The bigger the catch, the more my wife's gonna bitch. 4 in the morning, scaling big catfish. Some
old dirty pickup that I haul my boat in. The prop died on me, now I guess I'm floating. I'm gonna catch 'em all like that Pokemon feller. At the farmer's market, I'm gonna be the best seller. Hand it to my buddy Big Kill, tell him, let him know. Ask a redneck soldier, we know all about the fishing boat.
Take the mess to the dock, I'm about to double up. Empty out a well, fill another up. I'm scaling trophies, you boys filleting minnows. 12-pound bass bowl, you do the math. I'm not a fraud, somebody died. I got a sawed off in the Dodge,
Man, I tell you what, huh? They started out rough, boy. I'm telling you, I don't even know what we was doing up there in that tree house.
All right, guys. Time to wake up. Let's go. Time to start trading day.
More
Let's take a
comfortable
look.
favoring the labor side of the mandate over the inflation side of the mandate. And if you're looking at kind of what's the most
Let's go ahead and take a look at
sensitive to
our
changes in interest rate policy, it is the
at
smaller
our news
companies,
for
more
this
cyclical
morning.
companies.
Looks
And
like
so
volume
as
was
long
pretty
as
low all
labor
night.
kind of stays in a softening trend that doesn't lead to
Might not have been a whole lot of
contraction or
opportunity
non-linear
overnight.
progression higher
Kind
in the
of price kind
unemployment
of just
rate,
drift around from
you
what
know,
I
that's
was
a
looking
good
at
kind of
earlier.
backdrop for small caps recovering
So
or
we're
the
looking at the
economy
news for this
broadening out,
morning.
in areas like
We're
housing,
at
areas like
8:06.
manufacturing and transportation that have kind of been in rolling recession
We
the
got
last
some
2.5
Canadian,
years.
U.S.
Those areas to start
import
to pick up as we
prices,
look
Canadian
into
labor,
2026 are somewhat
U.S.
you know,
export
reliant on the Federal Reserve continuing to cut
at
from here.
8:30. Low impact at 8:30. Then you're going to have your, we have the open at 9:30, which produces volume. Everybody knows what the open's like. So if you're someone who likes kind of gambling on the open or playing the open, I've never been
excited about the Federal Reserve cutting rates.
I've never been able to figure out how to play the open unless I was in before it. You know, unless I was in well before.
The last couple of years, you haven't seen a follow through in terms of
9:15 U.S. industrial production.
It's been a multiple expansion that's lasted
9:45 S&P PMI final results. On services composite ISM also.
That includes things like manufacturing,
10:30 oil inventory. So we got a little bit of news today. After oil inventories usually doesn't have a big impact. It's marked as a red book, but
the highs that we saw during the peak of housing in
not usually a huge impact.
Improvement nonetheless, and I think the trend really matters as it relates.
So we got a little bit of news this morning. After the open, and then we'll see what we can find for entries from there.
When it comes to
see what
the
we can
broadening
find.
out.
You know, I think that's an interesting conversation. We haven't had an announcement yet. Certainly, there's been a couple of front runners that have been.
So back to you. Anybody listening right now? They get anything overnight?
You know, from here, you know, we do think that the overall kind of Fed policy of inflation and employment being the major drivers of decision making in terms of how the Fed is making policy are likely to be intact as we think about the next chair that's in place. Albeit, maybe with a little bit different of an input process in terms of how they're making decisions, whether they're more data dependent versus forecast dependent in terms of how they're making monetary policy decisions.
Matt, how concerned are you that there isn't really any gold standard data? We're about to get ADP in just about 7 minutes time. This is going to be the payrolls data that we get because we're not getting non-farm payrolls on Friday. We're going to be looking at ISM services, potentially the prices paid component at 10 a.m. Eastern today, with a real focus after the CEO is saying.
So we kind of need a catalyst here to pick up the volume so we get the trade box to turn on.
What is your
try and get
compass
something
right now,
going.
given the fact that a lot of people are saying we're in the dark?
Yeah, it's a really good point. Unfortunately,
Wait for the news to hit. We got a little bit of news at 8:30, then we're waiting to the open. So there's may not be a whole lot unless
we're
some
looking at the ADP as
unexpected
being the primary kind of gauge for employment. I think that's forcing a lot of investors, including us, to kind of
Trump admin considering order on robotics
kind of where the labor market is today in the absence of the non-farm payrolls report. And look, if you're trying to gauge it today, it's more difficult. And I think if you are kind of using more survey-based data, that continues to point to a continued softening. Just look at what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. Things like the University of Michigan survey asking respondents, where do you see the labor markets over the next 12 months? And 71% of those, the highest since 1980, have said that the unemployment rate's moving higher. The labor differential from the Conference Board survey that has a pretty tight correlation with the unemployment rate continuing to point to upward pressure there.
Interesting.
So
I think
I
this
would
is very
anticipate
true.
the ADP report that we're getting this morning is going to be more of a
We're
confirmation.
going to lose Gen Z to the socialism
survey-based indicators. But certainly,
mentality.
we welcome more of the official data coming back.
They don't feel like they have a chance anyway. And honestly, I don't know how any of them are buying a house. I mean, I bought my first house when I was 29. I don't see how any
I think that
any guy working in a car dealership, his wife works in a bank,
construction, certainly
or buying a house
like US small cap,
in most of the
US
markets
mid-cap,
around
we
here.
also like the international
At this
equity
point.
space as well. That's not to say that U.S. technology is
very
overvalued or it's not going to continue to do
Scared
well. But
overnight.
it really has been the kind of more
Industry does not expect you.
driving force of earnings the last
couple of years as the Fed has tightened rates, and as that starts to change in 2026 with the Fed continuing to cut and kind of more of the cyclical areas coming back, it's not going to be the only source of earnings growth as we look ahead. And so, the valuation difference between things like small cap relative to U.S. large cap, we think is attractive. And the same goes for international equities, where you are seeing revisions moving higher, but you're also paying a smaller price for those, which is attractive for investors.
Matt Stuckey of Northwestern Mutual, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Anand. Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. The Trump administration is planning to unveil a proposal to weaken Biden-era auto fuel efficiency standards, which it blames for driving up costs. CEOs from major automakers, including Ford, GM, and Stellantis, will attend the White House announcement
All right, guys.
today.
Might be a little boring this morning for an hour or so.
As car makers plan their lineups years in advance. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is bouncing back. The largest cryptocurrency is extending a tentative rebound and even hit a 2-week high as it looks to recover from a multi-week sell-off. The digital assets market remains on shaky ground after more than $1 trillion in crypto market value was wiped out in less than 2 months. And Comcast is looking to merge its NBC Universal division with Warner
Oh, this
Bros.
is interesting.
Discovery after making a renewed offer.
Trying to get Democrat states to admit how much SNAP money is going to the immigrants, and they won't give them the information
A
up.
larger entertainment entity by combining the NBC TV network, its film and TV studios, and theme parks with Warner Brothers. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Yahira. Up next, the monthly ADP employment data set to cross. We'll get you the latest. This from Andrew Hollenhorst over at Citigroup, saying that the expectation for 10,000 new jobs is clearly weak, saying while ADP can diverge substantially from non-farm payrolls, the message from both data series will likely be weak hiring continued in October and November. That's next. Plus, the incoming CEO of Priceline, Bridget Zimmerman, on what AI means for the future of travel. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Okay, what's the news for this morning? Too exciting. We only had a few bars all night over 500, 500 transactions per volume. We're about to quadruple top from overnight highs. Interesting level here. Let's go ahead and draw that level. Hey, Uranium, how you doing, man? Good. Don't have a whole lot of news this morning. We got some Canadian stuff at 8:30. It's not going to really impact everything. We got the open.
Astonishing day for US technology. Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Then there's some news. There's some final numbers at 9:45. So.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world.
Yeah, we'll see. It's not looking too strong this morning. It looks like most of the night.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can't be done.
Oh, we just got a Shrek for you. What happened? 8:15. Did something come out?
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is.
You think it looks strong?
Welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg Television.
We just basically quadrupled top from overnight, so let's see if we break that zone up there.
I don't have a negative outlook, right? I mean, as we go into the next year, I think we do have a situation where you've got stimulus coming. You still do have what I think is a good storyline
yourself some
around
new
AI
ranges
and CapEx.
here.
I don't think it's going anywhere. There's a lot still there. I don't think we're ready to sort of back off on where the market can be in 2026. But I think we just want to see more breadth.
That was Dana Dioria of InvestNet Solutions as we see markets continue to climb after yesterday eking out gains, particularly led by the big tech names. Today, it's pretty broad-based, in particular with Russell 2000 futures up 0.5%. A real question here, though, about the underlying economy. Right now, ADP employment data just crossing, and it is not a positive read on the U.S. economy. It was expected to come in with 10,000 jobs being created. Right now, we're seeing a decline of 32,000 jobs. Last week was revised
ADP
upwards.
private
So we saw
employment falls.
47,000 jobs created versus the 42,000 initially reported. This is the ADP employment change, and this doesn't always cohere with what we see from non-farm payrolls. However, in the absence of non-farm
I didn't even
payrolls,
see
and in
that.
the consistency of this series, this has increasing weight. Enda Curran joins us now of Bloomberg.
US
Enda,
ADP.
what do you see from these numbers?
I didn't even see that for
Well, at face
8:15.
value, Lisa, as you're saying, it's clearly a negative read on the labour market, coming in much weaker than expected.
Hiring has been
Economists had
choppy of
expected
late
maybe
as
around plus
employers
10,000
weather
jobs, but it actually
cautious
came in, as you say, negative
consumers
30,000,
and
weakness
uncertain
by the looks of it
macro
across the board,
economic
jobs being
environment.
lost
And while
in
November's
goods and
slowdown
services.
was
Now, this does
broad-based,
lean
it was
into what
led
the
by a
kind of other
pullback among
sentiment or
small
survey
business.
indicators have been telling us that the labour market is softening,
Negative
that we're moving from low
32K.
hiring, low firing to
Forecast was
something
10.
else. Of course, we've had headlines from big
Maybe we'll
brand
get a
name
little bit of a
companies, the likes
reversal
Verizon
happening
and
then.
Apple cutting staff or announcing layoffs over recent weeks. So in the context, as you explained, where we don't have the official data
We got
from the
import
BLS,
and export
there's a lot of
prices
weight
coming
being
up
put on
next
this
at
ADP
8:30.
set of numbers. It's the last read we'll have really on the jobs market before next week's Fed meeting. And as I say, at face value, this suggests that the employment market continues to soften at the very least.
Yeah, and what we're seeing right now is that decline of 32,000 jobs is now at the lowest level that we've seen in this ADP series.
Thinking
going
about
back to March
blocking
31st,
going short in all my
2023.
evals.
Thank you so much for that. You are seeing yields
Might not be a
fall
bad idea.
in response to that. Just taking a look at 2s, 10s, and 30s. On the front end, very much
Might not be a
increasing
bad
bets
idea.
of a Fed rate cut, now down 3 basis points at the front end, similar kind of move as the 10-year. What you are hearing in terms of some of the commentary from ADP, they said while November's slowdown was broad-based, it was led by a pullback among small
Decline in
businesses.
both
We'll dive
goods
into
and
that a little
job
bit more
services.
coming up. Time now for the morning calls. First up, Stifel raising its price target on Marvel to $114, highlighting
What's
its
ruined a lot of
strength in
accounts?
data center connectivity.
Going short.
Next up, Bank of America raising its target on ASML to $1,331, naming the chipmaker one of its 25 stocks for 2026. Those shares up 0.9%. And finally, Wells Fargo initiating coverage of Oracle with an overweight rating, calling it an emerging leader in the AI supercycle. Those shares up 1.9% in pre-market trade. Sticking with AI, companies across industries racing
Well,
to
if you
utilize the emerging
talk yourself
technologies.
into
Several
going
China
short, you
firms
just got to make sure you stay
AI
tight.
into their
you know?
services. Joining us now for more is Bridget Zimmerman, the Chief Commercial Officer and incoming CEO of Priceline, a major online travel agency. Bridget, thank you so much for being with us. Before we get into AI and how it's transforming the business, I'd love your read on the consumer, because we're getting really mixed messages about the state of spending, the state of consumer spending in the United States. What's your read on just how much demand there is for discretionary spending like travel?
I mean, I think all you have to do is look at what happened over the Thanksgiving holiday. We saw a record level of travel hitting
The
the
NQ
U.S.
chart
over
caught up on
Thanksgiving,
levels
a
here.
record number of
We'll be
people
okay
passing
for
through
now.
the TSA pre-check on Sunday. So I think the consumer's telling us that they really value travel, that they have some money to spend, and they're going to spend it in the places that matter to them most. And travel's absolutely one of those places, particularly around the holidays.
Are you seeing this across consumer cohorts, though, or is it really just the upper-end consumer that is really able to spend when it comes to things like travel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've heard from a lot
Did
of
you trade
our
overnight
partners in the
uranium,
industry,
or
our
you
airline
kind
partners
of,
in particular,
you
who have
wait
talked
for
in their
volume?
earnings calls about the premium customer, the premium cabin being full. But particularly,
glad that
again,
Big
as we
Red
look back at Thanksgiving, we
picked
are
up
seeing
my
that
short.
across a broad cohort. I think our consumers in the U.S. are telling us that they do prioritize spending on travel, particularly around the holidays. If we go back and we look at prior holidays, Memorial Day, if we look at Labor Day, we are seeing the same type of trends. This is the moment that matters to the consumer, and they're going to put their dollar here.
Besides holiday travel, which we always know is usually a bit more robust, what kind of trends are you also seeing in the space?
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a really great trend for consumers, particularly around the
25,
holidays, but even as
662.
we look into next
Oh,
year
you're on the NQ?
for new types of
Move
travel.
back.
We just released our new travel trend
I was just
report
marking
for
my zones
2026,
out for the last
and
few
we see the
days on the
consumer
NQ
shifting a little
here.
bit in terms of how they want to take trips. So some shorter travels, we call it little treat travel. So very short,
Got
last
everything
minute,
pretty caught up.
spontaneous trips, particularly where consumers can find affordable
All right,
travel.
we've got some volume
We're
coming
also
now,
seeing
so let's see.
consumers
Maybe
take
we can
big
get in
trips
on
or
trade
trips
early.
around tourism or around tailgating. So the tailgating
Gonna work on my
tourism
zones
trend
on
is a
the
hot
ES real
phenomenon.
quick.
And as we head into the college football championship, I think it's a really great time for consumers to think about how they want to bundle their
Yeah,
trip.
until the green trek is a
particularly
very
around sporting
powerful
events.
thing lately,
Bridget,
isn't
I
it?
think about Priceline going back to my
That
earlier
damn green
days when I was
truck will
planning
catch up with you,
travels,
man.
and I'd be looking for the best fares. It seems like the business model has been changing pretty dramatically, especially in the face of chatbots and additional search engines that can scrape from the web all sorts of different deals. How are you incorporating some of these tools in order to stay ahead of, say, Gemini from getting ahead and sort of disrupting the business model?
Absolutely. This has been a really hot topic, and I feel really fortunate because Priceline has innovation in its DNA. We've been doing this for the last 27 years and really reinventing how consumers interact and find and shop and book travel. So we were one of the early companies who really leaned into the use of
Trick's
generative AI.
powerful.
We've been using machine learning and AI for years, but this is kind of the next frontier, and we're actually really excited about it. We have a chatbot called Penny. She's your virtual travel assistant or your travel assistant. You can now speak to her as well as chat with her, but she can do everything from help you figure out where you want to go to help you understand what's happening in the neighborhood around you in that destination that you might want to travel to, all the way to helping you service your trip if something goes wrong or if you need to ask a question. So no longer do you necessarily need to call in and talk to an agent for everything. You can interact with Penny, whether that's by voice or whether that's chatting with her by normal chat methods. And so it's been a really wonderful piece of technology for us. And besides just leveraging it for our consumer, we're also using it in all parts of how we think about our business. So how we arm our employees, how we arm our agents in speaking with consumers. So it's really running through the totality of our business.
One question has been, how much is it superseding the need to hire people? You're talking about phone agents and things of
I
that
should not
nature.
be trading
We
London.
have heard the
I'm telling you, man,
scientists
every
saying
single
that,
time
artificial intelligence and chatbots
I
could
trade
disrupt
London
our
or
white collar
Asia
work,
and I
particularly
don't
with
have a
generative
perfect
AI
setup
in
with the
5
trade box on,
years. I just wonder
I crush
how much
accounts.
it is superseding your need for humans to play those roles.
because
Listen, it's still early
when the
days. I think we're
volume's
gonna wait
too
and
low,
see. Right now,
it'll
we
do
are just trying to leverage
unpredictable
it
stuff
everywhere that we
every
can
single
and try and
time.
make ourselves more efficient. There's a lot of innovation still to be done. So
Hey, I
ultimately,
got a
we'll
trade
see where it
box.
goes over
Maybe we
time,
can get
but
something
really,
going here.
really figuring out how to make ourselves more
Strong.
effective in everyday life.
Bridget, are you
Levels.
still using OpenAI for Penny, or are you willing to broaden out, maybe look at some others?
And we're still using OpenAI for Penny, but we are partnering with all of the big LLMs. We understand that how consumers
And
shop
it just
may change
gotta
over
be
time,
like-
and we need to be partnering with every single one of them. So we've
just,
got a lot of great
you know,
partnerships in the industry, and we're going to
all
keep
the
pursuing them to
experimenting's
make sure that
done.
we stay on the
I mean,
forefront
everything
of
is
the
done. I just
technology and
gotta
all the
wait
changes that are coming through.
for the code to
Take
get
on this
finished and
role
then
starting January of CEO,
go to
how
making
did
money
you
at
view
this
the
point.
job
I've got it
changing in the
finished.
realm
It's
of
just
AI?
like
How much of your
how
time
many
is
how long
spent
am I gonna
making
sit
sure
here
you're
and prove
keeping up with the AI
what I've already
competitive
proven
race
is
that we do every single day around
reprove
this
that
world?
you shouldn't do that.
I mean, I think that's a big part of the
You know
job.
what I
As
mean?
things
How many
change
more
in the
times do
industry,
I
as
do
new
stupid,
technologies change,
do I
we
do
have to
that?
stay up to speed on what's happening.
Or
And
I'm like,
that's
okay,
not
let's
only
just
for me.
finish it and
That's
then
something that I'm going to ask every single one of my employees to do
real.
at Priceline. We have to keep up with what's happening in this trend.
Bridget Zimmerman of Priceline, thank you so much for being with us this morning as we try to understand exactly how businesses are adapting and adjusting to artificial intelligence. If you are just joining, I do want to reiterate these ADP numbers because they are what we've got, and what they do portray is a negative picture of the employment backdrop in the United States. A decline of 32,000 jobs. This would be the lowest going back to 2023. Payrolls have now fallen 4 times in the last 6 months. This is not non-farm payrolls, but the comment commentary coming out of ADP with Neela Richardson, the chief economist there, saying
I know the damn
that this
thing
is
is
really
going to
stepping
kick
from
and
small
flat in the
businesses,
trade in
not
the middle
necessarily this sort of one sector
of a
leading the
busy
declines
move.
lower.
And that's not what you want to hear, especially for this White House, which is try to put an emphasis on Main Street rather than Wall Street. The only good thing about this was the revisions, a few up for 47,000 instead of 42,000, but negative 32,000. Andrew Hollenhorst makes a great point before
That's
this.
what I got right now.
There is divergence in the past when it comes to non-farm payrolls and ADP, but the direction of travel right now is not looking good for the labor market. Even your question right there to the CEO of Priceline, they don't want to answer these questions about the impact that AI is going to have and what it is having right now when it comes to hiring.
Yeah, and this is going to be a question increasingly with affordability. Coming up, Michael Green of Simplify Asset Management, as we do talk about affordability concerns in the United States, plus Dating Berger with your morning movers, Stellantis rising ahead of the CEO's visit to the White House. From New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm over here on the ES trying to find levels. NASDAQ has terrible, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I tell you not to do it when the volume is low. You can't mark it in. You'll never, even if you have your limit, you're not going to get what you're hoping to get. You know what I'm saying? It's just not going to happen. And then it's going to hop around 10, 15 points and hit your stop, and you don't even know what happened. That's why I've got the minimum volume. Yeah, that's exactly what you just, what we're talking about is exactly why I created the volume range. And it should even be a little higher than 500. It should really be 750. Because it'll just jump around like a retarded cat. We've had some decent movement so far this week. Yeah, ES runs smoother. That's why I watch both, because when the NQ is too choppy, I move to the ES. Or vice versa, or I'll trade both sometimes.
A region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning, welcome back. What we are seeing is a bit of a risk-on tone in equities, despite the fact that we just got some negative data coming out of ADP. We'll get to that in just 1 second, but across the board, led by gains on the Russell 2000, up 0.5%. And you are
Honestly,
seeing the
ES
S&P
has got
up
enough
0.3%
levels to
wide.
probably
We'll take a
trade
look
pretty
at
reliably.
10s and 30s in the bond space. Yields lower on the heels
You're
of
just
this
not going to get the
ADP
movement,
report
you know.
coming
You got to
with
understand
private sector
that.
payrolls decreasing 32,000
But
in
you
the
get
most
paid
recent month. This is the
2.5
lowest
times
reading
more,
going back
or 2
to
1/3.
May of
You know, it's
2023,
$12.50
which raises
a
the question of
tick.
the state of the consumer. When you bleed this through the currency space, what you do see is a more
On the
dollar
ES.
weakness. Now the dollar, the weakest
Or it's
versus
$5
the euro,
on the
going back
NQ.
to October.
But people
You're
like the
seeing
NQ
euro
because it
climb
moves so
to
much, you know.
116.70. 1 hour away from the cash open. Here are your morning movers with Danny Berger. Danny.
Hey, Lisa, starting with some of the earnings. Macy's, to be specific, it is down quite a bit. When they first announced earnings, they were up. It was a beat. It was a raise. But down now 7.5%. That's because it's fourth quarter. The read on it has been that it is tepid. The range was at the high end.
I used to only trade the ES until I didn't even start trading the NQ until I started talking on the mic and I realized that there were a lot of people.
Moving lower elsewhere.
I think they just like the action when they first start getting into trading. So I started playing with it and I set up, I back tested the forecast into it.
Citing some of their contracts with customers like OpenAI.
That's when I realized that you could follow the ES and NQ. One would lead the other and give you information just by watching both. And then you could pick which one you want based on price action, based totally on price action.
Coming Trump administration change, or at least announcements on vehicle emission standards.
Honestly, you don't need to trade any other instruments.
And we're expecting the CEO of Stellantis to be there. We don't know exactly what it'll show, but the reporting suggests it will be less onerous than what was planned by the Biden administration. So those shares up 3 1/3%, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Danny. We did just get ADP numbers, and they did see a pretty significant decline. Emery, you did point out that the revisions were actually to the upside in terms of the prior month reading. So how negative is this really? And I think that's what markets are going to try to suss out.
Right, and maybe the revisions for this report next time it comes out will be to the upside. But at the end of the day, -32, when the market already at a Bloomberg survey was looking for just 10,000, it couldn't even clear that hurdle. And when you hear from what Neela is talking about, Neela Richardson, of course, chief economist at ADP, hiring has been choppy of late. Employers are weathering cautious consumers in an uncertain macroeconomic environment. The trend seems to be that when it comes to hiring, it has been maybe not even anymore in this stasis. Maybe individuals are starting to actually look at, we might have to save some money somewhere. Maybe there's going to be more layoffs.
Well, let's get into that right now with Nancy Lazar, which we are so glad to have of Piper Sandler here in studio. Nancy, I'd love your take on what we just saw from ADP numbers, seemingly fairly negative, with not only this broad-based decline, but also a pullback led by small businesses.
Yeah, so the labor market has really been weak-kneed since 2022. That really needs to be put in perspective. It's a cyclical slowdown in the economy. It's not a secular shift down in employment. Fed tightened, you pulled back on COVID stimulus.
How you doing this morning?
Profits declined in 22. Then you had bifurcation in 23. Small businesses still got hit very, very hard. Small business employment, as you just said, has been
just cleaning up my charts,
earnings,
man.
For small businesses, be it public or private businesses, have been struggling. Employment is a lagging indicator, and the ADP data with the revisions highlights
Craven.
Reliable data. I think the most reliable data on jobs.
ADP was a big nothing burger despite huge small business losses.
Companies aren't hiring.
So much hype behind mumbo jumbo.
But you've not yet really seen a surge in
firings. Well, we did pick up some volume, but it didn't really do much, did it? I didn't even see it on my my radar.
Supporting stronger employment. First and foremost, you need profits, and you have seen S&P 600.
We don't really have any. Well, we got some Canadian stuff. Well, that's already passed.
The job market. So I hear you.
We don't have anything till the open now to get us some volume going.
It's been weakening, and now we actually would argue with an improvement in profits, which is a necessary condition before you get stronger employment. 26, you could see stronger jobs.
You're talking about the jobs market as though it's cyclical and not necessarily the structural impacts that are potentially affecting this. And I wonder how much we can still look at this as a cyclical market at a time of artificial intelligence and the fact that Anthropic's chief scientist came out and said that AI systems will be capable of doing most white-collar work in 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. Creative destruction of jobs in this country has been going on for centuries, really, for over 150 years. It's a very dynamic labor market, which is actually very healthy. As we were talking about earlier, would you rather have Amazon or JCPenney, Sears, and Kmart? In my career, we fired the operators in the back office, the mailroom, and went obviously to went to Wi-Fi. And so this is a necessary part of an economy that allows innovation and that creates new jobs. What are the new jobs going to be? Palantir, how many jobs are they going to create? How about Elon Musk? So I'm excited about the new jobs that are going to be created over the next decade.
But you mentioned Elon Musk. All right, I have to bring this up. 2 weeks ago, I heard him say work is going to be optional. Sitting in the audience, he was talking to investors, U.S. Saudi investors, and he said work will be optional in 10 to 20 years.
Yeah. So I'm a huge Star Trek fan, and so maybe at some point that will indeed unfold. For right now, I'm not sure that's the right timeline, but I'm not going to argue with him. He's obviously brilliant.
What do you think the Fed does with this ADP number?
So the Fed always follows the jobs. And so if the labor markets are going to stay weak, you're going to see the Fed most likely continue to ease. I went back and looked at every slump. After every slump, employment is again a lagging indicator. Even if GDP picks up in the first part of the year, which we think it will, the Fed is likely to continue to cut rates simply because of the labor weakness in the labor market.
So right now, you've got a Fed that is likely to cut rates early next year and as well as next week. At the same time that the Macy's CEO is coming out saying that they've got robust demand when it comes to sales. And not only that, but they've been able to price along some of the price increases that they've been experiencing. How do you dovetail that kind of pressure? Do you just expect that inflation push to diminish as the year goes on next year?
Well, I do. I do think inflation slows next year. One, the labor markets will remain weak, and that will continue to slow wage inflation. We are bullish on productivity, have been bullish on productivity, so that's also a disinflationary event. And the tariff lift to prices next year will probably also start to fade, be it deals or IEPA. And so net, that will also be a little bit...
Hey, Craven, hi. Did you guys do anything during Asia and Europe? I mean, it was really low volume last night. I don't think the forecast was on at any point. I was looking at it earlier. I didn't see any volume areas where I could have made an entry.
The wealth effect. Banks easing lending standards, refinancing.
Did you get in on long after it consolidated?
It's unusual to see 2% consumer spending in 2025 with a weak labor market. The key is what's going forward, and profits are improving, and that will lead to stronger jobs and a more sustained shift up in spending.
Nancy Lazar, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Nancy Lazar of Piper Sandler.
Yeah, I can't. That's what the forecast goes gray for me. It can't be done.
An expectation of 10,000 jobs created. The actual ADP figure for the month of November, a decline of 32,000 private payrolls job. You are seeing an upward revision, however, to the October read to 47,000 versus the 42,000. The response in markets has been positive, partly because of expected Fed rate cuts led by the Russell 2000 up nearly 0.5%. If you take a look at the bond space, you do see yields falling across the board with a real decline at the front end of the yield curve, disproportionately so. You're seeing that yield curve steepening from the front end, going down about 3 basis points as people price in Fed rate cuts. Turning to D.C., President Donald Trump
I'll have days where I just sit at my desk brain rotting if no trade's set up. Yeah, I know. That's why you kind of got to have something to occupy your time with, or you'll get hypnotized and you'll start doing things and you realize, why did I do any of that? And it's just because of boredom, or you know, you get to where you get FOMO or something, you know what I'm saying?
Right now, the latest, Americans continuing to grapple with the cost of living and real questions around how serious it is. Michael Green of Simplify Asset Management saying even households earning 6 figures are struggling and the U.S. poverty line is far too low. He writes, the threshold where a family can afford housing, health care, child care, and transportation without relying on means-tested benefits isn't $31,200. It is $140,000. Michael joins us now. Michael, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You had this viral Substack, which I read with great interest, about the actual costs and how the cost of living was calculated in the early 1960s as really having a third of the overall income going toward food. How significantly has that changed in this current environment?
It's changed dramatically. So that third of the budget that was primarily tied to the USDA minimum food budget was largely food at home. That number has fallen to around 5%. So people really don't shop at the grocery store. They don't shop in the same way where they're buying necessities like rice and beans, et cetera. They tend to be buying prepared foods, luxuries, eating out, et cetera. We have absolutely become wealthier as a nation. But the reason why that 1/3 mattered was because we were trying to capture the entire budget. And so today, when we think about that number that has been increased by inflation, so we've used CPI to increase it, is dramatically lower than it would have been if we tried to do the exact same thing. Simply update the budget to what is actually necessary to have a degree of safety in the household where you're saving money. That's that 140,000 number. It's what I really refer to as the precarity line, where you stop feeling like you're barely holding on by your fingernails.
You talk about how benefits don't kick in.
Regulators. You regulate any stealing of his property. We're
Hey,
damn
Silver
good too.
Fox, how you doing,
But you
man?
can't be any geek off
Good
the
to have
street.
you.
Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Regulators!
Mount up.
Over the past few decades. What would it take to change this, right? I mean, it would just
Good to
take
see you, man. Are you a trader? You trade
inflation
futures?
significantly?
What you work on,
The
man?
challenge is that there's multiple solutions to it. And so you're correct. This is a structural problem that has been created by an inability to adequately address the benefit cliffs, which is really what creates that valley of death. We've been trapped in political discussions around that. Should we pay people more? Should we pay
Are you
people
learning how to trade? I'll introduce you to the channel.
I actually don't know what the
Ballistics.
I'm just glad we're starting to have the conversation.
School system just had to put them on. Oh no.
By artificially
Where,
putting that level way too
where are you at? Where is it snowing right now?
Trump administration is
You up by like Buffalo or something?
potentially
You getting that lake effect?
checks to the American public. It just seems like whether it's Biden administration, the Trump administration, since COVID,
Syracuse area, I drove through some of that lake effect on the way home from my
I think
parents.
that's an exactly perfect description. It's been constant
Oh,
damage
not here.
instead of addressing the structural problem. The reality is we have cardiac disease. We need to actually get
Oh,
ourselves on a
Southwest.
full fitness
You
program.
got snow there?
People are willing to
Did you
do
get
that. That's
touched?
the amazing thing
Because
about the response here.
you guys
People
don't
really
have
do
plows or
want
anything,
to
right? So if you get
involve
hit,
some
it's
people
just a
making
delay.
sacrifices. That's part of the reason that you're hearing.
It's
such
like
a
here in
big
North
pushback.
Carolina.
Those at the top end of the income
They don't
spectrum,
have any
people like
equipment.
myself, candidly,
Oh.
have it far too good.
Why
in
you
this
got the
environment.
delay?
It's the younger generation, the people that are trying to have families, trying to start their families, that are making that transition from an expense base of around $80,000, in which they feel things are largely fine as a married couple without children, to all of a sudden confronting this $50,000 to $70,000 leap in required income that's required. It doesn't magically appear when the kids show up. Right? It's like not like suddenly you get paid more money because you have kids.
Work on the
So that's the
NMQ for a
reality
minute,
of what we're
guys.
facing as a society.
We have a bunch of dumbasses in our school
generation of
board.
taxpayers. It's our
Oh,
future generation of builders.
that's
It's the future
everywhere, man.
generation of workers and parents.
Normal people need to run for the school board now in local
That's
offices.
part of the reason why I'm raising my voice. I had actually thought that we were pretty close to rock bottom, but in all candor, everything I'm seeing is moving in the
Friggin'
opposite direction.
psychopaths
I'm
and
focused on telling people using the term of this
narcissists
century,
are the only ones
gaslighting,
that run
everything's
for
fine, it's
office.
just you. You're not making the right moral
Regular
choices.
people don't want to
I
be
have far
bothered
too
with
many
it.
messages in my inbox at this point from families
People that
who are
would do a
saying,
good
"Oh my
job
gosh,
and
I
be
actually feel
rational.
heard." That was the real message.
Those are
of
not
the
the
Trump
kind of people that ever
campaign in
run, and that's how we
2016.
get in the
We stopped
situations
calling
we're
people
in,
deplorable, and we told them that they mattered. Right now, we're ignoring.
in my opinion.
Do you think that Fed rate cuts?
I
can
tried
solve
running
this
for
Absolutely not. I think Fed rate cuts
town
are
supervisor
important,
once in the
but I don't
little
think that they
town I
actually
lived
have
in.
the impact that people think. If you're paying student loans for the first time again, if you're paying credit cards at 20%,
I lost by like,
a quarter
I think it
point
was
cut
17
on
votes
the
I
Fed
lost
funds
by.
rate is not going to make any difference whatsoever.
This is a reason why I think people have come on this show and they say, look,
I was
we're
going to tear
investing
that
in risk
fucking
assets
place
because they're gonna
apart.
do better.
They were
And
stealing
we're
money and
investing
got
in
caught.
higher-end
And they
companies
just,
that are catering to
the
the
state
capacity
allowed
of
them to just
spending.
pay the money
And
back.
ultimately, the sentiment surveys don't
So you know
matter
there was
to
all
us
kinds
because
of,
it is a small proportion of the overall
Doesn't
spending.
matter now, I guess.
How do you, and this is sort of a delicate question, but how do you advocate these things on one hand that are social policies while being an investor first and foremost that can benefit from these policies?
Yeah, it's one of the real challenges from a fiduciary standpoint, right? I have to invest in a manner that reflects how I think things are going to play out in the market. And I agree that K-shaped economy format, in which we've increasingly focused on servicing the
My
needs
brother
of
tried
people
running for his
who have
district, but
the
he didn't
discretionary
win.
income, which, by the way, is helped by the Fed maintaining interest rates at high levels. Right? We're putting ourselves into a position in which we're saying the bottom half or the bottom 90% doesn't matter.
They're the
simple
same
reality
people.
is we have a democratic republic.
Well, I mean, that was kind of it. I was like, I mean, I didn't, you know, I didn't really know what I was doing, and I had no support. Nobody really told me how anything worked, so it was amazing. And I'm, you know, and I wasn't really well known, but my wife's family is from there, like founding the town, basically.
Trump accounts. Michael Dell's putting up $6 billion. What do you make of that?
But people like their shitty little town. Everybody had their little fucking deals, and you know what I mean? And, you know, people who didn't know what was going on just had their families come out and, you know, and they liked their shitty little town the way it was. And it was a shitty little town that needed, but we had low taxes comparatively speaking to the rest of the state. There was no reason why we couldn't figure out a way to bring some investment, you know, bring some money to the town. Nobody wanted to think like that.
Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere. Here is your Bloomberg brief with Yahira Anand. Yahira.
Hi, Lisa.
You know,
We are seeing Delta Airlines shares
it's
in the
like
green
a bunch of crabs trying to get out of a bucket.
saying it will take a $200 million hit from the government.
But if I knew how things work, I could have done things differently, and I think I could have won. I really do. But I just even the I ran on the Republican ticket, but the Republicans didn't even really help me with anything. They just asked me to run because they didn't really have anyone. So I said, you know what, I'll try. And I almost fucking won. I think they got scared because I won the town. Like in the town, like where the town hall is and, you know, the church and everything, I won in that district. There's 2 districts. Those people knew what was going on and they wanted somebody else in there to work on it. I won that, but then the rural areas outside of there is where I lost. But that's where a lot of your bums fucking live, you know, your typical Democrats. Like modern Democrats, not like Kennedy Democrats. There's a difference. If you understand what that means. And then it widened. It was only like by 11 or 12 votes, and then when the mail-in votes came, people who were living in Florida basically full-time and were mailing in their vote. It widened. But it's all old people, man. There's no young people left in that town, no real families. It's pretty sad. Nowhere to work. Yeah, I was gonna open that dude, I was gonna blow that fucking place up, man. I was gonna figure out where every fucking penny went, all the windmill money. We got windmills all over the town, you know, on the farms. I was gonna figure out exactly where all that fucking money went, and they were scared. What I didn't know you could do. The reason why I lost is I didn't know how the system worked. You know, this is the first time I've been involved in it. Is they knew you can pay attention to who's voted and who hasn't voted, because up there you have to show up in person with your license and you have to sign and your signature has to match. So they know who's voted and who hasn't, and they got on the phones and they're like, we're going to lose our jobs. You got to come vote for us. And that's basically what they were doing. Come vote, come vote. I didn't have anyone in there watching the books and calling. I couldn't do it, but I could have people go in as my representative, see what Republicans or who hasn't made it to the polls that day, call them and say, you got to get down here. I could have won if I did that, but I didn't even know you could do it. No one helped me. And if I would have ran again, I think I could have won for sure. Yeah, I'm sure that shit was going on all over town, dude. There's like 3 families that, you know, that are basically from that area, you know, they they walked over the border from Canada, you know, and their great-grandfathers spoke French still, kind of stuff, you know, like families have been there since the beginning, and they basically have all their own little fucking deals, you know, they got all their, you know, cousins and fucking brothers and in-laws working the town jobs, and I was gonna destroy it all and start over. They were fucking worried. I probably would have got my house fucking burned down.
Top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers.
It worked out better that I didn't. We ended up moving, and we're better off where we are now than if I would have stayed and dealt with that shit.
Your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
whoever leads. If Kevin, how careful they are in terms of making their points, how they lead the system towards consensus, that is an art. And if he's good at it, they'll come to consensus. If not, you'll see this split continue. Because I think the difference between inflationary goals and the employment goals will continue to haunt them going forward.
That was former Kansas City Fed President Thomas Honig. Right now, you are seeing a lift across the board in part because of bets on the Fed cutting rates more aggressively. On the heels of the ADP data of about 0.3% on the S&P. Dollar weakness broadening with the dollar the weakest versus the euro going back to October 15th, I believe, and yields lower pretty much across the board. Meanwhile, a credit risk gauge on Oracle debt reaching its highest level since 2009. A surge in bond sales from tech giants raising concerns of an AI bubble. Mike Kontopoulos of RB Advisors writing, AI debt issuance looks a lot like the fiber optic build-out of the 1990s and the shale build-out of the mid-2000s. Mike joins us now for more. Mike, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So a lot of people have drawn this parallel that the bond markets always finance industrial revolutions. How is this time any different?
I don't think it is. We've seen this time and time again. I think the biggest difference today is just in the equity valuations. You know, you look at how high the Mag 7 and tech stocks are right now in terms of their PE multiples. And the reason for getting there was really because of their fortress balance sheets, that they could finance all this CapEx through cash flow. And I think the biggest issue here is that they're now transferring all of this spending to debt, and that could ultimately affect equity multiples down the line.
This is an interesting take. A lot of people have said this is a debt market problem. This will actually fuel equity gains because ultimately it's allowing them to rely on debt markets to ultimately hold the buck. Why do you see it the opposite?
I see it the opposite because, you know, there's a huge amount of promise around AI from an economic perspective, certainly, and what that could mean for how we live and how we socialize and everything else. But what a lot of people aren't realizing is that these huge build-outs of data centers that are massive, I mean, some are being built the size of Manhattan, as we all know, you know, there's a huge amount of assumption there that these data centers are ultimately going to be revenue generating to the extent that they can finance the debt. And we're talking about, you know, Meta issuing a 40-year bond. You know, the Apollo computer that got us on the moon is thousands of times weaker than an iPhone today. We used to have these data centers with servers to run, you know, a PC. What if, even if AI is great, what if all of a sudden in 10 years, you can run all of the data you need for AI on your laptop, and you don't need these huge data farms? Then who finances the debt? If you have to then finance the debt through cash flow, buy out that debt, whatever, refinance it, that needs to affect equity multiples ultimately because the growth isn't there.
So this is not going to end well.
I don't think it's going to end well. The question, of course, like everything, is timing. I think we're getting much closer to the end than the beginning. And I think investors are starting to push back on that. Look, since October 28th, tech is down roughly, you know, 4.5%. Yet the S&P is, you know, approaching all-time highs. I think investors, and it was really Meta around their earnings report where Zuckerberg had mentioned, you know, that maybe they're overspending, but they need to overspend on this build out. I think investors are starting to realize that this is starting to look a little bit too egregious in terms of the spend on CapEx.
Do you think that's a 2026 story?
I do think it's going to be a 2026 story, and I think it's going to be potentially led by what the Fed does. I think so much of what we've seen around AI and the promise around AI is really misplaced euphoria around liquidity, which has been largely driven by monetary policy, fiscal policy, and easy financial conditions. And if that were to start to tighten relative to expectations, I think a lot of the froth and excess and euphoria gets wrung out of markets.
You guys back? Okay. What was I talking about when I got cut
following
off?
Michael Burry's footsteps and looking for ways to get short this market?
I wouldn't say that. You know, at our
Caden.
we're long-only investors, so we're not really, you know, short.
What do I think's coming in today's open?
We are underweight.
I'm not
the
sure
entire
yet, man.
tech complex at this point.
I mean, everything seems strong, so you know, everything seems strong. I just would be careful on the short.
European markets, you look at the European earnings cycle, we would argue.
You know, we may get it, you know, if we do get a pullback, it may just be a small correction and then for the bigger move. But right now, I don't see anything slowing it down, but I don't know, man. I don't really make a call until my setup comes, you know what I'm saying?
A blow off top or just a deflation of this bubble. Can the rest of the equity universe and the economy withstand that, given the fact that this has been the pillar of strength?
That's a great question. We're prepared for a world where it can't for a period of time. And I do think there's a place for some of the biggest underperformers in a portfolio at the moment, primarily defensive. Staples have lagged pretty dramatically. Healthcare has done well in the last month, but Staples, healthcare, and even utilities, even though they've ridden a little bit of the AI wave, all three of those sectors will perform well in an environment where perhaps economic growth slows a little bit, the bubble deflates a little bit. And I think there's, you know, a lot of logic to being exposed there as well.
So do you just hold a lot of gold?
We do hold gold in the portfolio, actually, Lisa. I'm funny you mentioned that.
Yesterday and Monday, yeah, I'm just scared of stop hunts. Well,
a steady hand during a period of uncertainty.
Yeah, you got to look at your strategy if you're worried about stop hunts. You got to look at your entries. Yesterday and Monday, there were crazy wicks. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is the entry, and then you got to take profit when you have it, when you're on a margin account.
And the Fed's going to have to make some really difficult decisions.
When you're on a margin account.
Tectonic shifts when it comes to the technology space.
Entries are everything.
People are saying a next industrial revolution, and people are taking out a ton of debt to finance it.
Yeah, and is that sort of the tipping point to the next phase? Coming up tomorrow, Aaron Kennan of Clear Harbor Asset Management, Lisa Shallett of Morgan Stanley, Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank, and Tom Becker of BlackRock. This was Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
How did you do? Did you come out in the green, or how'd you do yesterday? Did you end up fighting back?
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity.
Hey, Uranium, how you doing?
On Bloomberg.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, I had good entry, but even had the stop loss a few point under the moves. Oh, but they still got you? I'm red for the week, but not too bad. Okay. I understand. I just stepped away, waiting for better opportunities. Yeah. Well, you may get them today. It's kind of, it was really low volume overnight. You know what I mean? So, you know, the action may be this morning.
For the world, but also for businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment.
All right, guys, I got to do a little bit of work stuff. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. We're on the NQ right now.
I hear the
We're all set up for the day.
About jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15%. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties. We have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund. We have others who are willing and ready.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Bonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, good Wednesday morning. Slight gains again. 30 minutes until the start of the cash trade. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Danny Berger. You are watching Bloomberg Open Interest.
Coming up, Macy's delivers a beat, but profit forecast, the profit forecast it gave underwhelms, sending shares falling.
Marvel surges on a bullish AI chip order, adding fresh fuel to a big week of AI earnings.
And the White House is ready to tear up President Biden's fuel economy standards. We'll tell you what it means for car makers and consumers.
First, I want to show you what Marvell is doing, the AI chip maker that I mentioned, because it's another company that has earnings and basically is like, yay, everything is great because AI is great. For them, it is their technology used for AI data centers. They say that the revenue for that is expected to jump 25 next year. So shares are up 9% in the pre-market. It also announced an acquisition of Celestial AI for more than $3 billion. That does like something with photons instead of electricity. I'm sure Caroline Hyde can describe it to my puny little human brain.
She definitely knows. I want to check out some some retail movers here. Dollar Tree, I guess it's kind of a deal, raised its outlook as it expects to see more spending from stretched shoppers looking for discounts. Macy's shares are sharply lower despite earnings beating estimates in the trailing quarter and lifting its outlook for the future as the CEO says it is well positioned for the holiday season.
Let's get more on Macy's, Matt. We are joined by Bloomberg host Romaine Bostick, who spoke with the retailer CEO Tony Spring earlier this morning. Romaine, thanks for joining.
Yeah, Danny. Did you do any shopping?
I did, but not at Macy's. I got to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the interesting thing, I did ask him a lot about what foot traffic was. Was there an actual increase? He did say he was happy with foot traffic, but he also seemed to imply here that a lot of the revenue gains that they've seen in this most recent quarter was people buying more. So basically, bigger tickets, bigger receipts, if you will, rather than actually more people going in there. But this is also a company that is, he's doing the conference call now, and he's been asked a lot about how strong this holiday season is going to be. And one of the reasons why you see the shares down a little bit here is the comp sales growth, while certainly an improvement over previous years, is still kind of lagging what you would have seen at a company like Macy's in holiday seasons of past. Remember, this is going to be, or supposed to be, their best quarter of the year, their fiscal fourth quarter.
Going to a physical store seems like quaint idea, but a strange thing to do, right? I mean, most of us buy all of our stuff online. How are they doing with that?
Well, I mean, first of all, the average age of a Macy's shopper is over 40. It's like, late 40s, I think is the average age. So that gives you a sense of one of the challenge that they're going. I know, Matt, and you're still in your 30s. But it gets to this idea here that there is still a cohort of boomers out there that do want that physical experience. Macy's obviously is now trying to make sure that the younger generation of Gen Z and beyond, that they are actually engaged in the physical stores and trying to make them more experiential. That's the long-term story. And that's what he's doing. He's basically taking 350 Macy's stores, basically going to revamp all of these stores to make them more experiential. He's only done about 125, 150 so far. They're going to get to the rest over the next year and a half, 2 years.
It feels like we're in this bizarre world where the retailers who do well, it's because you've got like Sydney Sweeney to do your campaign, or Cat's Eye, or some sort of celebrity. I mean, Macy's isn't doing that, but it feels like we're in this weird era of collabs and influencers.
Well, it's interesting. And you bring up, obviously what we're seeing with American Eagle, their shares on fire. I think when they open, they're going to be having their best day in a couple of months. But it gets to this idea, that's a singular brand, right? And Macy's is a multi-brand retailer in an era where a lot of us go directly to the brands themselves. We connect with those brands either because, Matt salivates over Sydney Sweeney in that ad or something else. And the question is, how does Macy's sort of, get that fire? They've had a lot of collabs with Wicked and other things like that do get people into the stores, but it's a much bigger challenge, Danny.
Material Girl.
Material Girl.
Apparently the fashion brand of Madonna sells exclusively at Macy's.
Ooh. Yeah, and they've been doing a lot more exclusive
Fingerless
deals.
gloves or that kind of thing?
Their own private brands as well, trying to get people in there as well, too, Matt.
Ryan Seacrest is working with them. Are there any of these celebrities hitting home with you?
I would never be like, I love Ryan Seacrest's look and I want to wear his clothes.
All right, Romaine, thanks very much. Looking forward to the close. Romaine Bosick, of course, anchors the close with Katie Greifeld at 3 o'clock every day. Number of AI movers this morning, as usual. Marvell climbing as data center revenue jumped more than 25%. Okta's results and forecast were seen as underwhelming. As a result, that stock is down, and CrowdStrike is wavering despite raising guidance thanks to momentum for its AI products. You can see those shares down in the pre-market as well. Joining us now is Bloomberg Tech co-host Caroline Hyde to talk about, I guess Marvell is really the focus, right, because of the big gains that we're seeing there.
You salivating over this $80 billion company?
Oh, yeah.
Only 80 billion.
Sexy.
The thing with Marvell is that actually its stock's been really hammered this year. It has been worried about macroeconomic uncertainty. It has been under pressure. It's up by 15%. But today we might push it if we cling on to some of these gains, at least make some headway to erasing that loss on the year. Marvell makes chips for other people, like Amazon. Look, we just heard all about Trainium 3 and the ASICs, those custom chips that all these hyperscalers want. That's where the enthusiasm is coming more broadly for Marvell, the fact that they are going to start to be important in your servers, in your AI accelerators, in storage. And the CEO sounded really buoyant about this. Remember, they're also splashing their cash to the tune of up to maybe $5 billion for Celestial AI. This is a startup in California, built in 2020. This is about the edgy area of photonics. It's about using lasers instead of electronic signals to make all your data move faster within a data center. Lasers. Who doesn't love lasers? And this is a purchase that initially is going to be $3.25 billion. Part of that cash, part of that stock. But if they hit some certain revenue targets, then they could get as much as $5 billion. That's a nice, tidy upside from the raise that they did back in March that valued it at just over $2 billion.
It's not a profitable company, Caroline, and it speaks to this narrative shift that keeps happening so quick in this AI era. I'm looking at an information story that just came out that's hammering Microsoft shares. They've lowered their AI sales quota because customers have complained that they can't actually measure how much they're saving from using AI. How difficult is it to ascertain just how much value we're putting behind these companies and whether or not that's justified or not?
Look, this is why the healthcare sector is outperforming since the bottom of the market and why the tech sector is lagging, because still we want to understand the bang for the buck, the productivity that you're going to get. I spoke with Michael Dell yesterday after his big $6.25 billion contribution from a philanthropic perspective. I asked him about AI bubble. He's still really certain that at the moment the market is going to go higher, that we are going to see real productivity gains. But it's hard to measure. You've got to believe in these things. And also you've got to train and reskill your own workforce to be able to adopt the latest co-pilot that's being measured. But suddenly we've heard from the hyperscalers that the demand is bigger than supply. Issue for Microsoft is it needs to build more data centers to be able to really maximize that Azure growth, same as we're hearing from all of the other key players.
Yeah, it's been a problem that they've talked about, probably a good problem to have. Caroline, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde. All right, let's turn to this morning's data where U.S. companies shed payrolls in November by the most since early 2023, according to ADP data. Joining us now is Bloomberg economist Stuart Paul. And Stuart, the numbers look even worse if you look at small businesses and small companies, whereas companies with more than 500 employees added to it. So what's more important, the fact that the big are thriving and adding people, or the fact that if you are a small company, you're in some serious trouble right now?
When small businesses are struggling, it speaks to a lack of economic dynamism, a lack of dynamism broadly in the labor market. So I do index more on what's going on with some of these small businesses. Regionally, it was also very concentrated. The layoffs were mostly in the Rust Belt states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and so on. And when we look at the industries, it's interesting, a lot of layoffs in manufacturing, and then to just build on the AI story we were just hearing about, how difficult it is to identify some of the cost efficiencies that come from AI, but we are seeing layoffs in things like the information industry and in professional and business services. So it might be difficult for firms to measure some of these productivity and efficiency gains, but they are making hiring decisions seemingly on the basis of possible efficiency gains in the industries most exposed to AI.
So the fact that they're not hiring as much, or companies that are doing layoffs, doesn't have anything to do with restrictive rates, does it?
I don't think so. I think that a lot of these changes are structural changes.
Because you get where I'm going, right? Rate cuts aren't necessarily then going to help.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the layoffs and the slow hiring that we're seeing are an adjustment to bigger structural forces, things like AI and a reshuffling of the global commercial order as a consequence of newly implemented tariffs. We also saw import prices earlier this morning. They're old, it's September data, but it does look as though in that report, China is passing along more of the cost of tariffs and bearing less of the incidence of tariffs. So there is this reshuffling that's going on, and I think that it is a consequence of big structural changes. And so I don't expect rate cuts to matter much, but U.S. households and firms have been insulated from the effects of monetary policy since the hiking cycle began. So I think that that's just where we are. These are big structural forces.
By the way, the other structural force, along with the changes in technology, is immigration, too. And that's something that rate cuts aren't going to impact either. So what's the logical conclusion to this? If you have Fed governors coming in, and by the way, it seems more and more likely each day passing that Trump is hinting that Kevin Hassett might be the next Fed chair, so very dovish Fed chair. What happens if you get cuts when they don't impact this labor market?
Well, I think that we're just going to end up having more liquidity circulating. We already see that banks are loosening requirements. They're lowering the requirements for extending credit. We see that credit card balances are being turned over relatively quickly and that charge-off rates are relatively low. We see household bankruptcies are also, the flow of household bankruptcies, relatively low. And when that's the case and we have this cutting cycle, it's just going to support growth. But when we look at the economic fundamentals, when we look at inflation, I expect that we're going to have inflation that's running relatively hot, in part because of tariffs. And we're just going to have this tenuous balance in the labor market because you have this structural shift that's taking place at a time when we have such low immigration. So you have this tenuous balance. It's just going to be sort of a low 4.5% unemployment rate, I think, throughout 2026.
All right, Stuart, great to get some intel from you, and we're going to talk to you later on in the program as well. I will say that kind of a deep tease, right? I'm not so much salivating over Sydney Sweeney.
Can we please stop talking about salivating?
As much as I am over the Swiss National Bank and their inflation problem, which is something that I want to talk to you about. Atkinson and Kehoe, does deflation really mean a slowdown in growth? Let's check on what's going on in futures right now. You can see that we're looking now at losses. Right at the top of the show, we started to see a turnover in some of these big hyperscalers. Microsoft shares
I think it's the Microsoft
down,
story.
NVIDIA shares down on the information report that Microsoft was going to, I guess, reduce its quota on AI software sales.
Yeah, because customers don't want newer products. They say they can't fully realize or at least measure the productivity gains they're getting, and they're pushing back on just how expensive it is. Do we again flip the AI narrative on its head and say, hey, maybe some of the productivity gains, the money that they're going to be bringing in isn't as much?
All right, so that's what's going on in markets right now. A little bit of a turnaround. Let's look at some of the other individual movers on our radar. Stellantis shares in the pre-market were gaining more than 5%, now only 2.5%, after being upgraded by UBS on that report that the White House is going to announce new fuel efficiency standards, lower fuel efficiency standards, so you can buy more of those big gas-guzzling V8s. American Eagle also raised its guidance as the CEO says the summer marketing spree paid off.
Yeah, let's not talk about this one anymore. Yeah. And Astera Labs rising as Amazon Web Services' new AI chip is seen as positive for the semiconductor manufacturing company. Coming up on the show, Airbus was forced to revise its aircraft delivery target for the year due to supply and worker shortages and a quality issue. Meanwhile, Boeing is seeing strong momentum. We're going to talk about that next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe. We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta. And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Peru is maybe first country inspired to me to how can I use the different ingredients. First time we went to Peru, trying to culture food, I never had these ingredients never used in Japan. Kind of like a wow, you know, and cilantros, chili, garlic, and olive oils. It's a lot of good seafoods, complete a different way. Example, they have the fresh fish, but Japan, the fresh fish uses sashimi, but Peru use fresh fish, make the called the ceviche, cooked with the lemon juice. You never use the soy sauce. First time I eat this, kind of the wow. So then after this one, my open eye more, my cooking style that change, combine to Japanese style and another country food, then make novel style.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Getting out of high interest, look what's making headlines around the world. The Kremlin says Vladimir Putin held nearly 5 hours of useful talks with U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, but the sides failed to agree on a Ukraine peace plan. Moscow says a future Putin-Trump meeting depends on progress. Meanwhile, Zelensky says real results are urgently needed. The SEC has hit pause on a wave of new ultra-leveraged ETFs, sending warning letters to major issuers like ProShares and Tidal. Regulators say some proposed products may exceed risk limits and must be revised or withdrawn. It's a rare pause in a boom of complex funds as the SEC questions whether these products accurately capture the volatility they're built to amplify. And Airbus is facing a rough week as it cuts its deliveries target and orders urgent checks on over 600 A320 jets after software and fuselage panel issues surface. The setbacks highlight lingering supply chain stress and contrast with Boeing's recent stock and finance momentum. Danny?
Let's get more on this. Bloomberg Global Aviation reporter Benedict Campbell joins us now. Benny, the issues that we've seen at Airbus over the past week, can you just describe the scale that they are? Because you're seeing this flip where Matt was pointing out Boeing does well, Airbus isn't. Are they on the same sort of scale of woes we saw at Boeing in years prior?
Well, probably not is the short answer. Boeing has really come through a very, very rough patch over a number of years. And what we've seen here at Airbus is a slightly unusual sort of breakout moment for them in the negative sense. So it all started late last week on Friday. They came out with this announcement saying that their software on the A320 aircraft needed upgrading. That happened surprisingly swiftly, I will say. That happened over the weekend. When I saw the first numbers, 6,000 aircraft that needed the upgrade, I think most people thought this would be something that would take them well into sort of the rest of the month, maybe even next year. And by the end of the weekend, it was all done. But then problem number 2 arose out of nowhere, which was these panels that cover the aircraft. They have some of them that show some discrepancies versus the specs that are required. So what they're doing now is checking them all. And that's a sort of arduous process that will take a while, and that's essentially why you got sort of the hit this morning where they said we won't be able to make our delivery targets for the year. we're going to be a smidge lower. The original target was for 820 aircraft, and now it's 790. They did keep their financial targets in place, and that might explain why the stock didn't fall off a cliff again. It had a really epic meltdown early in the week, but today it managed to sort of hold its gains.
You know, I always look at the 5-year performance of Airbus versus Boeing, and when you zoom out that far, Airbus is just crushing it in terms of the stock, right? It's well over doubled, and meanwhile, Boeing is in the red. I've also heard you, Benny, talking about the A320 as, I believe, the world's most flown commercial aircraft, right? Are they completely dominant?
That is correct. I mean, dominant is probably too big a word, but they have certainly come from nowhere. I mean, a while back, admittedly, in the late 80s. But, you know, Boeing back then was sort of the only game in town, and the A320 has really sort of taken that position away from Boeing. Obviously, they're still sort of neck and neck, shall we say. Boeing still wins a fair portion of the business. But these days, the A320 and its derivatives, so the 321 and the XLR and all those types of planes, that's really where the action is right now, and it's put Boeing under considerable pressure, and that will explain that chart that you just showed, and a big part of the Airbus story is built around the A320, which would explain again why people are somewhat nervous about anything going wrong with that plane. Airbus does say we've got a handle on this, we have it under control, we'd rather slow things down and take the hit on the deliveries and make sure that everything is safe. But again, this is a plane that people look at very, very closely just because it's such a big money spinner for Airbus.
Yeah, and we also saw just how many airlines had to cancel or delay their flights because of that. Benny, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Benedict Campbell. Coming up, Truist Keith Lerner says this bull market deserves the benefit of the doubt as fundamentals remain strong. He's going to join us next on Bloomberg Open Interest.
Used to be, one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China, when they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something? Now, though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either, but tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
S&P 500 is still hovering near an all-time high, but this time around, big tech is not leading the rebound. Concerns around AI valuations are sending traders to other areas of the market, with RBC's Lori Calvasina saying, quote, leadership is ready to rotate. Jitters on the AI trade, the Mag 7, and market concentration have run high in our meetings with institutional investors over the past few months. Joining us now is Truist CIO and Chief Market Strategist Keith Lerner, who also says, Keith, you've written in your most recent note, it is time to take a pause and assess where we are in the cycle. So almost kind of a similar bend to Lori Calvasina. Are we reassessing not just where we are on the overall level, but perhaps leadership for this market?
Yeah, well, first, Danny, always great to be with you and Matt. We just released actually this morning our 2026 outlook called the seventh inning stretch. And to your point, it's a good time to assess where we are. I think the main takeaway, the punchline is we've come a long way. We still think there's upside. And to your point specifically, kind of with this baseball theme, we are still sticking in our view with the power hitters, which is AI and tech. I think it's actually good that we have some questions about it, but we have to remember, you know, the tech trade off the lows was up 70%. That was almost more than double the S&P as a whole. So I think it makes sense that you're seeing some breathers, a little bit of rotation, but the earnings momentum is still the strongest within tech. Over the last 3 months, the forward 12-month estimates for the technology sector are up about 12%. That's about more than double what the S&P 500 is.
So you think these questions that we have just give investors a buying opportunity because we don't see retail running in and buying every dip, or is there another reason that you think it's good to be?
All right, guys, I'm back. We got 5 minutes to the open, so it looks like Microsoft is dialing back their AI projections. So maybe this is the start of the AI bubble starting to deflate.
At the end of October, tech got to about a 32.
This dropped this morning.
High of this cycle, and now you've come back down again as earnings have moved up. So
I don't think AI is commercially ready for the masses for integration into most software. I work for a company that they're trying to integrate their AI, and I think they're rushing it.
We're just not seeing that today.
I think they're rushing it. It's a race.
Today, it's more divided, which I actually think is ultimately a good sign because, you know, not everyone.
You got caught. Did you have your stop set?
Narrative shifts are happening thick and fast today.
Did they get your stop, or were you balls out without one?
Because companies don't know how much it's adding to productivity. Just what kind of volatility quickly here are we seeing because of the difficulty in understanding the promise of AI?
Yeah, well, I think in some ways, you know, AI, the way the benefit will work is almost like a J curve. Like, you know, companies and employees need to understand how to use it effectively first.
Oh, okay.
And then you get the productivity gains, but it doesn't happen overnight. And typically, you might even see a little bit of a dip first beforehand. So maybe that's what you're seeing today. But I think, you know, in our view, we're still somewhat in the early adoption phases of AI, and we think that has a decent runway to go.
All right. Well, we've definitely seen a turnaround today in terms of futures, and the opening bell is up next. Keith, you're going to stick with us more from Keith Lerner on the other side of this break as we see the S&P 500 futures drop now 14 points or 0.2%. This is Bloomberg.
All right, I'm back. How is it? No stop on this one. Was watching it, but just didn't. You gotta have the stop in there, man. Kind of something we talk about almost every day, dude. It doesn't, you just got to have it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be, you got to have a fail safe below the level that you wouldn't, you got to find a level that you're like, okay, if it breaks this level, we're going short. And then you move it another few ticks past that level or whatever, maybe a point. And then that's your stop loss. Because if that gets nailed anyway, we're probably going short. That's kind of how you have to set it. You know what I mean? Okay, cool. Thanks, Uranium. Hey, what's up, Hogwarts? How you doing, man? Is Rox here? You out there, Rox? Rox isn't here. Yeah, just a bad trade has come back a bit, but open could kill me. So, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is you could already be out of the trade. you could already be out of the trade and you can get back in. You know what I'm saying, on your terms, instead of hoping that it does something that you should already be out of. And I think we kind of talked about some of that yesterday. Okay, 30 seconds to the open. Here we go, guys. Are we going to continue the downward slide, or are we going to recover? We're about to find out. 30 seconds. But my strategy was crashing yesterday because the code can't handle the ATM moving in and out of the trade while I'm in the trade, because you gotta take profit when you have it. You can't hold your whole position in coin flip, whether you hit your stop loss or take profit. Hey, what's up, Matthew? What's up, Matthew? How you doing?
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
You closed it? Yeah, that's a good idea, man. Because the next couple candles can be brutal. Here we go.
Day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology
Should be in the open. Ding, ding, ding.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch
ES and NQ are very aligned,
around the world,
very
right here
organized.
on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Moments away from the start of trading after a shift in sentiment in the last hour. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. You can see we are now looking at
Hey, Craven. All right, he's closed. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens.
That much before 9 o'clock. The NASDAQ down, futures down about 0.4%. The reason
Let's see if we build support
that Microsoft is going to
and recover.
Its AI software sales quota as its
People may be buying up positions down here because they feel like it's on sale.
You may recognize Jenny Johnson there from Franklin Templeton. She's ringing the opening bell with her senior vice president of Muni bonds, the FTMU, FTNY. They have a suite of Muni bond ETFs. I'm sure Paul Sweeney over in radio is fully invested in. And then you've got a private company ringing the bell on the NASDAQ market site, Deep Energy, together with Daniel Energy Partners. I believe it's a water company out of Texas, and that commodity is getting more and more precious, especially in those sand states.
I'm surprised a private company is ringing the bell.
Maybe they have.
All right. I'm on the ES right now. Let's go back to the NQ.
Noted. Anyway, Matt, I am looking at Macy's this morning because shares are down pretty sharply despite the fact.
All right, so we got a big candle right here, second candle out. Starting to free up that.
Are still strong despite some of the economic concerns.
Well, it hasn't ripped yet. You can't, like, what happens at the open, it can go back and forth.
And missing on the low end of the range.
The volatility.
Really good holiday sales, so that in itself is maybe raising some alarm.
Yeah, well, you don't know yet, though. That's what I'm trying to say, is you don't know which way it's going to go yet.
Just 0.7%, Matt.
All right, so that's a look at retail.
Yes, looks like it's trending down. I'm trying to get the NQ turned back on.
To report that it is lowering its AI software sales quotas. Corporate customers have complained that it's hard to measure the savings from using AI technology. According to The Information, that news sent the broader market lower, with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ turning negative. You can also see Microsoft shares themselves down about 2.2%. I believe NVIDIA was down in the pre-market. Let's take a look at what NVIDIA is doing in the cash trade.
We're challenging the 200 EMA on the NQ right now. We got fair value resistance blocks up above. Yeah, no matter what, closing with a moderate loss was a smart choice there, or I would have been trading it. Well, that's what I was trying to say is that's why it's important to have a stop loss, because you already, that means you made a decision and the decision was executed when it hit the stop loss. Then you have to make another decision on whether you want to get in based on the information you have then. And that keeps emotion out of it. If you're holding through everything, then you start doing crazy things that have nothing to do with your strategy. That's kind of what I've noticed.
They have these huge gross margins, and it makes sense that these other companies with big balance sheets are going to try to come after that as a whole. So I think what you're also seeing as a result of that is you're just seeing within tech, you're seeing this kind of big dispersion. So it's not monolithic trade anymore. And that's where, fundamental work does help. If you look at the Mag 7 this year, what's interesting, only 2 of the 7 stocks of the Mag 7 are actually outperforming in the S&P, but the ones that are outperforming this year are outperforming by a big margin, which is lifting the overall market. And I think that's what you have to keep in mind. Like, not everything's going to work, but the ones that work, if you can have big gains, it's almost like venture capital, that they can often offset some of the losers.
Well, Keith, this feels like a key way that it's different from the dot-com bubble, because back then it was kind of, I guess, straightforward or easy to understand what the internet was, what a website was, maybe the promise going forward. But this time it's different. To Matt's point, it's trying to analyze what TPUs versus a GPU, what AI data centers are being built up and who has leases and who doesn't, and what the technology means and how you get revenue returns on it. It feels deeply, deeply complicated. If you want to have alpha and do better than just beat the overall market, do you all of a sudden need to have a knowledge base that is that of an engineer? How do you gain knowledge and gain edge when it is kind of confusing to the everyday person?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And that's why we also have on our team, specialists in the technology sector to help us guide us through.
All
A
right.
lot of us as strategists, we're more generalists, so we have to rely more on the analysts that are doing kind of, the deep work on that side. But the other thing, if I try to keep it simple too, if I kind of zoom back,
I held a few MGC,
on, especially with tech at
and that
large,
is running. What's MGC?
And that's just the earning trends on an absolute
Is that an
basis,
option
but
or
more
something?
on a relative basis. When we look back, let's say from 2022 to the current.
Yeah, you got to think about putting a
2022,
mandatory
and that
stop
was a
loss
period
in,
where
man.
The earnings momentum was actually moving lower relative to the overall market.
That was a big
Since
drop
that
to take.
period, over the last
That would have
year,
blown
tech
most.
earnings have been moving up at
Sold them on the
accelerated
rip and
rate
got back a
relative to
few
the
hundred.
overall
Gold
market.
micro.
That's
Oh,
not
okay,
hand
okay.
in
GC,
hand
yeah.
with
Okay.
outperformance. So right now, partly why we're still positive is that earnings momentum is continuing.
Yeah,
As I mentioned
kind of
earlier,
takes. Think
over the
about
last 3
that
months,
stop
we're seeing
loss stuff,
the
Craven,
full
man.
earning estimates for tech, even with all this uncertainty, up about 12%. The S&P is up around 5%. So what gets us more negative on the sector is if we start to see that earnings momentum really slow down in a meaningful way. Obviously, the news from Microsoft today is not great, but I think we have to be careful that we don't over-extrapolate each headline either. And at this point, in this kind of macro backdrop, which still has a lot of uncertainty, as we saw with the ADP report, I would say it's hard-pressed to find a sector that has stronger fundamentals.
You mentioned the ADP report, and that, brings us to the consumer and to retail. If the labor market is getting weaker, do you worry about those earnings margins? Do you worry about the U.S. consumer? And could those things break before, tech dominance?
Yeah, as a portfolio manager, also a risk manager,
All
I always
right.
have things to worry about. I would say there are.
I usually do, but with news going on at that time.
Uptick next year, and that's really premised on 4 main factors.
Well, that's why you set a stop loss. You just talked yourself into setting one the next time. I mean, if you were working a real cash account that you own the cash on, would you run naked like that? You know what I'm saying?
And then the other point I would bring up is employment matters as far as the monthly job numbers. But what's probably
I don't know. I'm
more
just big on
important is the
stop
160
losses.
million people that are working that they have wage growth above inflation, which is the case today. So we expect that likely continues, and this kind of muddle through continues, but with a little bit of an uptick. And we should have
All
a little
right,
bit more
guys.
clarity even on the
Let's see
tariffs
here.
as we move into next year.
Actually,
So,
it's pretty
yeah,
calm
not a-
right
not
now.
a
It's
robust
pretty
environment,
calm.
But we're looking for actually a slight
Lurker, what's up,
slight
brother?
uptick as we move into next year.
Is that
Yeah.
uptick,
Okay.
Keith,
Yep.
enough
So let's go
to
look
lift
at.
the
We do
consumer
have news
sectors?
dropping
If
at
I look at how
7:45. Good
sectors
call.
have done year to
Good
date,
call,
real
ballistics.
estate's
Thanks,
the
man.
worst, but coming in second and third
9:45.
consumer staples
S&P
and consumer
Services
discretionary.
PMI
What
Composite.
kind of turn in the economy,
Oh, Trump
or
is
at
going to
least
talk at 10
not
o'clock.
downturn
This
in the
just
economy,
popped
do you
up.
need to see the more
Is Henrik here?
consumer-oriented sectors do
Uncle
well?
Donnie's talking, Henrik, at 10
So it's
o'clock.
a great question.
We'll
and
make
going
sure
back
we
to
get
Matt's
him
point,
on.
Part of the overall market is still being driven by tech. We know that's the biggest allocation, and that's where the margins are really large. So
Were you
those are
long
the
into
other
that,
areas of
Lurker?
the market to actually really pick up, but we actually see this broadening trade, especially given how
Craven got
stretched these
hit too,
areas are
man.
to the downside. You do need to see that pickup. At the same time, you need to see the Fed cut rates and inflation to moderate. So you really need that kind of Goldilocks overall environment. In our work, instead of trying to guess that, hey, this is going to happen by the first quarter, we'll be looking for those relative price trends to change and the earnings momentum to shift. It hasn't happened yet. Some of these areas are, as I mentioned, like 2 standard deviation underperformance, so they are stretched. But we're just going to be patient to actually see it show up in our work and hopefully participate in the meat of the move as opposed to trying to call the exact low of that shift.
Keith, we're seeing a bunch of headlines from Scott Bessent right now speaking about his plan, a plan for Fed governors, Fed presidents, I should say.
Had a short from yesterday, got stopped out at break even. Be back in an hour or less. All right, Ballistics, we'll see you in an hour, brother. Jay Craven. Craven's down 350. Now I'm going to try and climb my way out. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it, Craven.
Is it too far divorced from
Then wanted to short again, but had construction in my flat all morning. Market equals short heaven missed. I'm sorry, Lurker. Honestly, my shorts got stopped a lot today. Finally, the market settled, started to listen. Yeah. Henrik, your Uncle Donnie's gonna talk, man. Just hold tight. I'll make sure he's up for you so you can hear Uncle Donnie tell you what's going on, brother.
So if we do have a situation, where term premiums start moving up, there's more, the inflation.
Don't worry, man. Uncle Donnie's coming to help.
Some uncertainty around.
He's gonna make sure Greenland's all set for you. He's gonna put up golden. He's gonna put up golden light posts for everyone.
Probably to a certain extent, because what will happen in that environment.
All right, let me see if he's gonna be on at the White House. Let me see if I can find the feed now.
Or not expand at minimum as well. So as we look into next year, I mean, it's a two-way risk, right? That could be one side of it.
I got my second PC set up. Now I have 3 screens. All right.
Some shifts on the margin where you see some more dovish folks come into the Fed and the market starts to price in lower interest rates, and that actually is a positive. But to your point, Matt, the uncertainty around Fed independence is certainly a risk as we look into next year.
Hey, Keith, thank you so much for joining us. Please come to set next time in New York, also because you owe Matt and me a pickleball game. That's truest. Keith Lerner, great to get your thoughts and your new outlook as we head into the new year. All right, a check on the stock market. We're actually not doing as bad as we were right at the open. We're down by just 0.1%. Maybe what Keith was talking about, more dovish Fed presidents. We don't care about independence. We care about cuts. Apparently, looking at the gainers, Apple and Tesla doing well. Tesla doing well. Robotics companies in general are doing well, with reports that we could be looking at an executive order from the White House on robotics to promote them, and Tesla would be a beneficiary of that. Microsoft, the biggest loser, no surprise, after that information report story we've been talking about, that
All right,
Microsoft is
making sure I can find Uncle Donnie here.
Or at least lowering its quota for AI customers, because people are pushing back just how productive, just how much money are they saving it from. Shares are down 2.6%. Looking at
all right, guys, we've kind of stabilized. It looks like we got news in 4 minutes. Composite. We got PMI.
Despite the fact most
the
of the
final
other
numbers
sectors are in the green, Matt, that is enough to drag the overall index down, but not by a whole lot at this point.
And then we got Trump speaking at 10, so I'd be careful into what Trump's got to say.
Stellantis is seeing its shares gain after an upgrade from UBS as the White House gets ready to ease fuel economy regulations. We'll take a look at how that affects this industry and the consumer next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Right. Yeah, more Twitch streaming, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing 3 M&Q trading, the range right now with stops. Got 100 back on that nice green candle, 250 to go. Nothing on right now. Yeah, let's see what the 945 gives us. We got 2 minutes, and then I got to try and find the Trump feed.
We are moving beyond the phone.
Minute 30 till the news drop.
Like the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are gonna unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Bonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can't be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not.
All right, had a lead come in. All right, so let's see what how'd we do?
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
54.1. Yeah.
Let's look at the top calls this morning, the analyst action we're following. First up, Wells Fargo has initiated Oracle at overweight, saying it's become a major
even.
AI winner thanks to big customers like OpenAI and a rapidly growing backlog of AI projects. The firm expects Oracle Cloud Infrastructure to triple its market share by 2029 and close the gap or continue to with Amazon and Microsoft. Shares were higher in the pre-market, but with that Microsoft information story that has flipped, they're now slightly weaker. Next up, Arete says that autonomous vehicles
All right.
will ultimately
Still pushing sideways. We're still pushing sideways in our zone.
Upgrades both Uber and Lyft on the view that most AV makers can't produce
Single biggest variable would be disruption of chips shipments from Taiwan.
Competitive. The firm sees Uber as a clear
forecast was 55, so it missed the forecast by a little bit.
And Uber won momentum. Finally, UBS, they've upgraded Stellantis to a buy. They're arguing that the automaker is positioned for North America.
No real impact.
They say it's driven by recovering market share, a better product mix. Under
I guess we'll see over the next couple candles what people think.
Ongoing cost cuts. Matt?
Danny, stop
Basette's saying a lot here.
I had a really hard time not saying EV.
Yeah, I don't think, that's not the kind of phrase you can just
Okay, no, but autonomous vehicles is like a mouthful. So if I could theoretically say AVs without tripping over it, it would be better, but apparently I can't.
All right, let's focus in on that story and really on the CAFE standard story. I'm most interested in that. Let's go out to Detroit right now and talk to the bureau chief there, David Welch, because David, it's not just Stellantis that would benefit from looser regulations as far as emissions are concerned. Ford and GM, I believe, already are reaping the rewards of this policy or lack thereof. I've read stories from you and Keith Naughton on how much money they're saving. What do we know that's really going to happen in terms of lower emissions regulations?
The Trump administration hasn't put out specifics, but what they've talked about are wiping away the fines for anyone who misses their clean air and fuel economy targets. and what that would effectively do is, and by the way, they would also reduce the standards you have to meet. So somebody like Stellantis, they're uniquely impacted by these standards because they don't really sell many small vehicles that can offset their gas guzzlers. They don't sell a lot of EVs and hybrids that would generate credits for them. They were really in the worst position on this. But really, all of the companies, their stocks were under, let's call it the pressure of what one analyst at Morgan Stanley called the melting ice cube, ice for internal combustion engine. The thesis was that those businesses were just going to slowly melt away, and electric vehicle makers were going to be the ascendant purveyors of transportation. They were going to take all the market share. And as the companies like GM, Ford, and Stellantis moved into electric vehicles, they would lose money on those, but their cash cows, SUVs and pickup trucks, would be melting away. Now, not only do we see that people aren't buying EVs that fast and that the Trump administration has taken away the incentives to do so, but the penalty for selling gas guzzlers is also, at a minimum, going to be really reduced. So these companies can continue to print cash with pickup trucks, large SUVs, luxury cars, all that stuff for the foreseeable future, as long as the Trump administration's policies stay in place. That's lifted all kinds of pressure off the stocks. That's why GM is trading above 70. That's why Stellantis is up today. And so it's really changed how investors look at the sector.
So no one expects prices to be cut for, you know, a new Hemi or Godzilla or GM 6.2-liter V8 stalwart, but maybe they won't raise prices as much over time if they don't have to pay these penalties. And maybe we have more big V8 options. Is that going to be the result?
Yeah, I think so, because the automakers aren't going to basically start removing fuel-efficient or clean air hardware from their vehicles. Because if a Democrat comes in office in 2028, you're going to see rules tighten up again. What they'll do is they'll just pull back production on electric vehicles, and they'll let loose production on their thirstiest and most profitable vehicles, because they're not worried about having to cap those sales because of paying any kind of penalties. And that is one thing that the Trump administration has talked about, is just wiping away any penalties that you have. You know, in the case of General Motors, look, they've said that the Chevy Bolt, their smallest EV, they're only going to make that for a year, and then they're going to look at a next generation Bolt at some point. But part of the business case for that was generating electric vehicle credits to offset the pickup trucks and SUVs that they sell. They now feel they don't need to do that based on their read in Washington, and I think you're going to see that across the industry, where anyone discounting their EVs just to generate credits, they're not going to be doing that.
It still does have the feeling of a White House that is squarely focused on affordability, whether or not it has that impact or not. David, thank you so much for joining us. That's Bloomberg's David Welch in Detroit. Coming up, shares of Eric Trump's American Bitcoin get rocked in a 26-minute plunge yesterday. That adds to the pain for the Trump family's crypto ventures.
Okay, so let's check out the NQ. We're just pushing sideways. It's like after, it looks like the Microsoft drop took all the steam out of everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Caroline Connon in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high yield.
All right, guys. So next we got Uncle Donnie up.
Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights.
And SIM services PMI
Technology is embedded in
at
every
10.
aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
Yeah.
From finance to defense.
You got to take that profit down, Craven, man. You got to take the profit down.
To the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest.
Is gold on the rebound?
People and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg
Oh, holy
Television.
cow.
Bringing
That's a
you
big drop.
up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. Quick check on what's going on in stocks. We do see now red arrows after futures were higher until about 9 o'clock when an information story came out and said that Microsoft was going to reduce its AI software sales quotas because companies have been complaining that it's difficult to measure profitability and productivity from those products. As a result, you see these Mag 7 stocks down. I mean, NVIDIA had already turned down, and Microsoft is now down about 3%. We had sales, actually earnings that beat at Macy's and an outlook that was lifted, but investors expected more, and the stock is down 2%. Meanwhile, at Dollar Tree, you see the gains only 0.7%, but the consumer is increasingly shifting down to those kind of discounts. Bitcoin right now up more than 1%, so back to over 90,000 at 92 3/4. And then ABC, can I call it that? American Bitcoin Corporation right now. A big rebound, Danny, 14%, but that's after a huge plunge.
For what it's worth, I think you would say ABTC. That's its ticker. If we're just splitting hairs. Let's talk about that huge plunge, though. It has Eric Trump, of course, among its top leadership. So yesterday we saw it plunge 20%, 30%, and then 50% in just a matter of minutes yesterday. All of that adds to the woes of the Trump family's crypto project.
Okay, so we double bottom here off that fair value. It's respecting this fair value gap, so it looks like we found some kind of support for the time being until we get another catalyst to blow it out.
Well, it turns out that yesterday's stock was more of a reason because of the product itself. So for American Bitcoin, it was a company that is born out of a merger that happened with another crypto miner called Griffin Digital Mining earlier this year. So when that happened, there was obviously some stock that came with it that was locked up. Supposedly yesterday was the first day that was all released available for trading, and that is what the company says anyway caused the massive downturn.
So this drop, and to be clear, we're seeing a rebound today, and it's also still higher than it was at the start of the year, but it's become a symbol of the crypto market wipeout and also the Trump family problems with this massive empire that they've built on the coattails of, Eric Trump's father now is in the White House. How much money has the Trump family made on these developments?
I mean, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I know we were reporting somewhere between 500 million to $1 billion earlier this year. It's definitely changed over the course of that. It also kind of depends on what you would consider made, because some of this is just paper wealth, right? Like if we think about the tokens, for example, that the Trump family have launched this year, we have, Liberty Finance with their token. We have 2 meme coins from Trump and Melania themselves. Both of those are kind of very much struggling now with the broader crypto market, while Liberty Finance is down about 50% from its peak when it launched in September, whereas the meme coins are down well over 90% from their peaks.
I don't know yet.
Trump's inauguration. And
Just
so,
dropped
if we think about
$22
whether or not they'd be able to sell any
since
of
I
these things,
sold.
that kind
Took
of dictates
short
how
for
much
20
they might
bucks. Now
make.
just waiting.
But in general, it probably isn't looking
No,
too
we
good
got
right now
Donald Trump. We
compared
got
to what they might
news
have when
in
crypto was
15 minutes. Donald Trump's going to be live here in about 4 minutes. I'm trying to find it.
And then when they reach their peak, you sell quickly while everyone else gets on board, right? And then you've made the money, and the losses.
And then we got news. We got news also.
Covers crypto for
So we got stuff coming out right now. So you want to be careful. If you're in right now, you need your stops. You need your stops up.
Volatility that we happen to be seeing this morning. So she's the perfect guest. Plus, Motorola Solutions CEO Greg Brown talks about his deal-making spree, the empire that he has built, the massive run-up in the stock, although it has underperformed in recent months. And Ford Philanthropy President Mary Culler joins us to talk about a $100 million milestone. This is Bloomberg.
All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the news drop. Our next news. We're pushing sideways pretty good here. Staying in our range.
we are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion.
I don't know where the live feed. I'm trying to find the live feed. If somebody's got a link to it on YouTube,
This platform shift that we are living through,
let me know.
is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Next stop for the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, New Orleans.
Okay.
The Department of Homeland Security announced this morning
news is out on
Crunch is underway.
On the PMI or ISM. I'm sorry.
I saw a few federal agents throughout the city's popular
ISM
tourist district.
is good news. It looks like
along Canal Street, which is normally a very bustling tourist street with lots of shops and restaurants. The federal agents appeared to be kind of getting into position. They didn't appear to be making any arrests, at least from what I could tell.
The crackdown comes hours after the administration paused citizenship requests for hundreds of thousands of people from 19 different countries. Correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez.
The guidance that we obtained shows that U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services has ordered a complete and categorical stop to all legal immigration processing for cases filed by nationals of 19 countries.
Marissa Montez heads Loyola Law School's Immigrant Justice Clinic.
I just wish the public remembers that this is impacting not only individuals, but families and people who really make up our community and societies locally.
A Democratic senator is demanding the Trump administration give bonuses to all air traffic controllers who worked during the shutdown.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced last month the $10,000 bonuses would only go to the 776 controllers and technicians who didn't miss a shift during the shutdown.
They're patriots. We are grateful to them for the work that they've done.
But in a letter to Duffy first obtained by CBS News, Illinois Senator
so we're
Tammy
pushing up
Duckworth
toward the
is
VWAP. That was good
excluding
news.
96% of the controllers who also worked without pay, but missed some shifts due to illness or childcare issues, is an insult at a time when the government should be doing all it can to retain air traffic control.
I don't know. Trump's supposed to be talking, but I can't find the link anywhere.
New Englanders are digging out after their first major storm of the season.
Driving around in the snow has been
All right, we're on the push up now. We're on the push up.
That snow is a little heavier than
Interesting.
Jenna Chapelis in Nashua, New Hampshire, which got almost
Might be able
5
to get in
inches
on a
next.
trade here.
In the Northeast and Midwest, wind chills 20 to 25 degrees below zero. The White House is pushing back after an admonishment from a pop star. A day after Sabrina Carpenter warned the Trump administration to stop using her hit Juno and X posts showing ICE agents arresting Latinos, The White House is using her man-child lyrics to respond. The caption, anyone
President
who
Trump,
would
meantime,
defend
also
these sick
announcing he intends
monsters
to
must be
pardon
stupid,
former
or is
Honduran
it
President
slow?
Juan
No
Orlando
word from
Hernandez.
Carpenter on whether
An
she'll
investigation
pursue
into
legal
Hernandez
action.
actually began during President
This is
Trump's
CBS
first term in
News.
office, and back then Hernandez was actually sentenced to 45 years in prison during the Biden administration for allegedly conspiring with drug traffickers to move cocaine into the U.S. Some estimates up to 400 tons of it. The president says now he is hoping to move beyond that. Meantime, he's also doubling down on his threats on Venezuela.
A tennis great insists she's not making a professional comeback.
All right, guys, looks like we're on the push-up.
It was a tearful goodbye for Serena Williams.
I'm just outside my volume band right now. Let's just see if it holds this VWAP right here.
Sports drug testing body. First step for someone coming out of retirement.
GLP-1s helped me lose 31 pounds.
Williams has been most recently seen in TV ads. She says on social media, quote, "OMG, y'all, I'm not coming back. This wildfire is crazy." But it's not clear why she would possibly act to submit to random drug testing. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
A record year continues for a Puerto Rican reggaeton star. For the fourth time, Bad Bunny is Spotify's top artist in the world. It marks his return to #1 after he was bested by Taylor Swift in 2023.
All right, we're playing the VWAP dance in both the ES and NQ.
CBS News.
This is Bloomberg
Yes, and
Intelligence
NQ
with
look
Scarlett
very
Fu
similar.
and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty
I
of
got a
tariffs?
feeling whatever Trump is going to say here is going to move the market. I
Investors
don't
getting
know
whipsawed
why I
every
got
day
that
by
feeling.
news events,
Just trying to
breaking
find
market
it.
headlines, and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we are streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Coming up, we're going to get the latest. We get some ISM data coming in on the services side. We'll break that down. We're also going to talk about these markets here. Margie Patel is going to join us, Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments. Be joining us. Lily Meyer, a Bloomberg retail reporter on the Dollar Tree, came out with some earnings here today. Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Analyst covering retail. She's going to join us on the Macy's stuff. Scarlett Fu is out today, but not to worry. Norma Linda's sitting in for Scarlett for the next 2 hours. Thank you, Norma, for coming in here and chatting with us for the next couple of hours. Again, we had some ISM data came out here. Let's get right to that because, hey, we've got some data coming out. Well, the market likes that. ISM Services Index, 52.6. Consensus was for 52, so a little bit better there. Last month it was 52.4, so a little bit of improvement there. Let's break it down with Steve Miller, chair of the ISM Services PMI. Steve, thanks for joining us here. What do you make of the data today?
Good morning, Paul and Nora. It's great to be back. Really good news. So we're seeing a continued trend of
All
improvement.
right, how we doing out there, guys? We're kind of getting
overall
some
index.
choppy chop
A couple
here.
things that stuck out to me this month. We saw 3 of the sub-indexes, the business activity.
We have crude oil
new
inventories
orders,
at
and
10:30
supplier
coming up.
deliveries, both in expansion territory as well as also being higher than their 12-month averages. And then on the prices paid side, we saw a nice drop month over month. Although we've had 12 months above 60, we're actually below the 12-month average in that reading as well.
How are you thinking about this more broadly in terms of the context of the economy? I mean, the potential impact on GDP growth.
So the 2 pieces there. We've seen this last 12 months is a very low average in our overall PMI, showing that continued slowdown in growth overall. But the last few months, we've seen good improvements.
I can't find Trump,
and
Trump
some of the
speaking
impacts
anywhere.
for the shutdown in the aviation
I just would be
industry
careful because
certainly
he's on the
looks like
docket
they
to
were
talk. He
impacting,
might just be late,
deliveries this month.
and I can't
But
find the
it
link,
could
so he
be.
could say
The
something.
numbers look today like,
You know, we could have a whole
we're
friggin'
seeing an
invasion into
ongoing trend of
Venezuela, and that
improvement
changes a
from our
lot of
lows in the
things.
summer where there was so much uncertainty around tariffs. It looks like a really good sign overall for GDP growth.
New services.
Or it could be
orders,
nothing.
52.9 last month, 56.2. Do we make?
I can't find anywhere broadcasting it, so maybe it's not that big a deal.
So, I didn't take anything too strong other than we're seeing continued expansion, which is a positive sign. We look at backlog of orders, although it's still in contraction. We have seen some improvement in that number as well. So that's a good sign for stability and overall improvement and continued growth.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Steve Miller, chairman of the Institute for Supply Management, zooming in from Aledo, Texas. Why do Aledo, Texas? It is the home of the TV show Landman, set in
Your
Aledo,
favorite
Texas.
show at this point, Paul.
I tied it in there. See how I did that? All right, let's go to John Tucker right here. Get a Bloomberg Business Flash. John, what do you got for us?
All right, Billy Bob. This flash brought to you by IBKR. Will the U.S. economy enter a recession by the end of Q4 2025? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently at 6%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract, March 26, 2026. Let me start off with Microsoft, among the most actively and also
all right, guys.
worst performing stocks.
Well, I can't find it, so hell with it. I don't know.
Weighing on the broader market as well, the information reported the company lowered expectations for how quickly they can get customers to
Can't
spend
be that
money
important.
on newer AI products. So that'll do it. On the
We got crude oil inventories coming on at 10:30.
Profit forecast disappointing. Delta expects to take a $200 million profit hit from the government shutdown, but they also say demand remains healthy.
And then at 2 o'clock,
So Delta shares
NVIDIA.
are up
There's some NVIDIA action happening. They got it marked as a red dot, so
State Street Global focused on
something to pay attention to, I would say.
We do think that the Fed should kind of get here in
Maybe an
December, and we think that
announcement.
they will. And we actually think that 2026 is going to see a few more cuts.
So it looks like we're rolling over again, back
context
maybe
of
back
a
to the
sort of
lows of the
post-COVID
day.
recovery and then a slowing growth environment.
Just gonna watch the
generally.
news
We
on
do
the
think that
ES
those,
here, on my
additional
ES
cuts are
screen
gonna
to
be
see if
necessary
anything
to
pops
propel
up.
the
It's
economy
kind of
forward.
making me a little
Right now, the
nervous here. It
S&P
seems like
500,
there's
down
action
two,
popping up all
the
over the
Nasdaq
place that
down
can catch you.
58. The Dow's up 105 points. I guess you saw this one coming. Automakers getting into the insurance business. So they have lots of data on how vehicles are driven. The car companies started creating their own insurance products. Tesla, for example.
All right, how you guys
offering
doing
its own
out there?
insurance in states like California.
Did you get faked out on that bull
Motors
trap just
actually
now?
leverages information taken in through its
Anybody try and get in on that
service
long?
to offer
Because it
data
doesn't look
driven
like it's holding up.
pricing. I feel like it's kind of like spying on you. Do they have
Oh,
like
big data. It's all about big data.
Does Vespa collect any data on you?
Oh, I don't know.
Hopefully
I hope
not.
I hope not.
The way he drives?
Sure.
We're
Buzzing
looking
down
out
the
for you,
Jersey
Paul.
Shore like a madman.
We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Norton Paul.
50 cc's of raw power on the Jersey Shore. It's actually, I put
Nope.
the Vespa to bed for the
We're
winter.
crossing back down.
Yeah, so it's kind of.
You don't want to be riding that. Like,
Caden, how you doing? Caden's looking for the new lows.
I rolled there. All right.
I couldn't find if anybody out there sees the if Donald Trump is being broadcasted, if he's talking right now, shoot the link in there. I'll put it up, but I can't find it, guys. So just be careful if he's really talking and it's not streamed on any mainstream. That news can trickle out pretty fast. I don't have anything on Truth Social either. I'm watching Truth Social all the time.
They also announced plans to acquire startup Celestial AI for about $3.25 billion. Looking through some of the analyst reaction, basically saying, at the end of the day, the
There's a
management
lot of
team
things that
was
can
very
kick off right
confident,
now, can
not
make a
only for next year,
difference.
but also looking beyond 2028, looking at that Celestial AI deal. According to Jeffrey, saying that helps provide a CPO story.
Strong
Jury's
for
still out,
liquidation for
basically,
loans. Just
if
need
they
to
aren't
take some more liquid and get better set
revenue
up.
ramping
Yeah,
from that
I
deal
know what you're
until
saying.
Q4 of 2028.
I know. I kind of feel like down here we're going to consolidate, and then we'll
down about 10%
you know,
so far this year. You're
I
also
think we'll
running
attempt
eyes
those
on
highs for like the fifth time already this week.
GTLB talk about being down right now, down more than 16%.
But I have no clear confirmation to
Stocks
get in
trading at
on
the lowest
anything
level
yet.
since
So
June 2023 on a trailing 12-month average, down about 43%. Today's weakness comes after earnings. Really not a bad report, all things considered, but when you look under the surface and kind of calling out some of the reaction from Bloomberg Intelligence's Sunil Raggopal, saying that basically concerns around AI headwinds for the company, for its seat-based revenue models, continuing to show up. Overall, consumer growth below consensus, reading through some of the trading notes that I get in the morning, kind of not much going on. In this market, you really want to see growth. You want to see kind of an ability to show that not only are you benefiting from AI at a minimum, that you're not potentially at risk of AI, GitLab not showing up in either regard.
Okay, I had no idea what GitLab does. Thankfully, Bloomberg has the DES function description. They're an application software company, so trying to get the AI wave there.
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
What else we got? We got another one for us.
All
Microchip.
right.
We'll cap off with microchip technology, semiconductor
all right,
manufacturer.
guys,
I'll
we're in
get
a
that off the
we're in a
top.
green
Ticker
forecast cloud. That
MCHP,
means that
a
there's still
$33.5
long
billion
volume in
company
here.
Right now, it's trading up almost 10%.
And that means the volume that's coming in is
best day
market
since
orders.
mid-August
It's not
this
sitting
week.
there
Again,
anywhere. You know
we're
what I'm
still,
saying?
In the thick of tech earnings season, so the company.
Yeah, I could
beat
think we could get at
expectations
least a
on
good
the top and
reversal
bottom
today, but
line.
need better
Again, maybe
setups.
getting
It's
a
very
bumper benefit from
risky
those
and
Marvell
not
numbers
really
when you
any
look at
good
the analyst
spots for
reactions,
stop
basically
losses.
saying
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm saying.
strong
We're kind
booking
of
showing up.
in
Management
some new
talking about its
territory.
backlog. It does seem like things are going
We need a
quite
really
well.
solid
Looking at the way
setup
that the company did pre-announce,
in one
booking
direction
strength
or the
back,
other,
a little
and
while
then
ago. So really looking
as
at
it
some of the
rides, take
management
profit
commentary on the
off.
call does seem optimistic. Again, ticker MCHP on
Because
Microchip, up
with
more
it
than
pushing
2%.
down, in the green forecast, what this means is that there's more buying orders sitting in this zone. And if it's pushing down, that means people are marketing in for the short. It's not sitting in this zone. So right now there's more buying in this zone than selling.
Early next week, that's a Carlisle Blackstone.
But we haven't got
HNF
confirmation
asset in
that we're
healthcare
going to
space.
run that
Gonna
way
be a
through
big
the
one.
control
So that'll likely
EMAs.
make some bankers' years.
Yeah.
An odd deal. You normally don't.
Yeah,
see
I mean, that means you need to, if you're taking risky trades, you probably got to tighten up your rules a little bit
when you talk to
and
investors
filter
and
out
bankers, they're
filter
hoping
out
that
the
it's gonna be
conditions
kind
that
of open to
were
private equity. There still
filter
is
out the
not
conditions
demand
you
that we're seeing
consider
from biotech in
risky and
particular,
just
which is
not
such a
take
big
those anymore.
deal,
You know what
for
I'm
the
saying?
emerging market, but Medline will be a good test.
You know, it's probably a good way to back test and kind of look at what you're doing, and it's an opportunity to maybe add some guardrails,
It's easy to raise the money. It's
whether
really
it be
easy
like
to put money.
time of
It's
day
really hard to
or
monetize
zones
your
or
investments. That's where the
levels or
risk
however you're
is.
trading, you know.
That's been a challenge for private equity.
It's been a challenge for private equity. It's been a challenge, particularly in the U.S. I go back to the middle of this year.
Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property. We're
Hey.
damn good, too. But you can't be any geek off the street.
Northman.
Gotta be handy with the steel if you
Norman
know what
North.
keep.
What's up, Northman? Thanks for following, dude.
On an average basis, the entire year here in the U.S. only up 7%. So
Are you a trader, man? Are you trying to learn how to trade?
So Medline's going to be a
Cool,
good
I
test of
appreciate it.
kind of deal execution, just given that it's been in the hopper for some time.
Futures NQ? Are you a futures trader?
Hopium.
Oh yeah, you are. Are you a prop firm trader? You trade prop firm accounts?
I mean, bankers like.
We most of us here, like, we have full-time jobs and we're trying to trade on the side through prop firms. Yeah. Yeah, trying to earn payouts, and then we'll use that. Yep. Yep, I know them. A lot of people use them. So I have a beginner's guide here on the about page.
Yeah, I would think, and I've been proven wrong, that if I'm private equity, I just want to get these things out the door.
Yeah, we're
I
prop
need
firm
to
traders.
monetize these things because I need
Yep.
to go out, return that capital to my LP so I can raise more
Yep.
capital and get more management
So
fees.
really, so I'll kind of introduce you to the channel real quick. We
To IPO something at below. where
yeah,
you're
and I got a
Well, that's the
Discord
tough part,
too.
right? So
that-
if you are in the market or want to be in the market for another fund, well, people want to see where you're at.
if you already know like what prop firms and margin and futures are, you can skip those. And then if you want to see how to read my strategy, I've got I got videos in there how to read the strategy if you're following along. And maybe, you know, some guys use it for confirmation on their stuff. But so yeah, so I work full time. I've got a corporate sales job, so I kind of started this trying to help people get started. and just use, you know, if you're trading prop firm and you work full time, that's kind of your entertainment money. It's not like real capital for you. So we don't use real capital to put into a margin account. We just use prop firms. When we can get our payouts, that's what we use to fund a cash account. So we're just trying to have a plan B while we're working our regular jobs, plan A, and that's kind of the channel. I'm on the mic from 8 o'clock to 4:30 during the trading day, but I let the stream and chart run 24 hours a day. Yeah. Yeah, so if something goes on with plan A, then maybe you can try plan B for a while and see if you can make it work. That's the idea, is to learn, get better, you know, talk about risk management, talk about trading psychology, you know, different strategies, pay attention to news. Small long paying off so far. I don't think Trump speaks till this afternoon. I know, man, that's what I thought too, but if you look here on my news chart, on the news chart, they had him down for 10 o'clock. Oh, they pulled it up. It's right here. Trump speaks at 10. That's what I was wondering. But we got oil inventories at 10:30. That's usually doesn't really move anything on the NQ or ES. But then at 2 o'clock, we got this meeting with NVIDIA's Hung and the GOP Bank Committee. There could be an announcement in here that moves the market. You know what I'm saying? So we got to watch out for that. And then Trump makes an announcement at 2:30. So 2 to 3 o'clock can be a rough zone. Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, is we're just trying to be consistent every day. My strategy is a fully automated one-click load strategy into NinjaTrader. And I'm just finally getting to the end of the programming. Honestly, it has a lot of bugs in it, but it works. And I'm just here calling my entries, taking trades. You get to see everything I do. There's no real bullshit here. I make mistakes just like everybody else, but you get to see all of mine. You get to see all of mine and talk about what happened. What's a EA? Well, it's a programmed logo basically. One-click load into NinjaTrader. I'm gonna have it available for subscription within a month or two. If anyone ever wanted to just have everything I have and just load it in. Expert advisor. No, it's not an expert advisor. Like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what an expert advisor is. It's a program that runs, and well, you'll see if you check out the beginner's guide. I've got a series of videos how to read it and how it works. So it's hard to find somebody that really knows how to do this stuff. I've been working on it for about 3.5, 4 years now. Oh, okay. Isn't a logo bot in trading? It's not really a bot. You have to have some manual hands-on and understand what the chart is, but it's meant, like, I've got the box over here to the left that tells you the condition of the chart, right? So it tells you, and if you know what this means and when it is on the chart, it'll tell you where your entry should be. And the final programmed version will trigger the entry for you, but you're gonna have to manage the trade after it's entered. You know, I have an ATM strategy, but to maximize profit, you gotta manage the trade as it happens. It's meant to capture an entire move until the move is over. You know what I'm saying? So if you're moving in one direction for half the day, it'll trigger when it starts, and then you have to manage the ups and downs throughout the day by taking contracts off and adding them.
S&P 500 right now unchanged. Look under the hood shows 9 of the 11.
But you can see how that works in the videos if you want to check it out. But yeah, so we just basically sit here all day, try and find opportunities. It's kind of a manosphere space, so if you get offended easily, might not be the best place. If you're just a dude that wants to hang out with other dudes doing dude things, that's what we do here. At least that's what I want it to be. There's no HR.
Overall, the S&P 500. Again, it's unchanged, 68.24 on the index.
All right, guys, we're playing around the VWAP here.
The Nasdaq 100.
So the VWAP is definitely a point of resistance right now. So we need to blow through this VWAP in order for me to feel good about,
right now at 59.
you know, so if we draw a zone here, I kind of want to see it.
2 basis points lower, 4.06, and the 2-year right now 2 basis points lower. That is at 348. And then you have
Kind of want to confirm and go higher and challenge the 200 EMA.
Forecast for the current,
you know, if we're going to go lower, it's going to be somewhere. We got to challenge this. You know, we got to break this zone down below, I think.
at the Macy's in Herald Square.
And we do watch the ES also. Northman.
You don't remember that? I was going to say as a kid.
No, I was back in Virginia.
When I walk to Penn Station today, I'll walk in and take a look.
And it's kind of the same here.
Survey the land.
We're on top of the VWAP though on the ES guys, so we're kind of in the VWAP chop trying to decide which way we're going to go today. So we're above the VWAP. Honestly, man, I'd want to see it break above the 200 EMA to really feel good about the move. If we're gonna go higher.
And they keep it in good shape.
You know, and the same thing down here.
By the way. All right, it works. JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We have Norma Linda sitting in for Scarlett Fu.
I'm looking to short off
live
this
here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City.
M
We are streaming live on YouTube as well.
breaker
So
block.
S&P
Okay.
500 year-to-date
So
futures
we're in a fair
very
value
solid,
gap right now
15%
of
in
resistance.
S&P up 20-21%.
We're in a fair value gap.
Fixed income market.
But the
getting
problem
nice
is the ES is on top of the VWAP and the NQ is below it.
solid
So
2025. All right, now we flip the page. 2020.
this is what I call VWAP chop. It's a very dangerous place to play.
Portfolio manager, Allspring Global Investment. She's up there in Boston here. Margie, how are you thinking about 2020?
So I'm waiting until we get out of the zone and we pick one side of the VWAP or the other.
Well, I think looking out to next year, right now we're in a little bit of a lull in the
Well, let's see if it happens. Yeah, let's see if it happens.
Slow down. But I think we'll see a pickup next year because of particularly the tax bill.
I have VWAP,
PSDT, refunds, and also the favorable treatment of capital expenditures. So I think we'll see a little acceleration next year.
Is a very powerful indicator, and people will sit on it and mark it in and make things a little crazy for you while you're passing through it, or you're rejecting it in one way or the other.
Yeah. I think tech is still going to be one of the strongest growing sectors, but the issue is to be balanced. As we've seen over the last, say, 3-4 months, that the price earnings ratios of
Your man, how much in total you're funded? Yeah, we're chopping.
So that's something to
looking.
watch.
I'm honestly
Still a strong sector.
wanting
I
to
think
look for a
industrials,
continuation
pretty much
of
across
that
the board,
sell-off.
connected with data centers, with
Hey,
rebuilding
Hyde.
the electrical grid and power
All right, so
plants.
people
I
are
think
looking
it'll
for
do
the
well.
sell-off.
And I think energy
Okay,
may do better
so
than
we're looking
people
to
are expecting. It's a
we're
small
looking to fill
sector,
some gaps on the
but it will be
downside.
very
It sounds
volatile.
like
And I think if economic activity picks up,
I'm up
we
for
might see
that.
sector also
I just
picking
need
up.
a signal.
Margie, really solid third quarter earnings. Very solid second quarter earnings. Do we have an earnings?
All right, I'll be back in a
that
few
is
minutes, guys. I got to
good
make a
enough to
call.
support this market?
Well, I think it's funny. We've had a surprise because the economic growth has been low single digit, yet corporate earnings have been 10, 12, 15%, 15% for this third quarter just finished. So I think it shows you that the economy is not the same as, say, the Standard & Poor's and the NASDAQ put together. And the companies, if they can maintain their profit margins, what they have, can generate earnings much, much higher. So I think we'll see low single digit corporate GDP growth of, say, 1 to 3%, but profits up 10, 12, 15%. So that should be another year where I think the equity market will outperform not only fixed income, but also the risk-free alternatives. So I think it'll be another decent year looking out into 26 because the activity is going to pick up.
Margie, what about the view for fixed income as we head into the end of the year and looking ahead to 2026?
I think the treasuries are really just sort of trapped in a trading range because although inflation is above where the Fed would like to see, they're reluctant certainly to raise rates because they see the economy slowing down. So I think we'll see a cut in the funds rate and actually a passive Fed because they really haven't been effective. Their moves in rates and their pronouncements haven't had much effect in the real economy. And if the Fed is passive, I think that'll be very good for the underlying economy. They've been a source of uncertainty and volatility. So basically, the 10-year is about 4%. If you could say 3.5 to 4.5 for range next year, certainly that's low enough to be positive for economic activity, but really probably not competitive with returns for equity over the balance of 26.
Margaret, how do you think about valuation in this market? A lot of folks are feeling like it's kind of stretched out there. How do you think about it?
Well, they are, especially for the high growers, and we've actually seen some correction in the tech space since around, say, July, where we had the PE slightly decline. And really, I think that's just a feature of the market. And when earnings look sustainable, there don't look to be any big problems on the horizon. I think we should expect to see the price-earnings ratios stay higher than what we think of. Say, 20, 27 times, say, for the average kind of company, but a lot higher in the tech space because they have the growth. So it looks high to me, but the growth is there, the sustainability is there. So I think that's why they're at such a PE premium, you might say.
Margie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Margie Patel, Senior Portfolio Manager, Allspring Global Investments. She's up there in Boston joining us via Zoom. We appreciate that. We continue to get some earnings from the retailers today. Dollar Tree came out with some numbers, pretty good numbers. The street likes it. The stock's up 3.4% today. Dollar Tree is up 50% year to date, so a great move for that company, that stock. Let's turn to Lily Meyer here, Bloomberg Deals reporter for Bloomberg News. She covers all the retail companies out there. Talk to us about Dollar Tree. What did they say here in the latest earnings?
Yeah, so Dollar Tree did well this quarter. It met expectations on revenue and same-store sales, and it raised its profit outlook for the year. I think they really have hit a niche in being able to capture consumers, both lower-end consumers who need cheaper goods and then high-income consumers who are looking to trade down.
So, I mean, what do we think about elasticity of the lower end consumer right now? Because, I mean, if you think about Walmart, I used to think of this as a company that, was a cheaper place to shop, but it seems as though it's appealing to multiple consumer types. But it seems as though Dollar Tree really is a great place for the lower end consumer.
Yeah, and actually recently Dollar Tree has been looking to kind of break into that higher income shopper as well. So it has this pricing strategy. So it has some products that are still cheaper, but then it's getting more products that are more expensive.
What is Dollar Tree saying about its core consumer out there? Who is that core consumer and how are they behaving?
Yeah, so I think its core consumer is still a lower income shopper. 85% of their products are $2 and under. So they really still have a lot of value. So they're seeing those shoppers continue to go in, but this quarter they saw traffic down and they attributed that to tariff increases.
See, I miss when things were actually $1 at Dollar Tree and Dollar General. She said, what did you say, $2 and below?
Exactly.
Well, John and I remember.
Should we change the name?
Well, John and I remember the 5 and dime.
Oh, yeah. And penny candy.
Yep, exactly.
We're dating ourselves.
All right.
So what's the takeaway in terms of the outlook? I mean, you talked about tariffs still being a drag here.
Yeah, so tariffs were really a drag this quarter. They said that's going to lessen. So I think this was the quarter where we're really seeing the biggest tariff impact. It'll be really interesting to see what they predict for consumers next year. I'm interested to hear about that and also what they see for holiday, if they continue to see higher income shoppers trading down for gifts.
Do dollar stores, do they see a surge in sales, a seasonal surge in sales from holiday sales? Do they see that like a department store would?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same surge, but they sell a lot of gift wrapping and gift bags and some of those smaller gifts, stocking stuffers. So I think they see a lot of that around the holidays.
So what are we seeing in terms of just the broader read on the retail space? This kind of gives us a picture of the lower end consumer, but what are you seeing across the board?
So broadly, we're really still seeing consumers spend. So there hasn't been that massive pullback that I think some of us were imagining might happen. We're still seeing consumers spend, but they're really value driven. So they're looking for the best deals they can get. They're trading down when they need to. They're stocking up on essentials.
How promotional are retailers right now? Because I know talking to Poonam Goyal, the retail analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, he says, the more promotions you see out there, that goes right to the margins, the profit margins of some of these retailers. What are we seeing this season?
That's a good question. So this season, we've actually seen some retailers pull back on deals to protect their margin. So some companies are doing that as part of a broader strategy, and then some are having to do that because of tariffs. So, for Black Friday, typically they'd offer big discounts, and some are pulling back or not offering discounts at all.
So consumers have still been broadly spending in the retail space. What are they spending on? Is it, are we spending money on essentials right now, skipping the splurging?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So this Black Friday, we talked to a lot of folks who were saying they're going to just get essentials this Black Friday. So instead of buying,
Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good, too. But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Regulators! Mount up! So really using, deals to get things that they need for themselves rather than getting that big ticket item they waited for.
What I learned from talking to retail folks is omni-channel retail, which is you use both the online and the bricks and mortar. Maybe you look at something online, then you want to go touch and feel it, or maybe you order it, then you pick it up at the store. Omni-channel, is that still a thing?
Yeah. So we were out there on Black Friday in some of the stores, and while a lot of people have switched their holiday shopping to be online, we still saw a ton of people in stores, especially at stores with really good deals and stores that appealed to young shoppers. So brands like Addicted and Princess Polly that are in malls were really flooded with young people who wanted to see product in person.
And they're all standing in the aisle, but they're looking at their phone.
On their phones.
Yes.
Trying to see if there's any coupons they can get, maybe.
Yes, exactly. So that's how the kids roll today. Lily, thank you so much for joining us. Lily Meyer, she's a retail reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. The retailers, you never underestimate the American consumer. I mean, that's something I was told early in my career, like never fight the Fed. Don't underestimate the American consumer.
Right, they're going to find some money somewhere for what they need.
I think that's
if they can.
I think that's the case here. And again, Dollar Tree. This thing just flew under my radar in terms of the stock price performance.
I know.
I mean, this is a $22 billion company, market cap company, and stock's up 50% year to date. So and up 3% today. So some good results out of Dollar Tree, taking their guidance up a little bit, talking about some decent margins despite some of the tariff issues
and
they and other retailers.
Dollar General up about 46% year to date.
Exactly. So I mean, it's just been a great part of the retail space here. S&P 500 up 8 points. The Dow up 200. The Nasdaq pretty much flat here. 10-year Treasury yields 4.07% coming in a couple of basis points here, and the VIX for TK 16.4. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Let me start with the data because certainly the Fed's thinking about it as they prepare to their policy meeting next week. The private sector payrolls decreasing by 32,000 last month. This is according to ADP. That would be the most in almost 2 years. Not a lot of movement in the major averages today. Microsoft was setting the tone for tech with questions about AI-related products. But they've now paired some of the earlier losses because this is a tweet from Zero Hedge. Microsoft responding to a report in Information, which apparently was wrong, reading directly from this tweet, from this posting. They did not lower their sales quotas, end quote there. So take that for what it's worth. Microsoft shares right now, again, pairing some of their earlier losses down 1.4%. Meantime, Dana Dioria of Invest Solutions says investor pessimism may be warranted, even healthy.
Hey, there's a lot of concentration here. This whole CapEx AI, cycle is sort of a little bit circuitous, and maybe we should back off a little. I think is normal and kind of to be expected, and maybe probably even a little under what it could be.
And as we prepare for the Fed meeting next week, we have this story crossing from Bloomberg. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's going to push for a new rule that candidates for regional Federal Reserve presidents must have lived in that district for at least 3 years. So this idea is the latest push by the Treasury Secretary for kind of a sweeping shakeup of the Federal Reserve. Right now, the S&P 500 up 7 at 6836. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 153. And the NASDAQ Composite Index down right now 5 points. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nora and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda sitting in for Scarlett Fu. I'm Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Just going to read headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. U.S. natural gas futures reach $5 for the first time since 2022. So
wow.
There you go. Nat gas, natty, as some of the people in the industries call it.
Chew on that.
Yeah, there you go. I'm looking at WTI crude oil. A little bit higher here, take up a little over 1%. But
do you heat your house with natural gas?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Twins.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I also converted one of the fireplaces to gas. Love it.
Yep, we had that. We had
the
that
remote control starting a fire.
We had that too back in the day. All right, let's talk a little retail. Macy's out with some numbers. I thought the numbers were pretty good. Stock's off 1.7%. So what do I know? Mary Ross Gilbert, senior equity analyst. She covers the retailer. She's the expert for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based out there in L.A. Mary, talk to us about Macy's. What do we hear from them today with their results?
So, Paul, we saw actually, I think, great results coming out of Macy's this morning.
See?
And so when you think about it, the stock is off, but that's because the company put out conservative fourth quarter guidance. And that's really what they always do. They seek to beat their numbers. And so that guidance came in very close. At the high end, it's right around where analysts are because they already saw strong results come in from other retailers. But when we think about it, we think there's upside here. So we really view the results as, look, Macy's nameplate, because of all the changes that they're making, and what that means is they're bringing in more relevant brands that are resonating with their consumer. Not only that, but the stores look brighter. There's really kind of exciting music in the stores. The store associates are more engaged with the customer. We've noticed that on our channel checks, particularly on Black Friday. We saw more traffic in the store than we've seen in years past.
Really?
So we think that the changes that CEO Tony Spring is making, and he's really taking his cues from what he's done at Bloomingdale's, it's resonating. It's working. And so we think this momentum is building, and we certainly saw it in the third quarter numbers with comp sales up 2.7% for the go-forward stores. And so with that, I mean, that's a big improvement sequentially. And so we think that's building, going into the fourth quarter. And just with, the constant improvement that we're seeing there.
So when most people think about the retail space right now, a lot of people think about the transition to e-commerce, but it sounds as though from what you're explaining, a lot of people are going there in person. I mean, I'm looking at Kohl's, I'm looking at Dillard's. All of these stocks are up pretty substantially on the year alongside Macy's. What are they doing in particular that's really attracting customers to come through the doors? Is it also collaborations with celebrities by chance?
Yes, you raised a valid point, and it does include collaborations. So, for example, Aqua, they're under their Bloomingdale's brand, currently has a collab going out with a designer out of Milan. And so, yes, these collaborations also even, they'll have some events, but all of that is certainly drawing in new customers. And I think Macy's nameplate could certainly do more on that end. They had their first collab with their On 34th brand this year, but we think we're going to see more next year, because if you look at what Dillard's has been doing over the last few years, and they have a different business model.
All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I had a call. That one went a little longer than usual.
They just had clearance
It looks like I'm going to get something out of it.
Pretty comparable to last
Hey,
year. So
Traver.
that didn't mean that the rest of
Traver,
the
how you doing if you're still out there?
Macy's,
Sorry,
is
I
far more promotional.
I work
By
full
doing
time
collaborations,
as
by
a corporate
getting
slave, so I'm away from the mic and back
holiday, they
during the
had
day.
Jennifer
I try and introduce everybody to the
that's,
channel when they follow.
fronting their campaign.
So
for
if you're out there,
holiday.
Traver, let me
And they're
know.
also
I'll kind of tell you what
engaging
we're
with
about here and
social
what we do.
influencers. So yes. all of
Hey,
that
Northman,
is
we
resonating.
are
We're seeing it
reacting
with
off
other
a
brands,
M5
like, for example,
inversed
with
fair
American
value
Eagle,
gap.
which just tapped Martha Stewart.
All
on
right,
that
we're in a
one. That's
reactionary
appealing to Gen
phase.
Z.
So it looks like
So
I missed that one.
looks like we're kind of okay. So my upper zone, it looks like we're working out of the upper zone I drew here.
There, and they're dipping their I would say
I got a long
water,
call.
and I think we're going to see that
Finally, the long was back here
and build
actually.
as we get into 2026. And when
I
you
was
talk
on that
about
call
the
for a
digital
while,
business,
wasn't I?
because of course you're always hearing, let's say, stronger growth on digital. For example, when we look
All right,
at
let's just see what
Black
happens off the
Friday,
200 EMA.
over the weekend
Let's
through
see if
Cyber Monday,
let's see if it respects the
sales
200
strength
EMA.
was
We got
really
two
led
historic
by
levels of
digital.
resistance or
Digital was
support
up
right
double
here.
digits
So we
versus
still got a little bit of
low to
room to work
mid-single
through
digits for
before we
in-store.
really
So I think
start to work
that's
our way up.
really positive.
I'm in sales,
There.
but
So
I
if we
don't
look at Macy's,
I
they're
dox
for
myself
digital. So
completely
still,
because
in-store is very big, but it's
I don't want
also
somebody
omni-channel.
getting mad at me and trying to
The ability to buy online,
get me
pick
fired
back
for
in
one
store,
reason or another.
buy
So,
online, pick
but
up
I'm in
store.
sales.
Well, when I walked to Penn Station today,
I work
walked
remote.
past
They
Macy's,
send me
as I always
leads
do.
and I work
Today,
them.
I'm going to go in.
Okay.
I'm going to do a store walk, is what the retail analysts call it, a store walk. And I'm going to check if John Tucker's wooden escalator.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal.
We're counting on you.
I can't complain, man.
I'll report back.
I
Mary,
can't
just
complain
30 seconds. What's Macy's
until they
saying
fully
about the
staff
consumer
the
out there?
off-site third-party
Yeah, so they're saying that
call
the
center
lower-end consumer
and eliminate
is
my
really
department.
feeling pinched, and
Then I
that's
can get
where
my
they're
severance
seeing
package.
some challenges on some of the price increases on their lower price point items, but the higher
Well,
middle
you
income,
gotta
higher
kind of
income
watch the
consumer
videos to
is
understand it. It's a
resilient,
strategy.
and
It's
they
not really a
haven't
bot,
flashed or
but I've
batted
got
an
it
eye the higher
operating
prices that they took
operating
offset
to give me the
tariffs, and
signal
they're
to
still
get in.
buying.
All right, Mary, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Mary Ross Gilbert, Senior Equity Analyst, covering all the retail
So
stuff.
if you go to
She's based out there.
the About page, which is right here,
Again, Macy's reported some numbers.
and just watch. If you watch Reading the Box, Reading the Forecast Box, or you can join the Discord. It's in there also under the Beginner's Guide. That'll explain how it works, and then you can ask. Then I can if you got the basic idea of how it works, it's easy for me to explain it.
Right.
Otherwise, it'd take me half hour, 45 minutes, and I can't do that anymore during the day.
I'll take my walk through Macy's, but if
I'm taking back my short position. I'm liking the longs on the ES and Q. All right. So Hyde is looking for the longs.
I got if you want something.
He only receives gifts. He's
I mean, if you want something, send me an email and I'll see what I can do. That's kind of how we.
So this 200 EMA here, we got to work through that. We're kind of opening and closing above my zone I drew, which I like. So I really like the long, but we gotta see how we do with the 200 EMA.
Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business App.
Same thing on the ES also.
Your podcast looking at the
Yeah, I
markets
think so
here.
too.
We got some green on the screen.
Northman is in short. Northman still got the shorts on.
So we got green on the screen. Well, I'm more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes or something. It's not too long, but it explains what we're doing here, and you can ask questions based off that information. Makes it easier. I like the long on the day. I need to learn to manage trades better. Bashfield working on trade management. Good job, man. Get yourself out a paper and write down notes on what you think caused the negative points in the trade management, and then you can work on it from there. That's what I always do. I've got piles of paper here from the last 3 or 4 years. That's what I do. YSL, are you here? YSL, I didn't see YSL. I think there's a lot of people still on vacation that normally hang out. Hey, Juju. How you doing, Juju? I missed you on the countdown. Just going through my list here. Douglas Fur, how you doing? Roomba. 3-6, how you doing? 3-6 working on a payout. Spiznik. Uranium, Northman, Poxy. Craven, Hyde, Dev Element. Hey, Dev Element, how you doing? Bashfield Ballistics. 96 Git. Logana. Lograna. Logan, LRA. I think I got everyone. Poxy. How y'all doing today? I appreciate it. Hey, Juju, how you doing? Heavy resistance, be careful with the longs. Man, I was a day away from my first payout and got stopped out. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I've been there, man. But you can do it, man. Just make some notes on how you got yourself in the position to get stopped out, man. Gotta take a break and remember my strat. Yeah. You gotta stay true to your rules, man, and your strategy. Appreciate everybody hanging out this morning. All right, so I'm kind of all right, so now we're coming back and we're challenging the 200 EMA on the ES, but on the NQ we're closer to the VWAP and we're challenging the 20 EMA. So our EMA cross was down around 227. Let's see if this fair value gap here, if we respect it or if we blow through it.
And Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Norma Linda sitting in for Scarlett Fu. I'm Paul Sweeney live here in our
Hey, Juju.
studio, streaming live on YouTube.
How's the weed business going?
Stories out there, including the one here, Microsoft. Here, the question is, I guess the information.
You making any ground on your positions in the weed?
Multiple Microsoft divisions lower.
Hey, everybody. When Juju's here, I always put out a notice. You got to support your local dispensary.
Sales goals in the fiscal year ended June. That's what
Juju needs some apes to help her out of some of her weed positions.
Not lowered sales
I believe.
Targets for its salespeople. That's according to CNBC.
I don't dox myself.
An emailed statement from Microsoft, so I don't know what's going on.
Not yet. When I get my severance package, I'll dox myself properly.
Bloomberg Intelligence joins us here.
Super high leverage. That's the only way to do it, Juju. It's the only way to do it.
The CNBC kind of rebutting it. I mean, just give us a sense.
Oh, high average. I said leverage. Still super high average. That's not the way to do it. You got to average down. All right, let's get you some futures wins so you can average down.
Different elements of it. One is the AI.
Let's grind some off the futures market for you.
In Microsoft at that point. In fact, that Microsoft is capacity constrained.
Might just be a support resistance day of trades. But that's consistent. That's something I can live with. The chart will read well in that type of market, support resistance.
The sales quotas would be for products such as, Microsoft Copilot, Office Copilot, GitHub Copilot, all those products. And, that's not same for everything.
All
there
right,
are certain products that sell.
I got a Zoom call at 11:30. 11:30 with the boss lady.
GitHub Copilot, for example, because it's a coding software platform.
Tell me what an
The
average
Microsoft
job I'm
Office
doing
Copilot is a
so I
good
don't
piece of
stand out.
software or
You don't want to
Copilot,
stand
but
out.
it's very expensive. It's, I think, $30 per user per month.
I'm doing
So
above
it's
average,
not an
but not
apples
like
to apples,
superstar.
comparison throughout the board. One of the things that we've been talking about is even when you
That
look
way,
at the
that way
product
nobody's
expense,
afraid you're
there
going
is
to
a
take
big
their
slowdown when
position.
you exclude AI. So that could be one reason that enterprise are
All right,
not
you
very
going long,
comfortable
Craven?
spending that
Craven's
level of
talking
money
about
right
an
now on
entry.
those individual software pieces. The
Are
second
you
piece
going to
could
enter
be the
off the VWAP
implementation
for a
part of
long,
it,
or are you
because
going
you're
short?
buying these sometimes these data
Yeah.
products that you have to
Yeah, that's for real, man.
in your
I
core
kind of got
software
it
or your
made,
core
dude, right now.
applications,
I got
and
it
that may
made for
take
as
time. So
long
there
as
is
it
a
lasts,
lot
but I'm afraid it's not going to
to
last
be
much
digest.
longer. They're
On
kind
the
of
macro
overpaying
piece,
me
I
for
don't
what
think
I
there is
do, to
any
be quite
slowdown.
honest.
Anurag, how is Microsoft tracking against
Elgo.
its competitors in terms of?
Yeah, where's Algo at? Yeah, I know. I was
It
looking
is doing
for
much
some of
better
the
than
guys like
everybody else.
Algo and
But
Rox
again,
and those
with the
guys.
caveat, because they
Algo
host
was here
ChatGPT,
yesterday when my
this is
when my
they
strategy
invested in
crashed.
ChatGPT, you know, I don't know,
It was
6-7 years
bad.
ago. That is part of that thing was when
You
you're
saw
running
the
that
you saw all the
application, it
bugs in
runs
the
on their
system
cloud. So
yesterday
when you see that,
that they're
you know,
working
within a
on
3-year
now.
period, you have what 500, 600 million users out there.
Long
who
off VWAP,
use
yeah.
ChatGPT. A large portion of that revenue flows
All
into
right, Hyde
Microsoft
thinks we're
Cloud.
gonna
So
not
when
respect
they
the
are the ones
VWAP.
that have seen the first
VWAP is a
phase of the
crazy
big
place,
benefit
man.
of AI.
It's
But
like that
as we have said,
cocaine.
you know, many
It's a
times
powerful
before,
drug.
all the other vendors will see that down the road when adoption grows in other areas of the ecosystem.
The VWAP is a powerful
Salesforce,
indicator.
reports after the close here. What should we expect from them?
Yeah, it goes back to the first piece
It
of
can
what I
do
said was
anything.
enterprise spending
It's
is weak.
mystical.
When you're
It's the
looking at
mystical
Fortune
indicator of
1000
the NQ and
companies, they're
ES.
not hiring at that same pace that they used to. And we will exclude AI companies.
Just
from
when you
it.
think you're going good, it'll
That
reject your
that
ass.
weighs on the
So you
sales,
just, I drew
side, like a
see, I have
Salesforce
this
or maybe
shaded
like a
area around the
Workday, because
VWAP that I had
they
programmed
bill
in.
on a per
So if you notice when
head
price
basis.
action
So
is in that gray
these
area,
companies are not hiring
or
at that
in that
same
area,
rate.
the box
Salesforce
will
has a
go
tough
gray.
time to grow their
And when the
subscription
box is
base.
gray, that
And,
means
you know,
there's
we
no
think it is going to
opportunity
be
for
very much in
entry.
line with what they had
So
last
if you
time,
see a gray
somewhere
box,
around
that's I'm not going to
14%,
enter at that
which is
point
not
because of
bad, but it's not
the
very
price
exciting.
action
I mean,
where
is
it's
that
where
enough
it's
for the
at.
stock to be down as much as it is here to date? I mean, it just seems like
30% down.
exactly down 30% for this is a company that just has been such a great growth story.
All right.
So, well, when you you know when you look at last year, there was a lot of excitement when they launched a product called Agent Force.
I guess I
which
got to
was their
turn my lead
answer,
box
or
on.
the AI answer to the
So
rest
over
of
on the
the
left,
universe.
you've got
But
the
what
reading the
happened was
forecast
adoption
box.
rate has not been as
Watch
strong as
when
the
we
initial,
you see
you could
this
say, the
this
demo
shaded
was.
area
So if
around
you
the
look at
VWAP
the stock
here.
price kind of went
Watch
up
what
quite a bit
happens
up
when the
when
price
they
goes
first
into that
launched that particular
shaded
product.
area.
Now this year,
The box will
it's
go
not
gray.
showing up in the numbers,
So
and
whenever
this
the
is one of
box
the
is
reasons
gray,
we're
that
not
means
seeing
there's
the
no
stock
opportunity
recovering
for
from that.
entry. It's telling you that the
Oracle. So maybe
conditions
there's
in the
some
market at
worries
that
around
point
artificial intelligence there as well.
are
We're
not
looking
going to
at
meet the
credit risk gains
requirements to
reaching its
make an
highest since
entry.
2009.
So right now, I'm in a
And
long.
that is, I think, a
So if I
very,
was going to
very
take a
valid
trade, it would be
question
a
is what
long.
happens to Oracle. When you look at this entire
But I'm so
AI
far away from the
narrative or
actual
the
entry
framework,
position that
you know, you have the
I'm
big
not really,
cloud
I'm
providers that
waiting
are
for the
spending
next
the most
signal
amount of money.
basically. But
Let's
watch,
say
once
when
it
you
drops
look at
down
something
into
like
it,
an
you'll see it
Amazon,
go gray.
Microsoft, and Google,
If it
they're
does it,
spending
it's
quite a
right
bit,
below
but
the
they have
50
real,
EMA
you know,
now,
awesome
where the
cash
where
flow
the
that's coming in,
shaded
plus
area
they have
starts.
businesses. So even if they overbuild, they will have capacity to use it. The bigger question is what happens to OpenAI Oracle relationship. OpenAI has said that they have given Oracle, you could say, a contract of about $300 billion to bleed in terms of sales over the next several years. They're going to first build some massive data centers, and then they're going to use Oracle as a cloud provider. The big question is, where is OpenAI going to get money from? And that's really what's weighing on that particular part of the equation. And to be very honest, there is genuine reason to figure out, like, how
All right,
is
so
OpenAI
right,
is
this
going to raise
candle
that
right
money
now is
and how are they
support,
this,
the
right? So
50
there is
EMA
some
is
reason
supporting this
to be
candle.
concerned, but not so much
So the
on
yellow
the
dot
credit
dash is the
default
20
side of
EMA,
it,
the
but so
orange
much
dot
more
dash
as
is
the
the 50
estimates that are out
EMA.
there
And we're in a
for
green
outlays.
forecast cloud with the
thanks so much for
control
joining us.
EMAs
Always
in a
appreciate
long,
getting some of your time. Anurag
in a
Rana,
long
technology
position.
analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, out there in the booming technology hub of Chicago. It's not just a meat town anymore. It's tech is the name of the game.
Yeah.
For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius Channel XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just moments with the S&P up 8 points, the Dow up 190 points, and the NASDAQ down 8 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
All right.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut.
Okay.
Broaden out the AI play.
Are people just looking for something to
Hey,
worry
Spiznik, you got any stonks? DPLS is back down to 5 cents, 5.45 cents. I still got my buy-in for 3.3.
All right, we have Norma Linda sitting
I don't
in for
think it's
Scarlett
going to
Fu.
get
I'm
there,
Paul
though.
Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up, we're going to check in with Mike McGlone, Bloomberg's commodity strategist. Talk to him about pretty much anything we want to on the commodity side, anything from pork bellies to Bitcoin. I'm going to talk about Bitcoin. We got a little bit of a lift here. The Bitcoin is now $92,000 per token. Remember, we were down around 85,000. So a little bit of stabilization there. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, Aerospace, and Airlines analyst. Call out Delta. Delta sees a $200 million profit hit from the shutdown. So we'll break that down and also see what's going on over there at Airbus. Geetha Ranganathan is going to join us. She is the media analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. We got to get a Warner Brothers Discovery deal at some point down the road. We got Comcast bidding. We got Skydance, Paramount bidding. We've got Netflix bidding. So we'll see where we are when that whole deal thing is happening. But right now, let's kick off this hour with John Tucker and a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
Okay, let me revisit Microsoft, because that was kind of setting the tone for tech today. After the information reported, the company lowered expectations for how quickly it can get the customers to spend money on newer AI products. But Microsoft is pushing
25,600.
that, so they have paired some of the.
Yeah, we're getting ready to right now. So the VWAP, the VWAP held support. VWAP held support.
Worst performing stocks in the S&P 500.
So we're above the 20 and 50 EMA now. Now we're going to test the 200 EMA. So we're about to test the 200 EMA at 26.
Fed presidents have lived in that district
25,600.
3 years. Meantime, Christina Hooper, the chief market strategist at Man Group.
On the NQ, ES is identical. ES is very organized. NQ and ES are very organized today.
That I think we'll see
Charts are
play out,
identical
some are
like usual.
continuations of 2025. And I also feel very confident that unfortunately the U.S. will see a mild recession in 2026.
Yeah, so a recession call there from Christina Hooper. S&P 500 right now up just 11 points, 68.41 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 214, and the Nasdaq Composite Index that has turned positive right now, up 12 points. Worth mentioning again, Spotify. The Spotify Wrapped has launched for this year, so it shows music fans the most listened to artists, songs, albums, and more.
Yeah, what do you got?
And provides global trends for music listening. It has revealed that Bad Bunny has broken Taylor Swift's 2-year winning streak as the most streamed global artist.
Isn't Bad Bunny going to be on the Super Bowl halftime show?
Well, let's put it this way. He was scheduled to. It's like some other people, they want to push back against that.
All right.
So when the New York Times does a story about somebody, on second reference, they always say Mr. Did they say Mr. Bunny?
Mr. Bunny? I don't know.
Mr. Bunny? I'm going to have to look.
All right, guys. So we're challenging the VWAP again. So this is a big, this is a big place. This is a big zone. We need to break this zone if we're going to go higher. Otherwise, our range. So our new range.
Appreciate that. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Norma Linda, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sokova. Denitsa, what are you looking at?
So it looks like our range is really now like the VWAP right here. So basically the zones I have drawn. See the red dot dash? The red dot dash are historic lines of resistance and support marking out zones. I draw those in the morning based off the last few days price action. And it looks like we're inside this range right now, looking to try and break out.
Down about 1.7%. It fell as
Okay.
much as 3% in earlier trading. So definitely seeing some relief.
So we're
there.
trying to
Looking,
break
of
out of
course,
this
is
range now in order to figure out what
MSFT.
direction we want to go.
The report says that several divisions of Microsoft
It's
have
kind of
have
looking strong
lowered
right now, though,
quotas.
huh?
There was one very interesting number. For example, for their product called Foundry, salespeople had increased customer spending about 50% in the last fiscal quarter, but fewer than 1/5 of the salespeople actually met those targets. So now that goal is about 25% growth. So they slashed it in half. Obviously, we don't have much information about how this is working on all the divisions, and Microsoft at the moment is saying it's not true. But it speaks to that question everyone has been asking, especially since October, about the price of all those deals that are happening all the time. And companies have been spending massively on chips, servers, other expenses. And investors are starting to punish some of that spending, or at least to look at it with a more cautious eye.
Yep, that's absolutely the case. What else we got?
We have CrowdStrike. Shares are down about 2%. It's interesting because the software company had a pretty strong third quarter results. Analysts were pretty excited about their annual recurring revenue number. That said, they're debating the outlook, so potentially we're seeing some of the downside from there. The ticker is CRWD. The company raised its fiscal 2026 guidance, signaling resilient demand for the company's expanding portfolio of artificial intelligence. Of course, this has been a big year for cybersecurity. Corporations have been facing so much threat. And another thing with the growth of AI is that those campaigns are getting more sophisticated.
All right, so we got a rejection off the 200 EMA.
That said, Evercore
So we're
said
working
their
this
results
range
were
here.
solid
So let's.
and broadly consistent
This is
with last
interesting.
quarter
This is
narrative.
very controlled and organized
But
for sure.
But there is no meaningful
On
upside
the NQ,
surprise.
I
So
mean, I'm
perhaps
looking at the
with the
ES.
whole AI climate, that's why investors are not being too euphoric about the stock.
Yeah, but shares of that company up about 47% so far year to date. You've also got your eyes on Macy's. What's going on?
It's an interesting case. The company soared in earlier trading, and now it's actually down. The ticker is M. Shares declined after its profit forecast for the current quarter disappointed investors, overshadowing a solid lead up to the holiday seasons. Despite posting better than expected results, the company pointed to potential for soft demand. We're seeing this kind of a K-shaped recovery. Again, they're seeing not so much demand from low-income shoppers, but then the mid and upper income are stepping in. They've snapped up fashionable styles despite higher prices. That's what the company is saying. Macy's has been increasing prices on some items because of obviously higher tariffs has been one big thing. And the company is up about 34% this year before the earnings results. So
Okay,
it's been doing
guys.
well, but today,
So ES, I just redrew the zones there.
Investors.
All right, very good stuff. Denitza Sokova, thank you so much. Denitza covers all the equity markets for Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Bitcoin has found a bid and then some. It's up about 500 points, $500 today. That's about half of 1%, 92,100 on the token. Boy, it's been all over the place. I'm looking at some of the American Bitcoin, which was Eric Trump's company he's involved in. That was down big yesterday, bouncing back a little bit today. Mike McGlone joins us here. He's the senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, anything new in the world of crypto today, or is it just another day of some pretty big swings in that business?
Well, the key thing that's new, Paul, is Bitcoin's trying to bump up on the year.
Glad I didn't enter and went to take a dump. Yeah, I know, man. We got to break out of this range. Yeah, I got the range drawn on both the ES and NQ right now. Yeah, we're totally ranging right now. So if you're a range trader,
it's never going to stop. And then when the music stops playing, the tide goes out, and to me, it's just getting started. So one thing that's really got way oversold is strategy. MicroStrategy was a great leading indicator. It got up to about 50% below its 200-day moving average. That was way oversold. It needs to bounce. Bear markets bounce. But by the end of the year, there's key things that need for Bitcoin to go higher. Number one, the stock market has to go up. It's so highly correlated, and that's getting a little dicey. Volatility has to stay low. 120-day volatility around 11%, and the stock market's the lowest if it ends there since 2017. And the VIX has to go down. The VIX volatility index, right around 16. The 200-day average is almost closer to 20. So all that stuff has to line up, and I think cryptos are leading the way lower. And I'll end with this. The Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index is down about 15% this year. So to me, we get lucky if Bitcoin does not become the Grinch for Christmas. I'm still sticking with it's going to be the Grinch.
So what's going on over at
All
American
right.
Bitcoin? Of course, to start the week, we've been seeing really broad
Wow.
declines.
All right.
It's
So
down
we
about
broke down
16%
under. I was
Monday,
looking away.
40%
I was
decline
checking some
yesterday.
stuff.
Now we're seeing it a bit in the green.
Okay, so we're gonna make a run at breaking our down the bottom end of our zone down here.
It's what's happening in space. My colleague Andrew Silverman penned an article recently. His headline.
So you want to be careful if you're still playing the range to the, if you think you're going to get another run to the high side.
That's never happened in history.
All right, Craven, good. You got your stop loss. Good. You should feel happy that it hit your stop loss. That should be like a successful exit. You know what I'm saying?
Now they're dependent on it, and if they're buying it, they're supporting prices.
Hitting your stop loss without moving it should be celebrated. Trust me, I know. I know what happens when you move it. That should not be celebrated.
These millions of cryptos that are worth billions of dollars.
For sure. For sure.
Stable coins. There's about 300 billion of those. Those are
Redneck soldiers.
This is just getting
Big
started.
kid.
Again, the bottom line is there's a great leading indicator for
I
risk
got
assets
cooler
going up,
in truck.
and they're heading lower.
Mike, step back here in your global commodities.
And I fill up the
coverage
cooler
here. What's
like
your
it's the 4th of
2026
July.
theme? What do you
Got stopped
want
out.
people to pay attention to?
All right. Imagine not putting a stop loss and getting that red wick on gold. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And imagine if you had real cash in that account. You know what I mean? What if you had 50 grand in a trading account and didn't have a stop loss there? I mean, that gets expensive.
Indication for commodities by crude oil going down and gold going up is we may be set up for another deflationary cycle after inflation. That means
That can get
the stock market's
expensive.
potentially getting in a kind of an indication from gold that it's going to head lower next year, which is what makes me worried about all commodities, particularly the economic sensitive one like copper and crude oil. And crude oil is a bear market.
I mean, what's your read on copper prices?
Well, it's having a good bounce now. We have some major supply constraints. Demand from China, is it there? And we also have U.S. tariffs. So right now, about $5.40 a pound in U.S. I'm really afraid. Sure, number one key thing, just like Bitcoin, stock market has to
completely
go up, copper to
liquidated.
stay resilient. If we get it just to drop back to its 200-day moving
You just
average,
provided
that's gonna
liquidity.
be a pressure factor on copper. So to me, the key thing is this industrial metal is going up with gold and all metals, but the risk is next year it reverts a little bit lower, as indicated by very low stock market volatility.
And I mean, honestly, that should be your goal. I mean, if you watch my video about prop firms, there's 3 steps to a prop firm. There's the eval, and then there's the paid account or XFA or whatever the prop firm calls it, where you can earn the payouts. And then step 3 is you either take the money you earn from payouts and you fund the cash account, or they invite you to trade for real cash and you're trading on a live cash account. But your goal is to get past the game of the prop firms and to get good enough to either trade your real cash or have the prop firm fund you with real cash. Burn to Pirate. How you doing, man? Burn to Pirate's got some CVNA puts in the options chat in the Discord.
He's frozen. Okay.
CVNA.
It's a long way from New York City down to Princeton.
I mean, so I was over at
Northman, what's up, brother?
Airport, right? When the whole government.
How you doing? You good? I'm glad you're doing good, man. Good to see you, brother.
All of these airlines were really struggling.
The whales use, the whales will use you as liquidation in a moment. They sit there and plan with each other on how to use everyone around them as liquidation.
In terms of the profits here for Delta, but I think this is such a massive number.
Yeah, it is.
Uranium knows how that works. He had that happen to him.
I was there reporting.
I think last week or the week before in Asia or
13
Europe.
hours and 15 TV appearances.
The whales got together and
It was great.
created a Shrek candle out of nowhere. Northman's still in the shorts.
They do.
Yeah, but
Northman is going short.
You're just
He's a believer.
Where you go into security. Your favorite area right outside of United where they enter.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. That's where I spent half
Good
my life back
times.
in the day. So we'll see. So Delta's
Now
out.
the ES is looking a little different. ES is looking a little stronger because it's still above the VWAP here where the NQ broke below.
Down there in Princeton, but
So the ES is still showing that it may still support the VWAP, which will pull the NQ up with it. That's why I don't like trading. I don't like trading when the ES and NQ are on opposite sides of the VWAP because it creates an oscillation where it's bringing it in and taking it, you know.
At least our expectations. I mean, I don't think we think
It's sucking it back into the VWAP, then pushing it away because they're on opposite sides.
We're not talking a lot of change here. So
Yep.
I think it was in line.
I mean, so are there any other lingering effects that we're seeing in terms of the airline industry more broadly due to the government shutdown?
I don't think so. I think, going forward, the big issue, still is we're going to need, better airspace for the U.S. We need more controllers. We need more technology so they can handle more flights. We're growing, right? The pandemic kind of proved that people
We never swept SSL. That's my target. Okay.
still want to get in airplanes.
So we're in the zone I drew down below this historic line of resistance or support. So we're kind of working in here now, seeing if if the VWAP is rejection on the NQ. We'll have to drag the ES down with us to go lower.
More resources so that things run smoothly.
So what is the solution? Has this administration or Congress articulated a solution like we're going to hire 10,000 more controllers or we're going to invest this many gajillion dollars in technology?
So right now, you see how the box is gray, guys? Remember when price action is in the shaded area around the VWAP, the box goes gray. That tells me that this is not a place to go screwing around with an entry. You're thinking long, but you can get rejected by the VWAP. You're thinking short, and then all of a sudden the ES does what it's doing now. It shoots up away from the VWAP. So it's just a dangerous area. And you might be right 1 or 2 times, but when you back test it over 100, 150, 200 times, or 1,000, you're better off not taking a trade at all because it can't be predicted. At least entering the trade in that zone.
In 4Q. And, during the course of the year, the engine makers have been a drag on the ability to build airplanes. They're busy sort of feeding airlines with spare parts that they're making a lot of money on as airlines, run these fairly robust schedules. And at the same time, the airframers are saying, give us engines so we can put them on airplanes and deliver them because we have these really big backlogs. But the engine makers don't make as much money on that, right? The supply chain isn't robust enough to sort of feed both. So Airbus kind of goes into the last quarter of the year always looking to deliver a lot of airplanes. This year, I think, we had some problems with one of their suppliers on not plate, but on sheet,
right?
Aluminum sheet. But I mean, honestly, we were already discounting the idea that Airbus was going to get this 820 target. We were already at 778. They came down to 790 today. That sounds about right to us. And we think they can make EBIT here. Boeing.
Right. George, we just have to leave it there. We'll get back to you because there's always news in your space. George Ferguson covers the aerospace and the airlines for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, folks, Bloomberg is now coming up. We're going to check in with Shanna Sissel. She's the founder and CEO of Banrion Capital Management, get her thoughts on these markets.
All right.
And then Geetha Ranganathan, I'm going to hold her.
Got a lead, I'm working, guys. So if I disappear from the mic, it's just because I'm working a lead, guys. I catch up with chat as quick as I can. So whoever's kind of talking out loud and wants to throw it in chat, that's good. See what people are thinking. So now I got a forecast cloud. I got a cross, so I got a control EMA cross to the upside. I need the forecast cloud to change to green, and I can consider an entry for the long side. Burn. The only issue with these is it's at resistance, and if it breaks it, it could squeeze, so keeping tight stop. So CVNA, Burn says he's got to keep a tight spot in case he gets caught in the squeeze for his puts. They're looking at squeezing. Must be the Reddit crowd is coming for you, huh, Burn a Pirate? Reddit crowd's always looking for the squeeze. Make those hedgies pay. You don't want to be the hedgie in this instance. So if we're looking here on the ES, we tagged the VWAP and we're holding suit right in my zone. Be careful. Don't get your PP caught in the cookie jar. Yeah, Burn a Pirate doesn't want Shrek to go looking for the CVNA calls. He doesn't want to get Shrek'd out over there. Bashfield already did. Need new PP. Bashfield. Bashfield got his PP caught. The whales grabbed a hold of it. Wouldn't let go. All right, Hyde is calling 6,900 by Friday on the ES. I can see that. All right, so I like this here on the NQ. All right, I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. And we're being brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Well, ahead of next week's Fed meeting, major stock averages mixed, a little change right now. You have 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are higher, and you have energy in the lead. This is oil continues to climb. Right now, West Texas, American crude, we'll call it, that is up over 1% in today's trading. It's still information technology being the biggest drag, and that's where you're going to find shares of Microsoft. Those shares right now, they are down just over 2%. American Eagle has grabbed the spotlight with flashy advertising. They had that campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney, generated lots of controversy. Seems to be working. A retailer raising its financial forecast for the year. American Eagle has also recently revamped its product offerings. That is one of the standouts in today's trading. Those shares right now, 15% higher. Overall, the S&P 500 up just 68.35 at the index. The Dow up 229 points, and the NASDAQ Composite Index is down right now 23 points.
All right, maybe we are going to break down here, guys. We're back around the VWAP on the NQ.
Their new card during a Super Bowl TV spot. Cadillac's timing the revival.
Hyde is calling the dump. He's feeling dumpish. Bashfield's still feeling bullish. I guess that means we don't know what we're doing yet. I'm not real sure. I'm just waiting for a clear signal from my strategy, and then I'll keep my stops tight, and we'll just use acceptable risk. But I don't have a signal yet. I don't have a clear signal.
F1 with Brad Pitt.
I have it downloaded. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, that's not on my list. I'll wait for the book to come out. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Nord Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda sitting in for Scarlett Fu. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. As John Tucker's just reporting, kind of got red and green on the screen out there. A little bit of a sideways move to this market over the last
Hey,
couple
Bill
of
Do.
weeks here. Maybe just kind of taking in the year's gains.
Bill Do,
It's been a
what's
solid
up?
Year for the index. S&P up 15%, the NASDAQ up 21%. Let's check in with somebody who does this stuff.
The
for a
King.
living.
What's up,
Shayna
King?
Sissel, founder and CEO of
Swinch.
Capital
What's
Management.
up?
What's the discussion you're having these days, Shayna, with your clients about, hey, maybe what to do as we think about 2026?
All right, guys. So we're kicking through my zone here. We haven't broken it yet. When you start to break it is when you have a candle open and close inside it or lower. So we're still ranging. And I don't have a clear signal for long or short yet. We keep playing around the VWAP. So it's just, I like this kind of zone because it's clear for me that there's no entry for me. So it's not like, am I thinking of going, or am I like, is this going to be good? It's like, I kind of set this up to where it's like, I know I shouldn't be in unless it gives me the clear signal. And then that way it makes it a lot more comfortable.
And you should really watch it because it is that good.
Train right today.
Anyways, back to markets. So in terms of what we're telling clients, obviously Bondurant is a firm that focuses more on the alternative space. So markets like this are advantageous for kind of the gospel that we preach. We really discuss using alternative investment strategies as risk management tools. And we believe that the market's going to be volatile through the end of the year and into the beginning of next year, which means that thoughtful investors should be considering opportunities to buy on weakness, but also looking for ways to diversify risk in their portfolios to things that fall into the spectrum of alternatives. So that's really the conversations we're having.
So we've got basically all but priced in a 25 basis point cut for the Federal Reserve next week. In the assumption that this does happen, how are you thinking about investment opportunities as we head into
You can give me some good mojo for LIDR. I would like news to drop. Somebody can call the CEO at LIDR, say, hey, drop a big juicy news for me. I'd like to exit some of that position.
Given me pause and
at a higher profit.
Perhaps this is the data.
Yeah, we're going sideways. There's no volatility right now.
We're reluctant to cut in October to get on board for a December cut. In terms of how that impacts my positioning,
Look at this Shayna girl on Bloomberg. I bet she's like 85 years old, but uses a face filter to make her look like 28. Founder and CEO of Bannon Capital Management. It's probably her dad's fucking company.
Talk to their clients about ways to diversify risk.
Or she's some old hag with like a really good filter for the
In the
news.
market that we think are long-term trends that are seeing some softness today. Things like AI.
I'm the CEO and founder of Bannon
are
Capital
areas where,
Management.
Nibbling and beginning to build a position makes sense.
So you mentioned crypto here. That's certainly, it's always in the news, I guess, but the volatility and the sharp price down from the recent high of about
Look at my IKEA bookshelf in the background.
How do you kind of put that into context?
Well, I don't know why.
With my investment broker book starter set.
This is not an unusual.
I had a feeling that Microsoft news before the open and the big drop would make today horrible. Yeah. I mean, I think we're trying to price in the Microsoft drop right now, I think they're trying to get it priced in still.
It's different than when we saw these types of events in the past, largely because there's broader institutional adoption and greater access through the spot ETFs. So I am inclined to think that this is a good entry point for crypto. It's certainly helped a lot of buffer funds in the crypto space, which launched with a vengeance this year. I don't know that those are great products if you really want true diversification that's offered by crypto or the potential for the long-term upside of crypto, but I do think that seeing a 32% downturn over mere months is certainly an entry point. If you look back historically, anytime we've seen big sell-offs like this, it was an excellent entry point for the next leg up.
Hey, Spiznik, are you in ASST?
Small caps are experiencing.
All right, so now I'm looking
rebound,
at, like,
but
this is a good place
one
for
of
me
the
to take
reasons
along.
why it's been an interesting category
If I
to
can
watch
get in
has
right
been
here.
related to just structural changes within the markets that have had
Order
a
submitted.
more significant impact
All right,
on
I'm in
small
along.
caps. Broadly
Order
speaking,
filled.
I'm talking about IPO activity and the privatization
I'm gonna get out at
of
the
a lot of
200
companies.
EMA.
There's less public companies today than there were a decade ago, 2 decades ago, and so on. And that typically impacts
And I got in
the small cap
because,
space more
all right,
than
there you go.
anything.
Got first target taken
Typically,
down.
Target
IPOs
filled.
come to the market sooner. They start
I've got
as small
the
caps
green
and then
forecast
move
cloud
up.
and the control
And so you
EMA
have this
come
whole
together at the same
rising
point.
stars, falling knives scenario,
I'm in
but it's
profit.
been
I
a
got
lot
my
more
break
falling
even
knives than
set. So if
rising
it takes me
stars
out
in the
here,
last
all right, I'm out.
5 to
So I
10
made
years.
180 bucks
Stop
on
filled.
that.
Structurally, there's been changes going on in small caps. So that
I wasn't going to
said,
take a chance. I didn't want
I
to get the
think that
candle to
there's
run
a
back
lot
on
to
me.
like
So I'll
about
take
small
what I
caps
can get and just
fundamentally
be
speaking,
happy.
and more importantly,
And of
to
course,
do
it
well in
runs right
small
after
caps,
I move my break even up.
historically, the research shows that active management is the way to go, and we've seen that kind of
Just
be the
be
case
happy.
Right.
in the last year.
All right, Shana, thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Shana Sissel, founder and CEO of Banrion Capital Management. She's there in Chicago. Let's get back to the deal space here. One of the big M&A
Oh, look at that,
trades
guys.
really teed up
Damn it.
to be announced almost any
Don't
day
give me
now.
FOMO,
Warner
damn it.
Brothers
I'm going to give myself a
Discovery.
FOMO alert.
We've got bids from Netflix, from Comcast, and from Skydance.
Giving myself a FOMO
Paramount,
alert.
P-Sky is a great symbol. So we'll see how that plays out. But again, got stock
Right
at
to my
$24.
target.
The company wants something like 30 or something like that. I don't know. Geetha Ranganathan, she's been following this closely. She is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence here. Geetha, do you think there's any front runner here as the second round of bids were?
Let's see if we get a pullback and I get another chance.
Front runner?
Yeah, Paul, it looks like Netflix is actually the front runner.
Really?
If you look at the stock today, it's down about 5-6%. There was actually reporting earlier from Bloomberg that suggested that Netflix's bid this time around was almost a complete cash or majority cash offer. And then some reporting overnight which seemed to suggest that they are the front runners in this 3-horse race, with Paramount, Skydance, and Comcast being the other bidders. And they are actually willing to go up to $30 a share, which is exactly what David Zaslav is looking for.
I mean, so what are they doing right? I mean, as you're mentioning, $30 a share is what they're looking for. Any other non-negotiables?
So we're not sure of all the other, details. If Nora, if this sale didn't actually go through, Warner Brothers Discovery does have a plan B. So they would go ahead and they would split the company into the TV networks and the streaming and studio business. But what's interesting over the past few days is Netflix seems to be emerging as more and more of a serious bidder. So obviously you have that, majority cash component. We have them now there seems to be this whole campaign that they seem to have kind of launched to be placating the regulators. So there is obviously a lot of antitrust concerns with Netflix potentially buying HBO. That gives them almost close to 450 million global subscribers. That is not something that would sit well with regulators and with the DOJ. But Netflix basically going around saying things like, this would be good. This would actually be good for consumers because you can now bundle the two, services, and it would, mean a much cheaper price point. So they're kind of just trying to flip the whole argument on its head, and we'll see where it lands. But they definitely have, what has changed dramatically over the past few days is they seem to be really, really serious right now.
Wow. Because, I mean, I would think, Geetha, that with Comcast or with Paramount, Skydance, there would be a lot of synergies, a lot of cost synergies that maybe could justify a higher price or could maybe suggest a better total returns on the deal. Does Netflix have synergies with this company?
Oh, man, that was the move, and I missed the bigger move. Now I got FOMO.
There's no
Damn it.
linear network business. Yeah, you do have 2 streaming platforms, but Netflix already runs a
I
pretty
got
tight
the signal
ship.
came right at the right
So
time.
yeah, they could, kind of combining the 2 tech stacks.
Shame.
They could get
No, not shame.
some,
I'm joking.
efficiencies out of it. Not a whole lot, but I
But
really
there was
think
no
what's
way of
happening
knowing
here
that
is
the
Netflix
next
is
candle
playing the
didn't
long game.
plummet
I
back
think
down
they're
and double
looking to
bottom
kind of
here.
build
So
a
you got to keep
business
your
very
stops
similar
tight.
to
You know what I'm
Disney.
saying?
So just over
You
this
got to go
past
to
weekend,
break
with
even. You got to
Thanksgiving holiday, I
keep your
actually went
stops
to
tight.
the Netflix house, which is kind of this entertainment venue in
Don't
Philadelphia,
worry about the
area.
$1,500 I
And it's
missed on the
basically
other two
it's
candles.
basically all of these different characters from
You get
from
yourself in
their
trouble
big
thinking about
franchises.
it
So
too
you have
much.
like a whole Stranger Things attraction. You have a Squid Game attraction. They're having all of these virtual reality kind of things going on there, and so you kind of think about it and the amount of potential that they have with the Warner Brother properties. Think of a Harry Potter, think of a Lord of the Rings, think of DC Comics. There's just so much of mining and monetization opportunity, and they could very much build a business that could rival Disney down the road.
Maybe.
Interesting. All right, Geetha, we'll keep our eyes peeled here. We expect something here.
I'm
certainly
okay
before the
with a
holidays, I
pullback.
would think they do want to get this stuff wrapped up. Geetha Ranganathan, she covers all the media stocks for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's headquartered down there in our Princeton office. Again, Warner Brothers Discovery. Just to
I'm
give you
okay
order of
with the
magnitude, this has a
pullback.
enterprise value, stock and debt of $90 billion.
All right, so we're challenging my upper end zone here, and this level we've been tapping often. Interesting. Interesting.
S&P 500 up 17. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
I'm hoping I didn't miss the move. I'm hoping I didn't miss the move that's going to take us the whole way back. Well, I got in on a piece of it, but not a very big one, huh? Big one. You got in on the long? I was in on it way down here, and I got in on this candle, and I moved to break even. It came back just long enough to hit my break even before it took off, but that's okay. You're in at 600? Wow. I'm not gonna do that. All right, so maybe we bust out. Maybe I had the beginning of the whole move, and I have to sit here for half the day and watch it go by without me again. That is so painful. Because I can't get in now. Let's see if if it snatches back. It'd be nice if it snatched back, and then maybe I have a chance. So stochastics are way overbought. So let's see if the roll down on the stochastics pull it back down. $25,613. This candle closes above the zone I drew, then we're probably on to run, more than likely. All right, let's check our news. Let's see what's going on with the news while we're waiting to see if this holds this level or not. We're at the upper end of our range right now. All right, so we're coming on to noon. Yeah, we don't have nothing till 2 o'clock that's on the docket.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day.
I think we dumped for lunch.
Bloomberg Television.
All right, so we couldn't push past open. Yeah.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This
Yeah,
is
that's what I was
Bloomberg
afraid
Business
of.
Flash. And
I'm
also
thinking
shares
maybe
of
we
Microsoft
revisit the View
repairing
app
their
again
losses.
before the real
CNBC
move.
reported the company has
But we'll see.
lowered
I'm not
sales
sure if I
orders for
believe in the lunch
salespeople.
theory or not yet.
Earlier, you'll recall the shares, they sank as much as 3% after the
I've never really
Microsoft
tested
had
for it
cut
either in a
expectations of
time,
getting
you know,
business
when it's
customers
supposed to
spend
be
money on
lunch.
new AI products. Well, still, information technology, that is the worst performing major industry group in the S&P 500. S&P 500 right now up 16 points, up about 0.2%, 68.45 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 278 points, and right now the NASDAQ is 30 points higher. That is up 0.1% right now. Ahead of next week's Fed meeting, Rayanne Mitrione of the Callan Family Office sees a probable rate cut.
Based on where we are, it is probably likely that we'll get one next week, barring anything crazy coming out in the data between now and then. But I do think there really is no certainty.
And oil or energy, the best performing industry
We
group
could
in the
approach
S&P
London
500
highs.
Right now. This is,
What were the highs during
rises.
London?
NYMEX crude, we'll call it American.
Oh, you're
crude,
talking
that is
about
up right
regaining
now,
all our
0.9%,
ground. Yeah.
59.
You think we go from here, or do we gotta revisit like the 50 EMA first?
But you know, probably won't see you for a while. This is from USA Today. Authorities responding to a break-in at a Virginia liquor store apprehended a drunk raccoon. The raccoon broke into the Virginia ABC store in Ashland, Virginia. In the early morning hours, it ransacked the shelves and then passed out intoxicated in the bathroom. This is according to the statement from the Hanover County Animal Protection and Shelter. So there you go.
I saw this story yesterday. I was like,
Did you see the
is this
video?
fake?
Because it's
I
just
didn't
like,
see the video.
It's great. I highly recommend it. Anyway, we check the markets and other crazy stuff for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business
Those
Flash.
state-run liquor stores are such a bummer. I don't know why those states do that.
Oh,
I mean,
ABC, yeah.
Yeah, ABC, it's filled up. I mean, Pennsylvania does it.
When I moved, that's all I knew. When I moved here, that's what I was expecting.
It just takes away the whole vibe. It's a whole, anyway.
That displacement this morning was news. I think we fill and continue. Yeah, I think we do too, but I'm not sure when. That's why I was a little tentative with my break even. I moved it really quick.
London there. Deb, just give us kind of a post-mortem. How was 2025 for the
Because there's still some games that can be played. See, we're still inside my zone here. There's games that can be played in this range still. We haven't broken the range.
2025 with an expectation that we'd move back to growth.
Yeah.
And that certainly didn't materialize through the first half of the year. But we seem to be ending at around 3 to 4% growth as we exit 2025.
This could be the pullback to enter the long, but I'm hoping for the dump.
Doing very well, but particularly in the first half of the year, it was China which was.
I
the
just
drag.
trying to identify
What we've
whether the
noticed as
pullback
we
is the
end
dump
year,
or if it's the
we've
pullback
actually
for the
just
long.
heard, on a fireside chat over the last few days from L'Oreal, where they're mentioning high-end beauty doing very well out of the US. But also in China too. So they're adding to what we've heard from the luxury companies, where we've seen 2/3 of luxury companies and most of the top 10 switching to growth in China in Q3 from a low base, from negatives a year ago, but actually that we're calling green shoots into the end of year.
How are these companies holding up as it relates to tariff overhangs?
Everything's a pullback till it's. That's what I'm saying, Matt.
Around May time.
That's what
and
I'm
again
saying.
through July
That's what
and
I'm
August
saying.
with
Saying.
different tariff rates moving around. And what we've actually seen, it was less detrimental overall in our numbers. We probably think that EPS won't be pulled as much as
Where's
was
Algo
expected
at
because there
today?
have been some cost savings, and the biggest
Where's my
companies
buddy
and those
Algo?
that were
I
where
haven't seen him
brands were
yet.
really in favor have managed to pass on price. And generally, because these companies operate on high gross margin, the cost into the US, they've moved around 2 to 4% on additional price into the US, as well as 2 to 3% from the beginning of the year. So some of those brands have
Hey, does
absorbed
anyone
cost
on here
increase
use
6,
Rumble?
7% pricing to the US consumer, and we think into 2026 that
It seems
moves
like
nearer
it's
to
easier
2
to
to
get
3%
traction on
overall.
Rumble
So
than
it
it
should
is on
be
YouTube.
less intimidating for the consumer overall 2026. So it's one of our drivers for the year ahead.
I'm simulcasting to
Talk to us
both
about the
Rumble and
Chinese
YouTube
consumer.
right now.
We don't see the Chinese
I
consumer
don't think
here.
TikTok
I'm gonna
lets
walk to Penn Station
people
today,
live
walk down
stream
Fifth Avenue, Madison Avenue.
like
I'll see a
traders.
lot
I
of
don't think they let
Europeans, I'll
traders
see a lot
live
of
stream. I
American
think they
tourists.
only
I
let
don't see
like
many
gamers
from
desktop
Asia.
live
Are
stream.
they not traveling? So is that an impact for New York and London and Paris?
Yeah, we're
and things
waiting
like
for
that?
the EMAs to cross to the
We
downside
actually
for the
have
short.
a survey out of our Asia office
But if they
that
come
we've just
together or cross a little
incorporated
bit,
into
and then we
a
reverse
travel
for the long,
document,
that'll
which
be
we'll
fine
producing.
also.
But this
So
piece
we're
of
just
work is
waiting for
already
EMAs
produced.
to come back
And
together.
actually, on October versus May,
Yep.
the China consumer is looking to travel more into
Yeah,
Europe
we're
to
in the
start
long
with.
right
So
now,
that's
but
the first big positive.
I already
I
got a
think part
piece of
of
this
that
move.
is
Not a very
just
big
on the
one,
way
but
the tariff situation has gone, maybe. So that will be the
5
first
minute
time that we're confident
200 we
it
haven't
comes up
crossed
massive
yet.
versus 3 months ago.
So
They've
this
been
is the
traveling outside of Asia.
152
But
second
overall, what we
200
call the
here,
China
and we're floating
cohort,
on top of that. So
that's
the 5,
actually
I'm guessing the 5
really
minutes up here
operating
somewhere.
more avidly across the Asia region. We're not seeing so much travel from Chinese into Japan, and of course we know that there's some political commentary there as well, so we wouldn't expect that to pick up
Yeah,
next year. But
I believe that.
we are
Yep.
seeing Korea,
Yeah, it's probably close to where
Singapore,
I've got this
Australia, and
historic
others
line of
being
resistance
positive,
right
and
here
the first
that we
move
keep
to Europe
rejecting.
should hopefully indicate that towards the end of the year, and as tariffs settle more in 2026, that we see some of that return to the
Resistance
US
or
as well.
support.
And
The
sticking
red
with China,
dot
how are they
dash
thinking
lines
about
are
supply
historic
chain
resistance or
operations as it relates to
support.
a lot of these
And then I draw
international
trend
traders,
lines. There aren't
especially
as many
people
trend. I
from
don't draw
China?
as many trend lines as I used to. I just make sure
Yeah,
they're
so
very
I
clear
think
and
if we think
relevant over
about
4 or 5 days before I put them
maybe
on.
if we look at it from some of the aspirational entry level luxury companies, then they will have some production moving around the Asia region. But if
I
we
still
think
have
about the
25,569 as a
higher end
daily.
luxury companies, then most of their production is France, Italy, some Portugal, some parts of southern Spain, not so much going on in the Asia region. And so they've been able to manage on the 20% tariff from made in Europe over to the US more so than some of the peer group. For example, one of our entry level that we call branded affordable jewelry, Pandora, produces out of Thailand. It's really suffered in terms of share price this year versus some of the Asian retail jewelers who've done very, very well on the price of gold.
So you got to explain this whole handbag thing to me, Deb. I was in Italy in September. We toured some factories and artisan shops where they make these handbags, and they sell them for tens of thousands of dollars and euros. What is going on there?
All right, I got a call in 10 minutes.
It has. I always say, if you bought at Hermes, you have a just as good or a better correlation than if you'd have held gold. So I think that these bags, particularly for sought after material, the craftsmanship, and the fact that they have continued value, are seen as investment pieces. And so we have the middle ground. If we look over the last year, and one of the things that we think for 2026, bags from Tapestry, from Coach, Ralph Lauren, others, as well as ready to wear, have done very, very well, resonated with the consumer who's been a little bit more skeptical on the consumer sentiment side and maybe shopped around $1,000 or so. But at the very high end, there hasn't been much of a move. So we've seen.
All right, so now we're getting our pullback, guys.
Was doing very, very well at that
So let's
high
see how the chart reads and what happens here. Let's find where the support's going to
Thanks
land.
so much for joining us, Deb Aitken. She's a
I
luxury
think it's important to
goods
watch where the
analyst,
support lands here.
For Bloomberg Intelligence. She is based in London, and her job is basically just to walk around and look at all the luxury stores all
I
the
love
time.
that
It's a nice gig, and she's very, very good at it. But I was shocked. I also want next time we talk to her, I want to talk to her about watches. Apparently, those things are going crazy.
Yeah, what a
too.
market.
I mean, you can't get them a lot of times. You walk in, you put an order in for one of these high-end watches, and you're like, okay, we'll have it for you in a year or two. So I don't know what's going on with that market. I'm happy with my Omega. I got like 20 years ago. All right, looking at the market here, we've got some green out there. S&P up 14, the Dow up 280. That's about 0.6%. And the Nasdaq's up 18 points there. 10-year Treasury yields 4.07%, off about 1 basis point. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
All right, so this is a dangerous place here. You can get hypnotized by this candle right here and think we're going long again, but it can also dump and tag the VWAP. So we're kind of halfway in between the EMA cross. You just got to kind of hang out. This is like the boring part of trading. It's like you got to kind of hang out and wait for the next move. Because we're in no man's land right now. We're just hanging out halfway in the zone. We're literally halfway between the zones. So, I mean, it could go to either end of the zone before it makes the real move. Hey, Spiznet, can you hear me? Are you still in DPLS? Are you hanging on to that? Are you a believer? It's at 5.2 right now. Or are you not? Oh, you're not here. Oh, yeah, you're here. All right. You get a second, let me know. I might buy more ASST
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu
instead
and Paul
of
Sweeney
sitting on.
Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we got Norma Linda sitting in for Scarlett Fu. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg.
I got a
Studio.
stonk decision to make.
And we're coming to you live
Stonky
on that interweb thing. So go to YouTube, and that's where you'll find us there. Real estate investment trusts.
All right, so now we're working the 50 EMA. It's looking a little heavy. 3 candles in a row here. So we could finish this rotation down by the stochastics. If you look here, you remember I was talking about the stochastics. We're starting to roll over.
Jeff, how have REITs
And I will pull the price down, and then we could make another move back up to the top of the range.
They haven't performed well in 2025, that's for sure. I mean, basically, kind of flat to slightly down on a aggregate basis, but relative to the S&P, underperformed significantly, and that's going on 3 years now. Obviously, you had the rising rate cycle that was pretty damaging. You had some difficulties, especially in the office sector. But as we sit here looking ahead to 2026, the fundamental backdrop looks okay, and especially if you get rates falling, if that 10-year yield starts to drop, and that has cascading effects on valuations, it has cascading effects on cost of capital, and really would be a boost for the sector going forward.
Where are you seeing to be some bright spots right now in the REIT sector, Jeff?
Senior housing. That is the...
Why are you looking at me?
I didn't look at you.
I'm looking at you, Paul. I mean, that's the clear winner right now. The fundamental backdrop...
Should have entered my initial plan to short.
is huge and growing.
Oh shit, you'd be looking good now. Look at that, guys. All right, so we're challenging the button. So we're still ranging. I was afraid of that. When I took the long, I was afraid that we weren't done in this range. That's why I kept my break even tight.
In that space are incredible.
But
and
I could have also got most of that move also. So
is the biggest one.
if I,
they're growing like crazy, and the stock is reflecting it.
I just calling the uptrend for the day.
Jeff,
We're in the gray zone.
Aside from
See the box cross? See when we're in this shaded area between the VWAP, that's the gray zone.
I'm in the demo. What else is working here? What is it? Is there a replay?
All right, all right.
Data center stuff?
So there's a couple different ways to answer that. The direct impact of AI on REITs is the two big data center REITs, Equinix and Digital Realty, and they are playing in that space. Right now, it's kind of unclear exactly where they fit. There should be a significant amount of demand for their space, especially for the stuff that they're looking to build. But they have to raise a ton of capital in order to fund that development. And you see CapEx.
All right, so if you look on the ES, guys, we're challenging the VWAP right now. Remember what I talked about, the VWAP chop, when you're on opposite sides? The VWAP can hold everything up here on the ES and pull the NQ back up with it on a bounce. So let's see if we actually break the VWAP on the ES this time.
As that demand filters through. The other issue with AI, though, is there is a...
We're in the gray zone on the VWAP also. We're in a full short on the NQ.
As companies get more efficient,
but
they need less headcount, they need less office space. Haven't really started to see.
I wouldn't take the short right here. So I'm in a confirmation candle. This is the confirmation candle on the short. But this could come back and rip your face right the fuck back off. So I'm not going to go short at the end of the zone.
Concern over whether offices were ever going to have people back in them.
Could be a face
now
ripper.
we have concern that the robots are going to replace the people.
So, of course, we do have the incoming New York City mayor.
It's all right, Craven. Hang in there. Don't start revenge trading. I'm going to give you a revenge trade warning.
What's the latest in terms of the apartment REIT space right now?
Don't start revenge trading.
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear exactly what he's going to be able to do on rent stabilization, freezing, capping rents. But the REITs that own residential in New York City, names like Avalon Bay, Equity Residential, they own stuff that's not subject to those caps. It's largely newer market rate stuff. And so they're not going to be...
Yeah, no FOMO. Hyde, you get a FOMO alert. I'm giving Craven a revenge trading alert and Hyde a FOMO alert.
The net result of caps like that is less stuff getting renovated, less stuff getting built, and that just keeps
be alertful.
Down, and as long as demand stays elevated,
so
then it should flow through.
We're in the gray area, no entries here.
Rents rising to a degree, so I think that in the near term, that should be fine.
All right, well received.
Like those that play in the city.
Yeah, I know.
It's the
I know.
Those that
believe me, I know, man. That's my story. That's my story, man.
Really appreciate it. Jeff Lang,
I sit here and call it out all day, and I'm not in it. It's tough, man. I've conquered FOMO for the most part. I don't fall for it. It takes me a long time to fall for it again.
On the print side.
So this was the biggest scam I've ever heard.
All right, guys, I got to make a phone call. I'll be right back. I got a work call.
The first time I heard this, I was sitting in our research meeting, and we had a new REIT analyst. And I was about to give my pitch on Disney or Time Warner or something to the Salesforce. He comes in talking about funds flow
Speaking
from
a different
operations,
language.
Salespeople were like, "What?"
They were probably a little bit stumped.
Yeah, but it works. That's the measurement for real estate and REITs and things like that. And that's kind of the accepted the way they go there. But
An
I was like,
acronym I'll never forget.
boy, I thought EBITDA was bad, but then this guy throws out funds flow from operations.
Throwing more
FFO.
letters in there.
Exactly. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. That's coming up in just a moment. Nora, thanks for sitting in for Scarlett. Scarlett, I understand, is going to be out again on assignment tomorrow, but back in on Friday, so that is a good thing. Stocks kind of mixed here. The S&P up 6 points, the Dow up 200, the NASDAQ off 22 points, so that's kind of where you are. We're going to have more coming up for you in just a moment. Stay tuned. Bloomberg Radio continues. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Steve Kathan. New federal immigration enforcement efforts getting underway in Minnesota's Twin Cities and already unfolding in New Orleans, where we find CBS's Katie Weiss.
Customs and Border Patrol says that their goal is to arrest people who have been allowed back on the streets after getting arrested previously for some kind of crime. However, we know from seeing in Charlotte that that's not always the case, that sometimes other people who have not been accused or convicted of any crimes have been caught in the middle.
From Washington, CBS's Scott McFarlane reports President Trump says he's granted a full pardon to a Democrat, Congressman Henry Cuellar of Texas, and his wife. They were charged with bribery and conspiracy. Trump says they were punished for being critics of Biden border policy.
Pardons are typically for people who've already been convicted in their cases, made some restitution, acknowledged their guilt, tried to make atonement for it. Henry Cuellar hadn't even gone on trial yet. I mean, typically that's for a jury to decide whether somebody should be absolved or found guilty. In this case, the president has pardoned Henry Cuellar before the case even went to a jury.
The admiral involved in the controversial second strike attack in the Caribbean is due to face lawmakers tomorrow. CBS's Nancy Cordes says the president and defense secretary have defended him.
There are members of Congress from both sides who say that they are skeptical of the administration's shifting storyline on these strikes. Remember that on Sunday, President Trump said there wasn't a second strike as far as he knew, and then less than 24 hours later, the White House was saying actually that there was. You had the Pentagon spokesperson saying that the entire
Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good, too. But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Regulators! Mount up!
We cannot waver in our commitment to Ukraine. Every single day, Russian missiles and drones cause death and destruction, leaving civilians without heat, light, and water as winter approaches.
On the Health Watch, CBS's Michael Wallace tells us the FDA is investigating whether some glucose monitor errors contributed to 7 deaths and hundreds of injuries.
Abbott Diabetes Care says it found malfunctioning sensors in some of its Freestyle Libre 3 and 3 Plus monitors, which may have given incorrect low glucose readings. Those low readings could have led users to skip or delay their insulin doses, posing serious health risks. Abbott says about 3 million monitors may have the faulty sensors. Half of those devices have likely expired or been used.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 230 points. The NASDAQ is 8 points lower. This is CBS News. New research looks at loneliness.
A report released by AARP shows an increasing number of middle-aged to older adults are lonely, even when they're not actually alone. Among the loneliest, 49% of 45 to 49-year-olds, as well as 62% of people who've never married, and more than half who aren't working. Experts say many people transitioning from caregiving, careers, and changing social networks are particularly vulnerable. This year, 42% of men report being lonely, compared to 37% of women. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A rare Fabergé egg crafted for Russia's ruling family before the revolution is sold for more than $30 million. The egg is one of 7 still in private hands. It's made from rock crystal with a snowflake motif of platinum and 4,500 diamonds. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The Secretary of Defense distances himself from the boat strike, just as the first complaint is filed. Welcome to the Wednesday edition, as Pete Hegseth tells reporters he left the room before a second strike was ordered on an alleged drug boat. And now the family of a Venezuelan fisherman is accusing the U.S. of an extrajudicial killing. We talked about it with Republican Senator Rand Paul, who is not a fan of any of this. We'll have that conversation ahead. And still waiting for the White House readout on the big meeting with Vladimir Putin. The Russians are talking, though, and we'll get into it with our political panel, all after a look at Wall Street. We start there right now with Alexis Christoforous at World Headquarters in New York. A mostly up session so far. Alexis, what do you see?
Mostly up, Joe. That's right. We just turned mixed a few minutes ago. Traders here betting the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates at its final policy meeting of the year. Of course, that takes place December 10th. We've got industrials, energy, and healthcare, the top performing industries today. Here's a look at the action. Dow Industrials now up 232 points, led higher by shares of United Healthcare and Nike. We've got the S&P 500 up about 9. The NASDAQ Composite, though, down about 7. And the Bitcoin bounce continues, up nearly 0.7%, above 92,200. All right, the numbers are in, and more than 202 million Americans shopped from Thanksgiving Day through Cyber Monday. That's the highest number on record since the National Retail Federation began tracking in 2017. In our retail roundup, Macy's posting its strongest growth in more than 3 years last quarter. But despite those results, shares of Macy's down about 1% after the retailer was cautious about the holiday quarter, citing consumer spending concerns and pressure from tariffs. But shares of Dollar Tree climbing more than 2% after delivering stronger than expected quarterly results and healthy sales growth as consumers continue to look for bargains. Dollar Tree highlighted momentum from its multi-price strategy and a record Halloween season, while tightening its outlook and lifting profit guidance. And shares of American Eagle Outfitters soaring nearly 15%. The apparel company posting better than expected earnings, providing upbeat guidance for the fourth quarter. American Eagle said its ad campaigns with actress Sydney Sweeney and NFL star Travis Kelce are attracting more customers, but they've yet to be a major revenue driver. To recap, stocks are mixed. Dow is up 217 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back to Joe Matthew and Balance of Power.
All right, Alexis, great to see you. Thanks for being here on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. On your satellite radio, channel 121, streaming live always on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. If you've got the YouTube TV, you can watch us there too. Just dial up Bloomberg Originals. We'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation in our second hour with much to cover today. So thank you for being here. The 3rd of December. Not a lot of time left, I should say, for Christmas shopping. We'll talk later this hour about the headlines from the AI space that are moving stocks. Microsoft lower right now. NVIDIA is lower right now following this report from Microsoft earlier today, and a bit of a warning on AI demand. We'll have more on this coming up as we make our way through the hour here. The story surrounding the situation in Venezuela is a very interesting one, and it's an interesting day here, if I can use that word again, to be the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Incidentally, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, The Pentagon's inaugural Christmas tree lighting ceremony gets underway. What will be going through his mind on this eve of the testimony from Admiral Frank Bradley, as well as the Inspector General report on Signalgate that has been delivered to Hegseth and is now due to be made public, albeit in redacted form. But all this following the situation in Venezuela that took on a whole new look yesterday in the president's cabinet meeting, with Pete Hegseth saying that he left the room. Watching this on a live feed, left the room after the initial strike on the boat. He invoked the fog of war to the reporters who were in the room there. Said he did not personally see the survivors after the first missile strike and, quote, moved on to my next meeting before the second one took place. There are tandem investigations underway right now on Capitol Hill, House side, Senate side. And these interviews, including the testimony tomorrow from the Admiral, could lead to a bigger mess for Pete Hegseth. Listen to the Republican senator from Kentucky, Rand Paul. We spent some time talking with him about this, remembering that he signed on to a War Powers Act to try to push back on the administration's efforts in the waters off of Venezuela. We started by asking him, as we spent some time here with myself and Amara Amokwe, talking with the senator about the legality here and also the drive. What's the end game, if not anything less than regime change? Are we on the march to war? Here's what the senator said.
I'm very fearful that these boat strikes and the positioning of our ships and our troops right off the coast of Venezuela is a prelude to war. I think that there is a real question of legality. Under the military justice, under the Code of Military Justice, it says that when someone has been incapacitated or shipwrecked, or they're clinging to the wreckage of a boat, that they're out of combat and they're no longer subject to be killed. And so there is a real question: who gave the order, and why would they give the order to kill someone who is out of combat? Now, over the weekend, the Secretary of Defense was saying, well, I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about a second attack. But today, when he was interviewed, he said, well, yes, I left the room for a while. The second attack occurred, and I learned about it when he came back. But why was he telling us this weekend he didn't know anything about a second attack and he had never authorized it? But now that it's come to light, he says, oh, I didn't do it. Somebody else did it. The Admiral did it. So they're all pin and blame on the military guy. But I'm one who tends to give a lot of leeway to the military guy and not so much leeway to the person who gave him the orders. These orders came from the Secretary of Defense, and ultimately he's going to have to accept responsibility. But to my mind, there's a question about whether or not killing people in the first place, who you have no proof that they're armed, you have presented no proof that they're carrying drugs, and that you simply kill them. I think that's outrageous. But now, not only do we kill them, our government is following up by killing them when they're wounded and stranded and of no threat whatsoever, which is, according to our own laws, illegal.
Well, you've illustrated that carefully, Senator. It's Admiral Frank Bradley we're talking about. He's been named by the administration. I don't know if you think it's appropriate that his name is made public before he testifies before the Armed Services Committee on Thursday. But I guess the question now is raised, where does the buck stop? Is it with the Admiral, the Defense Secretary, or the Commander-in-Chief?
I think it's, to me, amazing that anybody in the public accepts this. The idea that we would make an accusation. We will simply accuse someone, and then they are found guilty without any kind of process. We asked the Coast Guard for specific statistics off the coast of Venezuela, and they said of boats that have been interceded off of the coast, before we came up with this blow them to smithereens policy, we used to interdict them. And of the boats that we interdicted off the coast of Venezuela, about 1 in 4, 21% to be exact, were not carrying drugs. That would mean if you're going to blow up all of the boats off the coast that look like drug boats or that you're suspicious for, 21% of the time you'd be killing innocent people. So I think it's outrageous that anybody would countenance this kind of activity. And I'm surprised that I seem to be one of the few people who seem to be alarmed at this. But I think it's unconscionable. It's wrong on any level to kill people with no proof that they are engaged in combat at all with your country.
Well, so should Pete Hegseth be fired?
There has to be an investigation, and I am glad that for a change there is a bipartisan push from the Armed Services Committee to get to the bottom of this. So there'll be an investigation. I think he needs to be asked under oath, did you give the order to kill any survivors? And if you didn't give the order, what was the order? Why did the admiral think that he was supposed to kill people clinging to wreckage? And the idea that these people were still a threat, it's a debate whether they were ever a threat. They're on a motorboat 2,000 miles from our coast. If you want to take that motorboat to the closest point of entry in Miami, you'd probably have to fill it up 20 times. These motorboats can't go 2,000 miles on a tank of gas. If there was drugs on board, they may be going to other countries, but probably not to the U.S. So the whole thing is just remarkable that in our country we would allow this to happen.
Senator Schumer has asked for footage of these strikes to be released. Is that something that you would support?
Yes. We need to see the footage. We need to hear the audio. The Secretary of Defense has now said that he left the room. That's fine. But the whole idea is the Admiral's not just making these decisions without an order. The order came from the Secretary of Defense. And then I hear some of my colleagues in the hallway just saying, oh, no big deal, we do this all the time. Whenever we bomb people, we just do a second tap on them, man. If they're moving, we go back and hit them again. Well, if it's soldiers with guns shooting our soldiers, I'm fine with that. But this is a pretense of a war. They've just said, oh, we call these people in these boats narco-terrorists so we can kill them without any kind of proof, or without any kind of justification, because we say so, because we say it's a war. This is insane. This isn't a war. These people we don't even know if they're armed. We've killed 80 people. Are any of them armed? What are their names? What is it they're transporting? All these people going off saying, oh, fentanyl's killing people. I know people who died of fentanyl. I have a great deal of sympathy. I know a family lost 2 sons to fentanyl. I have sympathy for that. There's no evidence there's any fentanyl on this boat. There's no evidence that any fentanyl comes from Venezuela. Zero. There is fentanyl come out of Mexico, but since we're blowing these boats up, maybe we're taking our eye off the border in Mexico. So the whole thing is a pretense and a prelude to war in Venezuela, and I hope it doesn't happen.
Senator, you've said previously that you've received not one briefing on Venezuela. In your eyes, does the administration have a coherent strategy on this issue? And how does it square with the president and the administration's America First posture, this idea that they were going to keep America out of ever-increasing foreign entanglements?
The one thing I've always liked about Donald Trump, and the reason I've supported him and still do support him, is that I think his instincts towards less intervention and less foreign war have been sincere. He's been against the Iraq War for several decades, before it happened and after it happened. He was against the war in Libya that Obama took us into. So those were legitimate ideas. They're a legitimate part of America First. But this idea of invading Venezuela, I think, comes from the Secretary of State, who's long wanted regime change there. Now, if you could wave a wand and have regime change where there's adversaries we don't like, we would do it for China. We would do it for Colombia. We would do it for all the countries that have tin-pot socialist dictators. But we don't do that because the end result of regime change often is more chaos, or chaos worse even than the authoritarianism they live under.
The take from Senator Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, talking with us here late yesterday on Balance of Power. We should know the family of a Colombian man killed in a U.S. strike on one of these alleged drug boats has filed a complaint with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Alejandro Andres Carranza Medina, a 42-year-old fisherman, killed September 15th. His lawyer said in a phone interview with the Washington Post, family has been left without their chief breadwinner. We'll have more ahead, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. companies shed payrolls in November by the most since early 2023. According to ADP research data, private sector payrolls decreased by 32,000 last month. Payrolls have now fallen 4 times in the last 6 months. That weaker than expected jobs data bolstering hopes for a Federal Reserve rate cut later this month. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average now at its best level of the session, up 325 points. The broader market also higher, but more modestly. The S&P 500 up about 19. The NASDAQ Composite up 35. Delta back in the news. It expects to take a $200 million hit to profits from the reduced flight schedules prompted by the recent government shutdown. The carrier said the hit is equal to about 25 cents a share. And Boeing giving back some of yesterday's big rally. It was its best day since April. Shares of Boeing now down more than 2.5%. The plane maker said yesterday it expects higher deliveries of its 737 and 787 jets next year. Delayed certification for the 737-10 model.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So it looks like we're trying to break out again. I was on my call. I missed the signal. The signal was right here to go long again, and I missed it. But that's what happens when you're working. You're not going to get them all unless you know, once it's automated. It will take that entry for me. So the entry would have been on this candle, somewhere on this candle, and I'd be, you know, that would be the trade right now.
Turn our attention to the AI race. Talk of a bubble being renewed today, or at least maybe a little bit of a slowdown. We're going to get to this report about Microsoft in a moment when we spend some time with Caroline Hyde, but I want to start with something called Gain AI. This is not a new AI company.
So this was our entry zone here. That was our entry signal. And then confirmation, I would have probably went in on this, the third candle. So cross candle. This looks, you know, we don't know what's going on here. We get a little pullback confirmation, boom, and we're off to the races. So that would have been the call, but I was on a sales call. I couldn't manage the entry. But when the programmed version comes in, it will take that entry on this candle. When this candle opens, that entry will auto entry, and you would automatically be in. That's how it's being programmed now for the beta version to go out for testing. So it's, you know, what are you gonna do? This was the signal here. That's the signal I got in on. So let's see what happens. Let's see if we break this zone up here this time. It looks like we might.
Bloomberg Tech is with us from World Headquarters in New York. Caroline, it's always my great pleasure to see you, and I'm wondering how persuasive Jensen Huang can be in this room today. What do you think?
He's a persuasive guy, isn't he? And we've seen him really try to persuade before that to win the AI race, the answer is not to ban the most sophisticated technology from China. It's in fact to allow him to export his sophisticated chips, because then China becomes ever more dependent on his infrastructure rather than being pushed to build that of Huawei, for example. There's a real tussle at the top within the administration and who's got the ear of the president as to which side are you? Are you hawkish? Are you saying more broadly that no, none of our US technology should be allowed in the hands of the Chinese, and you should fulfill the demand of homegrown cloud data infrastructure first? That's why you've seen some of the big hyperscalers actually say, we kind of like this Gain AI Act. We kind of want to have first dibs on NVIDIA's most sophisticated chips before you start exporting them out to China. Now remember, at the moment, NVIDIA CEO has said that they get zero. One big fat 0% of any revenue from China thus far. So he hasn't been able to export, even with the idea that that 15% revenue share could be going to the government for him and AMD to be able to export those dumbed down chips that aren't Blackwell architecture, but previous architecture. He couldn't even get that to be interesting to the Chinese government. He hoped his Blackwell architecture, if indeed just restricted to fit current export limitations. Maybe
all right, I got another call.
Because the big tech giants do want his chips, but the government doesn't. So thus far, he's got a lot of persuading to do, not only of lawmakers, and as you say, it's the banking committee that signs off on these.
DPLS just got news. What's that news? Now it's down.
And what's the limitations that he would put in place to allow US demand to be satisfied, but also to gain access to what was once his most important market in many ways?
Well, you bring up a great point. The stock has already priced in no China business, right? Yeah. So a pretty muted response here. It's down about 0.5%. right now. Why is Jensen Huang so concerned about this legislation when Donald Trump is probably going to have the final say on this anyway, right? The White House wants to be able to dictate this, not Congress.
All right.
I'm sure that they would like to be able to dictate many things. And I think that really for the White House, they have time and time again shown their focus on AI infrastructure, on the build out. Look, just this week we had the news that they're helping have $150 million being allocated towards Pat Gelsinger's new startup, which is all about taking on ASML, the European chip equipment manufacturer. And with LightX, it's all about lasers we're seeing at the moment more broadly, Joe, whether that would be a part of the supply chain here in the United States. But we know that they've wanted to put money into rare earths. We know they want to put money into quantum. They know that they want to win what they see are national security, real races upon their hands. They would like to.
All right, guys, I gotta call this customer back. I'll be right back. So we're kind of hovering around here. So we got to see, you know, are we doing like the inverted head and shoulders thing, or are we gonna play with the VWAP one more time, or is this gonna be the real move out? So we're just kind of waiting and seeing if the whales are ready to take us back to our normal operating levels here from this morning.
You know, everyone's looking for an excuse to
all right,
bail
I'll
on
be
the
right back.
narrative here, right? That's been the story for the past couple of weeks. So in this case, the information shows up and everybody freaks out here. Microsoft has lowered expectations for getting business customers to spend money on the Cloud Units marketplace for AI models and agents. You frame that as you want. We've got a little bit of a warning here, and you know, anyone tied to OpenAI right now, and there's no bigger name really than Microsoft there, seems to be getting a second look. Does this simply confirm the worries that were already out there? How should we be looking at this?
I really think that on any other given day, when we're not in perhaps lower liquidity, holiday trading, and if AI anxiety wasn't still looming, we'd kind of have batted this report off. But at the moment, as you say, everyone's looking for breadcrumbs that feed into the thesis that AI productivity isn't there. We've got this whole bubble narrative and circular financing narrative continuing that are we spending too much on AI infrastructure if people don't want to use it and they don't want to spend to use it? This report coming from The Information is really putting a highlight on, say, Carlyle Group, big private equity player that has a deal, we understand, with Microsoft to use Copilot within its offerings to be able to scrape data from all of its other software and be able to build and churn out Microsoft Excel reports that much easier. The problem is, it's hard to access the data. Maybe you've got some of it in Salesforce, and you've got it in some of your other pockets. How are we seeing these companies managing to walk companies through, handhold them as to how to make productivity gains? Carlyle basically just said, look, we want to cut our costs on AI, and we're perhaps going to move away a little bit from what have been some of our overall spending. This then feeds out writ large. How much are we seeing sales members in Microsoft trying to sell GitHub or Copilot? Are they having to curtail what they thought was going to be enormous demand? We just had Okta CEO on. Now, Okta CEO builds basically a way in which your agents will be known by the company to be the right agent, accessing the right data at the right time. Now, he's saying, look, he's never seen scale like it, adoption like it, interest like it. But at the moment, they're stuck because you are getting these pools of data in different places and everyone needs to work together. So is it a question that you just need more help for your clients? Or is it actually that people aren't willing to spend? We'll get Salesforce after the bell today. Big question mark. Is their agent force actually able to drive revenue? Are people willing to spend a lot more for it, Joe? I think that's the key question. And it becomes a key question on whether you still want to be building out AI infrastructure at quite the clip you are.
Well, so you're pointing us to use cases here, right? And this comes just days after Gemini jumped off the page here and became the greatest thing. You're talking about Salesforce, the Benioff tweet that went around the world. And it's coming at the expense of OpenAI, which just yesterday saw Chief Executive Officer Sam Altman declare a code red. When you see Altman, after all these deals, and what I'm assuming are hundreds of billions now in announced investments, declare a code red, are we getting over our skis?
I think it just shows you how competitive this whole space is, Joe, because this is a company that has 800 million weekly users of ChatGPT, and it's worried about Gemini 3. It's worried about the latest innovations. Remember, we've just had Runway, which is a New York-based generative AI video company, come out, and it's top of the leaderboard with its own AI video generator in the latest iteration of models. Their argument is that Davids can beat Goliaths out here at the moment. People are going to want ever more specific, unique types of models. Are we going to, A, become commoditized when it comes to our large language model providers, or is there really winner takes all here? We see Sam Altman realizing that he needs to stop being perhaps distracted by subscription focus or advertising models that might substantiate his revenue growth and actually get the product right. And I think that's why he's calling this so-called code red, reassign some of the resources that he has to stop going into different directions and come back to what is their key core product, ChatGPT, that needs to work effectively and win out versus Gemini or indeed Anthropic's Claude or whoever else that you might lean on. Perplexity as well. There really is quite a fierce competition out there.
Well, with apologies to Jack Nicholson, is the code red about simply making a better product to better compete with Gemini and the others? Or is it about taking a different look at this and favoring maybe business to business, the industrial applications over the consumer-facing ones?
I think they've really been trying to talk up about the adoption in companies. 1 million companies that are currently using ChatGPT and OpenAI's large language models. There is really, that's where the enterprise and the growth and the money is likely to be coming from. And that's really where Anthropic's been winning. Claude has always been much more focused on the business sales, particularly on coding and its prowess there. And that's managed to keep investors, VCs and others very interested. Can we see OpenAI now being put into Amazon Bedrock? Will that give it the scale that it needs to go into more B2B offerings? Will it be able to work with partnerships? Are companies adopting it at the scale that they'd like to see? I think you're really right that this is a code red of just trying to understand for now, how does the core product work? How does it compete? And will they end up winning versus some of the other competition? From a revenue perspective, it looks as though in a way, Sam Altman's kind of putting that debate on ice by saying, look, let's not focus on advertising, but let's focus on making the core competency that is ChatGPT just insurmountable, just unbeatable. And I think that's why he's really doubling down there.
Wow. Are we in a world now then it's Microsoft and OpenAI versus Google and Broadcom and NVIDIA just takes money from everybody? How do we look at these alliances?
Frenemies. I think this is one big game of frenemies because remember, we've just had that, as you say, the jolt with Alphabet suddenly showing its prowess from its vertically integrated company. It not only has great models, but it trains them on its own in-house chips, and it's then able to give it to you and I via Gemini, or whether even we're using a Pixel phone. That suddenly becomes music to other people's ears. Maybe it's a Meta who suddenly wants a TPU because it's slightly cheaper than an NVIDIA. But remember, Alphabet's quick to say, we still want NVIDIA chips. We still want to be able to use that in our Google Cloud offering. So I do think there's an element that all can win, and we'll get more specific for what chips we want, in which scenario, which model we want, in which scenario, and eventually that will give us the productivity gains we all keep wittering on about. But for now, it is a question of Marvell doing well today. Look, earnings came out yesterday. This is a company that makes chips for application-specific uses. They make Trainium 3 with Amazon, for example. There are going to be many winners in this, but we're still going to question quite the size of the winning.
God, we didn't even get to Amazon. Can you come on every day? Can I ask producer James to make that happen? I would appreciate it if we could do this. I'm sure. Caroline, it's great to see you. Thank you for your readout on this. Fascinating moment in time when we keep our eyes on the AI space. Caroline Hyde only on...
Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous. We're getting a last major look at the labor market before the Fed's final rate decision of the year, and it's not good. Private payroll provider ADP says companies lost 32,000 jobs in November. Economists surveyed by Bloomberg were looking for a gain of 10,000. Bloomberg's Enda Curran has more from Washington.
It's clearly a negative read on the labor market, coming in much weaker than expected. Economists had expected maybe around a plus 10,000 jobs, but it actually came in, as you say, negative 30-odd thousand, and weakness by the looks of it across the board, jobs being lost in goods and services.
Bloomberg's Enda Curran in Washington. Following that report, traders now pricing in a 98% chance the Fed will cut rates next week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 345 points at 47,819. The S&P 500 up about 20. We've got the NASDAQ Composite climbing 34 points. And shares of Marvell Technology rallying after reassuring investors that its custom chip design unit is winning repeat orders. Marvell also plans to acquire the startup Celestial AI for at least $3.25 billion. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back over to Joe Matthew in Balance of Power.
All right, Alexis, thank you so much. Great to have you along the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio. Nice to see you on YouTube. If you're not already watching the radio on TV, just search Bloomberg Business News Live. Catch this program and the rest of our lineup from Washington, D.C. and world headquarters in New York throughout the day. It's one of the coolest things we've got going. You can pause it, you can back it up. If you've got YouTube TV, by the way, the full package, dial up Bloomberg Originals. They carry the program all 2 hours every day. We've got breaking news that will not make the defense secretary probably a lot more comfortable as he prepares to light the inaugural Pentagon Christmas tree this evening, just before 5 p.m. CNN gets first grab here at the Signal Gate report. If this wasn't on your radar, it should be. The Inspector General report into the Signal Gate scandal, due to be made public here, having already been delivered to the Senate Armed Services Committee, according to Axios, which means the whole thing will be leaked at some point very soon. We'll get a redacted version publicly, but CNN is talking to sources about what's inside. The headlines just crossing the terminal. Hegseth endangered troops by using Signal. Watchdog finds, citing 4 sources on Watchdog report of Hegseth Signal use. So we'll just park that right there, and we'll talk about it a little bit more when we learn more. We're also waiting to learn a lot more when we consider the ability of the administration to control the narrative over Signalgate or anything else going on. So far, Russia is the only one to describe what went on inside the meeting yesterday with Vladimir Putin. Remember, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner went to the other side of the world to talk with Putin in Moscow. They spoke for the better part of 5 hours. And if you're with us on YouTube, there's a little peek inside the room. Always with the white table, huh? Big, long, white table. No readout, however, from the White House, or I guess more specifically, from Truth Social. That's where we tend to get them now. In administrations past, you'd get a formal document with the White House seal on it and a readout. That typically was pretty sketchy. These days, the president himself usually writes what he thinks about it in a long missive on Truth Social. We've received neither. As far as the Russians are concerned, during yesterday's negotiations, something was accepted, something was noted as unacceptable, and this is a normal working process of seeking compromise, according to the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. That's more than we've gotten from the Americans. He was quoted to say, the more quietly these negotiations are conducted, the more productive they will be. That might be what's happening. Let's see what the panel thinks. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, and partner at Stone Court Capital, joined today by Democratic strategist Caitlin Legacki, senior fellow at Third Way, and it's great to see both of you here. Rick, we talked yesterday as this meeting was getting underway and we started to see the initial headlines from Russia. Almost 24 hours later, what do we make of the fact that the White House has said nothing?
Yeah, I do think it's unusual. Normally there's a bit of a battle of the bands, right? Where the Russians, Peskov is very good about getting out and setting the tone. I think we've been beat to the microphone almost every time there's been a major meeting with Trump or Putin or, U.S. negotiators. So that shouldn't surprise us. But the fact that we haven't followed up with anything to put into the pipeline of information is extraordinary. And maybe it's because there was nothing accomplished, and this is not something that the administration wants to point out. Indications are that they're still stuck on the same problem that they've had since day one, and that is a territorial dispute. Russia wants the territories not only that they've fought on the ground to obtain, but also additional territories that they believe Ukraine owes them. And of course, Ukraine disagrees with all that. My understanding is yesterday's 5 hours of negotiation barely even touched on it, and therefore no resolution. Peshkov's funny, though. I mean, like, he will disagree with himself when he's talking to the press out of the Kremlin. He's like, I'm the first one to talk to you about what happened, but like maybe a quiet diplomacy is the best way to go. Well, which is it, Peshkov? I mean, what side are you going to take? So we'll continue to watch this space, but I'm shocked we haven't heard anything from the White House.
Well, maybe he thinks it's best if the U.S. keeps things quiet. Caitlin, I'm looking at the Truth Social feed. There've been no shortage of posts.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm back. All right, so I missed the. All right, so I didn't really miss anything. It looks like we just got a little bloop back to the 20 EMA. It looks like we're still trying to bust out of this zone. We're still trying to bust out of this zone.
Henry Cuellar, but no attempt to frame what took place yesterday.
All right, I'm not close to another signal yet. I'm gonna go warm up a little lunch here. I'll be right back in like 10 minutes, guys.
In news reports from the Wall Street Journal, a lot of these negotiations have really been geared toward giving Russia exactly what they want. And I think that if there was any sort of progress that was made that showed that this deal is either in Ukraine's interest or in the interest of the United States, they'd be talking about it. But I think, posture really tells you a lot. And the fact that Russia is really eager to set the tone here indicates that they think that they are kind of winning this negotiation. And I think, frankly, the more the American people hear about these negotiations, the more they know what's in these proposals, the harder it gets for the Trump administration to continue going through with them. And so it doesn't surprise me that they're trying to keep it all under wraps. And frankly, I think that should give everybody some pause.
Yuri Ushakov, an aide to Vladimir Putin, who was recorded in a conversation on the phone. Remember, it was Steve Witkoff. It was a Bloomberg exclusive last week as Witkoff told him how to approach President Trump and get good results from a meeting. He said, we could agree on some things. Other things provoked criticism. The president is referring to Putin here. Also, this is a direct quote, Rick. Made no secret of our critical and even negative attitude toward a number of proposals, unquote. This doesn't sound like it's getting any easier, and Putin is very busy launching missiles into residential neighborhoods in Kyiv and other cities across Ukraine. Is the president being played right now?
Well, I think it's fair to say Putin's been playing every president that has served in office since he became head of the state of Russia. I mean, this is standard operating procedure for the Russian leader. He plays everyone, and it's his training as a KGB agent. He never shows you what he really is thinking. Every time he opens up his mouth is a lie. It's propaganda. It's what he does, and he's really good at it. And we're lousy at it. We tend to say what's on our mind, and it falls right into his trap. And so every Russian expert I've talked to since these negotiations began, even during the Biden administration, I would say are totally convinced that he has a waiting game, incremental gains on the ground, through the slaughter of young Russian men, and wait out the West till they just get tired of having a war in Europe. And so far, advantage Putin. That seems to be working for him. The best thing I heard today was the White House may be considering changing their strategy, that the negotiations aren't working, and maybe we ought to do something different. Like maybe they should think about sanctions. Maybe they should think about tomahawks. The Defense Department's already approved them. Why doesn't the White House send them?
Well, my God, of course, that sanctions bill has been sitting on the shelf up in the Senate for months now. Just ask Lindsey Graham. NATO foreign ministers are gathering today in Brussels, Caitlin, to talk about Ukraine. The Secretary of State will not be there First time that's happened for the Secretary of State to skip a NATO ministerial since the last century. What's going on here, Caitlin? If the administration is considering a different strategy, will Europe be involved?
It's not clear. I mean, what I have found remarkable about this entire negotiation process is we have allies in Europe like Poland who are not liberal bastions. Like the Polish government is pretty conservative, and they are really scared about the way this is going because the one thing that all of Europe agrees on is that Russia is a threat to them. And so the fact that the U.S. is not participating in this NATO meeting, I think, is a really troubling sign. We know that Donald Trump historically has been hostile to the idea of NATO. He thinks that the European countries don't carry their weight when it comes to defense spending. And so I think there is good reason for them to be nervous about the U.S. not being there to support NATO and the rest of Europe. And I think, frankly, it's a troubling sign.
Well, I don't know if we're going to get any meetings in the near future here, Rick. The administration has a lot to juggle, including what's going on in Venezuela. And now apparently this Signalgate report that just dropped a short time ago on someone at CNN, at least. This is going to be made public. As we mentioned, it's already been released on Capitol Hill. This is the Inspector General report into Signalgate that's been months in the making. The Armed Services Committee in the Senate has the documents, Rick. The headline on CNN is, Hegseth endangered troops by using Signal. Watchdog finds. If this is in the hands of the committee, how quick before this is made public?
Well, I mean, just the fact that we now know that the conclusion was that he put troops in harm's way is going to be the punchline, right? How he did it, we also pretty much know, right? I mean, he was texting on Signal what the war plans were. And no matter how you spin it, that's a de facto risk for those troops executing those war plans. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of mystery here. I think what's amazing is there's still a watchdog at DOD. Amazing. That guy shows up at the most interesting moments. Kind of thought that they had put a cap on him. And so this just is another bad day in the Secretary of War's office where they got to talk about things other than what he wants to talk about. And at some point in time, we've seen this play before. Trump will get bored with this idea of playing defense, and the only way he can get back on offense is make a change at the top.
Wow. Well, so is that where we're going, Caitlin? This report finds Hegseth should not have used Signal, and that senior Defense Department officials need better training on protocols. Will he be around for that?
I don't know. I agree with Rick completely. I think there is actually, this is the worst possible timing for Hegseth, given the dialogue right now.
Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good, too. But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Regulators! Mount up!
Running the department efficiently. He's not concerned about the safety of our troops or ensuring that we're upholding standards. And I think it just feeds into a larger picture of recklessness and carelessness that ultimately Trump is going to get tired of. And it's a question of whether he cuts bait with Hegseth now or he waits until after Christmas. But it does feel like Trump is getting tired of it.
The Admiral is going to be testifying tomorrow, as you know, Rick, before the Senate Armed Services Committee about the second strike, or the double tap, as everyone keeps calling it. I can sort of get a kick out of everyone using the jargon at this point. Will it be the Admiral's testimony or the results of Signalgate that end Pete Hegseth's career?
You know, look, I don't think there's going to be any one thing that pulls that trigger potentially from the White House. I mean, like, remember, a month ago we were talking about that crazy meeting in Quantico where, you know, Hegseth calls all the general staff to talk to them about what they wear and how fat they are. I mean, like, that began people scratching their head going, what in the world is going on in the secretary's office? So this has been kind of a routine exercise of inconsistency by this secretary. And I think that it's the cumulative weight of all this stuff that ultimately will, I think, sink this boat without a double wow.
Well done. Who's bought DoubleTap.com? James, is that available? I think I know a guy who's buying. Great panel today. Rick Davis, Caitlin Legacki. They'll be back in hour 2 here. Double Tap, hour 2. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Jane Harmon will be with us ahead. Stay right here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The walls close in on the defense secretary. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. As a new Inspector General report into Signalgate drops, just a day before the admiral who ordered the second strike on the alleged Venezuelan drug boat testifies on Capitol Hill. We're going to get the latest ahead from Bloomberg's national security expert, Nick Wadhams. And we'll have insights coming up from former Democratic Congresswoman Jane Harmon, former ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. Republicans pull out a win in Tennessee, but Democrats still declare a moral victory, and we'll get into that with our political panel, all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start there right now with Alexis Christoforous.
Oh, hey, I forgot to turn the mic off. I was putting
Thanks, Joe. And more
I was running out of ketchup on my sandwich or my hamburger.
In November, with small businesses hit the hardest. That's according to payrolls processing firm ADP. That report, of course, the last monthly jobs picture the Federal Reserve will see before its meeting next week. Now the odds of a Fed rate cut this month have surged to 98%. That is helping to fuel a rally on Wall Street. The Dow Industrial is up 355 points. The S&P 500 adding about 23, and the NASDAQ Composite up now about 50. Yields are mostly lower. We've got the 10-year yield at 4.06%, the 2-year yield
Toasted the bread.
4.9%. Taking a look at gold.
Hey, we got 700 followers. Who'd I miss? I just became rich at this moment. Section 8. You're rich, Section 8? Glad you're here to announce it. Not really. All right, so the whales, are they coming in? Are the whales going to support us from here on up, or are we going to get another snatch back?
Microsoft's denying that.
I'll be right back.
That aggregate sales quotas for AI products have not been lowered, and that the story inaccurately combines the concepts of growth and sales quotas. And Spotify Wrapped is here, and it looks like Bad Bunny has been named its most played artist, dethroning Taylor Swift. Bad Bunny earned more than 19.8 billion streams globally this year, followed by Swift, The Weeknd, Drake, and Billie Eilish. Once again, stocks higher across the board, with the Dow now up 362 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Alexis, thank you so much. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Great to have you with us here on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, with breaking news from Washington. Multiple reports now about a Pentagon watchdog report into the Signalgate scandal, finding that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth violated some of the department's regulations when he shared sensitive information from his cell phone on Signal, and in fact may have endangered troops in the process. We're going to have a lot more on this when we spend some time with Nick Wadhams, and coming up as well, Jane Harmon will join us in studio with our eyes on tomorrow's testimony from the admiral that ordered the second strike on the alleged drug boat coming out of Venezuela. This was, of course, a big topic of conversation as President Trump held his final cabinet meeting of the year yesterday. And sitting right next to him was the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, who made clear that he was not, in fact, the one who ordered that second strike. And while he was watching the attack live on a live video feed, he had left the room before it was clear that there were survivors in the water who were then killed by the second strike. President Trump was asked about this before Hegseth even got into details, and clearly not concerned about the way this all unfolded. Here's what the commander-in-chief had to say.
I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea.
Hegseth said we're just beginning attacks like these. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, Admiral Frank Bradley, who ordered that second strike, will testify before the Senate Armed Services Committee as members of Congress try to get answers that were not delivered yesterday in the cabinet meeting. Nick Wadhams, who runs our national security coverage here in Washington, is with us in studio with more on this. Nick, when you add everything up here, the questions about Venezuela, the testimony tomorrow, this Signalgate IG report that just dropped, this is probably not a fun day for Pete Hegseth. By the way, he's lighting the Pentagon Christmas tree a few hours from now.
Right, and we will be watching that one. I mean, listen, there are a couple things going on here. One, it is undeniable that he has had a series of controversies and mishaps dating back to even before the administration took office. His confirmation hearing was fraught. He cleared by a single vote. There were a lot of reports about alcohol use, allegations of assault, all sorts of unsavory things in there, and that's been followed by a repeated string of things, the Signal situation, and then this argument that he essentially was not there to see the second strike on this vessel that killed some survivors in what some legal experts are saying is war crime.
Yeah.
At the same time, President continues, at least publicly, to say he remains satisfied with Pete Hegseth. And what you have, what the president has in his defense secretary is an official who has been unstintingly loyal, has really pushed the MAGA agenda, has gone after DEI and woke, what he sees as woke policies, has been on board with the president's push to revamp procurement, budgeting, all sorts of stuff within the Pentagon. So, so far, at least, it appears that President Trump believes that the positives outweigh the negatives when it comes to Secretary Hegseth.
Wow. Will we see a clarified policy when it comes to Venezuela following these investigations? You've got armed services committees in both chambers looking into this. Once they get the admiral's take on this, I assume there'll be some sort of report. What follows?
Well, you know, I think you actually have seen a more clear policy in the sense of what hasn't happened, because after that initial strike, that was the first strike that the U.S. did on September 2nd. And the reporting we have gleaned since then, and what officials have confirmed, is that there were at least two hits, maybe even more on that boat. One to take it out of action, and then a second to fully destroy the boat and also kill survivors. What we do know since then is that they have not done secondary or tertiary strikes to kill survivors. So you had the case some weeks ago where they actually then went in and collected people who had survived the initial strike and sent them home. So
that was based on the findings from the first strike.
We don't know what happened there exactly, but putting together those two events, the experts we have spoken to suggest that would indicate a change in policy, that there may have been a recognition that the initial version got them into very, very thorny legal trouble, moral trouble. Geneva Conventions explicitly say you cannot do this, that is a violation of international law. So just based on the actions that they have taken, we have not seen a pattern that was repeated, at least publicly, that we know of, based on what happened on that September 2nd.
Just to be clear, it's important what you just said, and everyone is a little bit too cool for school walking around Washington talking about this double tap strike.
Right.
You've got survivors in the water. That a double tap violates the Geneva Convention.
Yes, I mean, so what's happened is and there is an argument that any strike whatsoever on these boats is a violation of international law, because there's a real challenge of the president's argument that these pose an imminent threat to the United States. And for years, the U.S. has interdicted these boats, arrested people in them, seized
Let's see
the
if we
drugs.
can get
Now, the
into
president
something
says
here,
they
make a little
pose
bit of money
a
today.
moral threat to the United States, and he has the right
See if
to
our
he's
software will
calls
act
the
correctly.
people on the boats narco-terrorists. So there's
See if
the
we can get a
broad
longer
umbrella of
trade
the
on.
fact that there are a lot of very serious questions about
ES
whether
is
these strikes
real.
are legal in
ES
the
is
first
more
place, but
profound
there's
here.
very little doubt that if you take out the boat, it is no longer a threat, and you have survivors clinging to the boat.
Yes.
It would be the same thing as you would see in war, where the laws of war prevent you from going around and executing the people who have been wounded in your attacks. You can't do that.
Right.
So that's how we now find ourselves in this situation.
Admiral Halsey is going to have some interesting things to say as well.
He is, and it'll be really interesting to see the line he walks, because you've seen this from the president and also from Pete Hegseth in his repeated commentary, where he says, hey, I wasn't there. I didn't see that happen. So sort of distancing himself, but also saying, I support the guy who made the order. He did the right thing. So he's walking a very fine line. So, Bradley, it'll be really interesting to see what he says tomorrow in terms of, hey, I was just following orders. Will he say, I believe this order may have been legally questionable? We just don't know.
That be made public, or we don't know that testimony?
I am not sure at this point. We don't know. I don't think there will be a public hearing,
everything
but
leaks up.
it may have to open up.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick.
My
Great
pleasure.
to see you, as always. Nick Wadham's got his hands full these days running our national security team here in Washington. With much more to consider here, we're going to bring Jane Harmon in on this conversation coming up next.
All right,
There's an
guys.
important story in the Washington
I got
Post
everything
today
caught
that
up,
I'll
ate my
point you to.
lunch.
It
So
might get
let's
some
sit
eye
down
rolls
and see if we
from
can't
folks
find some
who
opportunities. Really nothing here unless you got in at the beginning of the long. You were kind of chasing it up. Looks like it's just about over. Maybe.
September
Maybe if it
15th
holds the
has
20
filed a
EMA,
complaint
you know, we could
with the
start bouncing up,
Inter-American
do the
Commission
20
on
EMA
Human
bounce
Rights,
and
alleging
still,
the U.S. committed human rights
you know, head higher.
violations in an extrajudicial
Certainly can do
killing. I
that.
just mentioned this because it's the first time a name has been attached to any of this. Alejandro Andres Carrana Medina, 42-year-old, a fisherman, killed, as I mentioned, in the strike off the Colombian coast on September 15th. He's got a family, turns out, and they've got a lawyer. Grieving family left without their chief breadwinner, as we read here. Carranza's family seeking compensation. I guess he had kids. Very unclear to see if they have the power to enforce any recommendations that are made. I told you Jane Harmon was coming, and she's with us in studio today. Former Democratic Congresswoman from California, importantly, former ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, and it's great to see you in the flesh.
You too, Joe.
So if you were running the Intel Committee right now, either as chair or ranking member, what questions would you be asking about what is happening in the waters off Venezuela? And would you even get a briefing? Because as the Democrat on that panel, from what I understand now, you still would not have heard from the administration.
Well, I think Mark Warner has said they got very unsatisfying briefings.
Yeah.
He was the chair. He's now the ranking member on the
Yes.
Senate side. I'm not sure what's happened on the House side. But what would I be doing?
Hey, uranium.
Raising hell. I think Congress not only has a right to be briefed.
Are you
but
looking
I
at the
think Congress
ES?
is
Yeah.
abdicating its role. That I would give good marks to 3 Republicans, at least that I can think of. Rand Paul, I guess he's a libertarian. Roger
NQ.
Wicker, chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee.
Oh, 620,
and Mike
I'm sorry.
Rogers,
Yep.
who chairs the House Armed Services Committee. And they have been pushing back.
Yeah, so
But
we're
where's
working the
the rest
20
of
EMA
Congress?
now,
Congress
so
is on
in order to
trial
get the
here.
pullback,
Congress is
we'll have to
really
break
on
down
trial
through.
with respect to
Maybe
Ukraine.
it'd be nice to challenge, you know what, I would really like to be able to challenge this support area, this fair value gap before we move higher.
The IG report. I just
Well, there's another one for you. But in terms of the admiral who ordered this second strike, based on what you understand, what's he going to tell these committees when he goes to testify tomorrow? How damaging could that be for the
Well,
administration?
I think he should have followed the advice of the 6 Democrats who said never follow an illegal order.
You believe that was an illegal order?
I believe it was, and I believe he should have known that. I'm not sure what he did. Let's be sure we know what the timeline is. It's a little bit, to me, eye-scratching to believe that Hegseth didn't give the order and was too busy to see it executed in a case like this. Surprise, surprise.
What did you make of that yesterday?
Well,
Pentagon's a busy place. I had to get to a meeting, he said.
Yeah, it is a busy place. And maybe he needs to get a little busier about being on top of the workload there. Just saying that rumors are rampant doesn't mean they're true, that his days are numbered. And that Trump maybe doesn't want to do the deal personally and wants it somehow to evolve. But I think it is, he's not well liked in the building. He's not well respected. And I think former military, and I talked to lots of them, are really pretty worried about the civilian leadership at the Pentagon.
A lot of folks pointed out the fact that he was not sent to Kyiv or Russia, for that matter. The Army Secretary was in Kyiv, Dan Driscoll, talking with Ukrainians. But we're still waiting, Jane, for a readout on this meeting with Vladimir Putin. And I want everyone to hear first what Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, had to say about this negotiation in the president's cabinet meeting yesterday. Let's listen.
Every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you'd been president. Even as we speak to you now, Steve Witkoff is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you well know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is.
But here's what we've not heard from the White House. Anything about the meeting. Russians have said a lot, but there's no readout from the administration, which is extremely unusual. How do you read into it?
Well, a couple of comments. First about Rubio. I was in Halifax at the Halifax Security Forum a couple of weekends ago when the CODEL, led by Jean Shaheen, but also having Republican members, got a call that evening, the evening that the 28-point plan surfaced, from Rubio saying, well, it's just a draft. It's not cooked yet. He wasn't in the room. He had nothing to do with it, or probably had nothing to do with it. And I think it's dead on arrival. I mean, I brought some props. I don't want to surprise you. But this was from Senator Mitch McConnell when that plan was released. Quote, Putin has spent the entire year trying to play President Trump for a fool.
This is a tweet.
This is a tweet.
All right, so we're kind of like in this, we're in no man's land right now, guys. We're kind of in a drift up. Algo, how you doing?
Quote, any suggestion that we can pursue arms control with a serial liar and killer like Putin should be treated with great skepticism.
Hi.
So I think that Rubio's trying to make his best case. He is the Secretary of State. He is the one
Lewis. Hey, Lewis, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while.
I'm not saying they're terrible people. I'm sure they're trying to make a deal. And
96 still here. All right, I just seeing who's here.
Let's remind everybody.
Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Lewis, how you doing? How you been doing lately? You been working evals or what, man?
Well, everything in that plan looks like it would be a reward, right?
Well,
so what, do you trust Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner running this conversation?
Well, I don't want to talk about trust, but the plan as explained to me looked like there was some oops in there. There was some bad translation from the Russian. Looks like exactly what Mitch McConnell said, that Putin is playing Trump. And if we're not talking about it, then I'm betting nothing very much good came today, except for Russia blasting Europe and threatening, some action against Europe. The sadness is NATO's meeting today. Rubio has for the first time in this century or something,
What do you make of
blown off.
He sent a deputy.
I think it's a message to NATO.
Yeah.
And it's
that means Russia or Europe will have no input on how this ends.
It's
with
a
Russia.
very bad. Well, let's see.
Yeah.
It's a very bad message to NATO. We're a member of NATO. We're not a bystander here. We're a leader of NATO, and I think that's a terrible message. And one more point. I said Congress is on trial. Congress is on trial. There is a Graham-Blumenthal bill to impose secondary sanctions on all countries. All.
Isn't Lindsey Graham
I'll
talking to
go.
Trump about this on the golf course?
Trying to keep.
With Russia. It has
Yeah, I'm fine. I haven't really, I've only had that one entry, and I kept my break even real tight, so the trade didn't really run very far. Where I get into trouble is when I have to, like, the trade gets high enough, and I have to pull contracts off, and then it pulls back, and I add some, and then it gets all fucked up. So far today, I haven't really got into a longer, complex trade, so it's been fine. That's what happened yesterday. It just, I pushed the programming too far for the way it's set up right now.
I'm picturing you back in Congress.
But the entries have been bang on so far today.
I wish we had time to do that. Oh no, I saw that column this morning.
Hey Lumbo, how you doing? Or Slumbo, DJ Slumbo, lurking in the background.
She's made for television and radio. There's only one Jane Harmon, former Democratic Congresswoman.
So let's see if we get a nice little pullback here, and if it continues for short, or if we recover and start gapping, filling the gap from this morning. I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now, guys. We're kind of in no man's land to try and enter a trade right now. For me, that's just for me. Hey, uranium drill. Yep, we're warming the drill up. We'll see how far we get. Make sure we got enough extension cord.
It is 121 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous. A new report showing continued weakness in the job market is boosting hopes for a Fed rate cut next week. According to the payroll company ADP, U.S. companies cut 32,000 jobs in November. That was more than expected. Wall Street now putting the odds of a rate cut next week at 98%. It would be the third cut of the year. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 363 points, led higher by shares of United Healthcare, American Express, and Goldman Sachs. The S&P 500 up about 21, and the NASDAQ Composite gaining 40 points. We've got robotics companies in the spotlight today on a report that the Trump administration is considering issuing an executive order on the technology next year. According to Politico, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has been meeting with CEOs in the industry, and that the Department of Transportation is preparing to announce a robotics working group. Among the movers today, shares of iRobot up 64%. We've got shares of Rich Tech up about 10%, and Teradyne gaining more than 1%. Again, stocks higher, with the Dow up 365 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Alexis Christoforous will have more on the markets in just about 20 minutes' time here on Balance of Power. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Unless you're dialed up on YouTube, either way, your satellite radio, we're always glad to spend time here. This is the Wednesday edition with much to talk about. We're going to get into the Tennessee election results here, the special last evening with our political panel, but want to just give you a heads up on a special conversation coming up later this hour as we consider the looming renegotiation of the USMCA. You haven't heard me use those letters together in a while here. With trade in mind, we're going to be joined here at the table.
All right, so we got a red forecast cloud, so you got the EMA cross still creeping up. So is this going to be a real short, or is this just a pullback for continuation longer? So we just got to kind of read the chart as we go, and if we do decide to enter.
Brady, the former Republican congressman, former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, who's been working overtime trying to push this renegotiation effort. That's all coming up after the bottom of the hour here. With our eyes on Tennessee and Republican Matt Van Epps, he had the endorsement of Donald Trump and had the full weight and thrust of the Republican Party behind him. The Speaker of the House was there stumping, and the Republican Party put a lot of money into this race. Congratulations on Truth Social to Matt Van Epps in his big congressional win in the great state of Tennessee, President Trump last evening. But if you talk to a Democrat, they see this a lot differently because he won by single digits, and this was a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points. You wouldn't know it by listening to Mr. Van Epps, who addressed supporters after the race was called last night. Listen.
Tonight, you've sent a message loud and clear. The people of Middle Tennessee stand with President Donald J. Trump. To President Donald J. Trump, thank you, sir. Tonight we showed running from Trump is how you lose. Running with Trump is how you win. President Trump was all in with us, and it made the difference. In Congress, I'll be all in with him.
All right, so there you go. +1 for Mike Johnson. But if you're a Democrat looking at the road to the midterms here, you're looking at this very differently because the fact of the matter is Democrats cut the margin here. I already told you, do the math. Cut the margin by 15 percentage points, right? Trump won by 22, Van Epps won by 9. Is this a problem? Is it even a bellwether? Because you're going to hear a lot of national Democrats and Republicans talk about this today. How about our panel right now? Rick and Caitlin are back with us. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Democratic strategist Caitlin Legacki, senior fellow at Third Way. How you looking at this, Caitlin? Is it a moral victory for Democrats?
I don't believe in moral victories. I do think that it's a very positive sign for the party that the
I think the sellers are running out.
There are currently about 40 other Republicans.
Kind of looks that way.
Are sitting in House seats that they won by less than the 8-point margin that we saw last night. So all of those seats should now be considered gettable. But I do think as well that, you know, the candidate in this race on the Democratic side did not benefit from nationalizing this race. And it really underscored the importance of Democrats nominating candidates who are aligned with the views and the beliefs of the districts they're running in. and to really focusing on the local issues that matter rather than trying to turn everything into, cable TV fodder or what's going to play best with the Twitter audience.
Interesting. Rick, I'm curious if you're going as far down the road as some political strategists are after last evening. I was struck by the quote from Matt Whitlock, Republican in Politico this morning. Quote, if every House district in the country shifted left by this same amount, we would be looking at a blue wave far worse than 2018. Is he right?
I think he's close to being right. I think Caitlin nailed it. You'd rather win than anything. So kudos to the Republicans for pulling out a victory here. With the margins they have in the House, it's really important. Two, the only way to calculate this midterm is looking at what Trump vote doesn't show up consistently, both in the elections, this last November, and then in this election. I mean, solidly a minimum of 10% of the Republican Party doesn't show up unless Donald Trump's on the ballot, and Donald Trump won't be on the ballot in 26. So I would actually even expand the margin. It's not just 8%, where if the district was plus Republican 8, you got a horse race. I'd say it's 10 to 15, because there are now plenty of precedents to show that there is half the Republicans in these districts will only show up when Donald Trump's on the ballot. So, buddy, in the House, you're on your own. And I would say that her advice, Caitlin's advice to the Democrats, is exactly right. Don't get candidates who are just going to run against Donald Trump. His vote's not showing up anyway. Get candidates who can actually make a case in their district, and then you got something to work with.
President Trump said she despises country music. Caitlin, it could have been as simple as that. But enter political strategist Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, on X. Producer James just put this in front of me. This is remarkable. Ron DeSantis writes, special off-year and midterm elections historically benefit the party out of power because its voters are motivated to vote, while voters of the incumbent party become more complacent. He goes on to write, this is more glaring for today's GOP because a chunk of voters who put them in power in 2024 are Trump-specific voters. They will vote GOP down ballot when Trump is running, but won't turn out to vote for a typical congressman in a midterm when Trump isn't running. Caitlin, it's like Ron DeSantis was channeling Rick Davis. What do Republicans then do in the midterms?
I mean, their goal is, if they're in a state or a district that favors Trump, is to bear hug him and do everything they can to nationalize this race to make it about Donald Trump, to turn out his voters. But I think the reality of the situation is that Trump's approval ratings keep going down. That's becoming an even riskier proposition. And it's going to just be harder for a lot of members to fight those waves. And so the question for Democrats then becomes, how do you actually leverage that and put forward candidates who are in a position to win and represent these districts?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick, when it comes to strategy, if you were launching a campaign, and granted, a lot of them are waiting to find out what the maps are going to be for the midterms.
All right, guys.
How would you take last night's lessons from Tennessee?
I'm not sure what's going to happen next here.
Next November.
We're just kind of drifting. I don't like drifting like this. Like, we're kind of at the top of the drift.
You can't rely on the Donald Trump.
Like, there's nothing you can really do here, I think. I mean,
you really, in this case, want to localize the election as much as possible. You don't have much to run.
I've got a red forecast cloud with a control EMA still in along.
Is not popular
on the NQ. The ES is still reading full long.
Approval rating isn't going to get better between now and next November. There's just nothing on the horizon that shows that he's going to have a big win somewhere. So the reality of it is you're on your own, buddy, and you better find votes the old-fashioned way. I'd go to the ground, knock on doors.
Hey, Hogwarts.
I would find issues locally.
Are we ready to go short?
Things that are not typical
80, 92. Oh, you think we're going long?
Find common cause with, especially.
Yeah, I think ultimately we go up to fill the gap for sure.
Be there for you, just not in the same margins as a presidential election.
But I don't know when.
Interesting. This really does make me look forward to campaign season. Talking this out with you guys is always fascinating.
I
Let's
don't
talk about
know
the immediate
when.
impact, Caitlin. Mike Johnson now has 220 House Republicans again, so it's like we're starting the year all over. And obviously, we've got a long time before we're talking about actual midterm races. So this brings us
I
immediately
do
to the
not
congressional
know when.
agenda.
Watch NVIDIA News
And it might have
push
just
this
gotten a little more
fully to
difficult
London highs after
for
2.
Democrats in the House to pass any extension of Obamacare
Yeah,
subsidies.
we got that,
What do you think?
and
I think that you're increasingly going
Trump
to
makes
see
an
a number of
announcement at
Republicans who are
2:30.
looking for ways to show their independence from
So you think this
both
is going to be
House
good
leadership
news,
and Donald
NVIDIA?
Trump as part
Whatever
of an
this
effort to
announcement,
kind
they're
of
making a big deal out of it.
stanch the bleeding in the midterms. So I actually think that
Okay, hold on.
last night's results actually may give Democrats a couple of spots to work with Republicans who are in these suburban districts where ACA is very popular to get some of these key provisions across the finish line, simply because I think a lot of members in these
We got nothing at
frontline
I got a
districts,
trend
they're
line
either
at
gonna
92.
retire or they're going to look for ways to separate themselves from the national party. And this is a really easy way to do it.
Interesting. What do you think about that, Rick? Does this additional seat matter for Mike Johnson?
We drifted up higher than I thought we
Everything
had.
matters with these slim margins, and it's just more leverage that he gets. It's incremental, but it's a good thing, right? I think Republicans really have to figure out how to get out of this trap, because the trap is they look like they are stopping healthcare from reaching Americans without a plan to replace it with anything. And as much as I like Senator Cassidy, the idea that we're going to just give people another health account is not going to cover it with the voters. So if I were Republican strategist, I'd be finding an exit door fast to get this done before the end of the year, so that you can look at next year without having to talk about this all day long.
Well, that sounds like an opportunity for Democrats, Caitlin. What do you think?
I agree. I think Rick should take over all strategy for the Republican Party these days.
It didn't work out.
I don't
so
think
well
that's
when
an endorsement, Rick. He had that job.
I agree with
before.
everything.
Let's not go too far. In our remaining moment, Caitlin, the point that you made with regard to Tennessee about nationalizing the race, the fact is the Democrat in this case, Afton Bain, was called the AOC of Tennessee. President Trump said she hated country music and she despised Christians. Isn't that national politics?
Yeah. And I think, part of what's challenging is that when you look at the Senate map and you look at some of these frontline districts, you have, either primaries or candidates where you're choosing between somebody with local roots and local experience where the people know them, they know what they stand for, and candidates that are more popular online, and we should be opting for the former.
Well, this is a great conversation, and I appreciate both of your insights. Caitlin Legacki and Rick Davis together as our great panel today for the Wednesday edition. Thank you. Coming up, we're going to talk to former Republican Congressman Kevin Brady and the two gentlemen who helped to negotiate the USMCA. It's time to renegotiate. We'll get into it next right here on Bloomberg.
We got we got to have an explosive move to get up there, Hogwarts. We got to rally the troops, man. Oh, was I zoomed out when hey Hogwarts, was I on the ES when I zoomed out to 92? What you wanted? Was I on the ES when I did that? Oh, shit. Sorry. Let's do it again. I wondered why nobody said nothing. There you go. That's what I got. Hey, YSL, how you doing? Trump is speaking now? Right now? Where is he speaking? Oh, you got it there in an hour? All right, hold on. Is that what you're looking for, Hogwarts? Is that what you wanted to see? You want me to go down? Like, do you want to see above that? Is that what you wanted, Hogwarts? We're kind of double topped, right? Well, no, we're kind of making new highs. Yeah, ES just moves smoother, you know what I'm saying? It's like not as intense. Hogwarts is calling the top. He wants to short. That's the Hogwarts we know. I was waiting for the short to come out. I will sell you futures. 68.66. Okay, we're there now. This is where he's going to be live. Associated Press. Ooh, I got to keep this one. All right. Keep this for when he goes live.
On Wall Street, I'm Alexis Christoforous. U.S. companies shed payrolls in November by the most since early 2023. Private sector payrolls decreased by 32,000, according to ADP research data. And while that report may be discouraging for people looking for work, it also keeps alive hopes for the Federal Reserve handing us the third interest rate cut of the year next week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up now nearly 400 points at 47,872.
Height isn't along.
The S&P 500 now up about 26. We've got the NASDAQ Composite.
Hogwarts is running short, as usual. Hyde thinks long. What do you think, Uranium?
More than 202 million Americans.
I'm not sure yet. I don't have my signal. This is why I rely on my signal, so I don't have to think.
On record since the National Retail Federation began tracking in 2017. As for some retailers, Macy's posting its strongest quarter in more than
68.60
years
long.
last quarter. Shares of Macy's up 1.5%. And Dollar Tree stock also climbing after delivering stronger than expected quarterly results and healthy sales growth. Dollar Tree saw record sales for Halloween while tightening its outlook and lifting profit guidance. We've got shares of Dollar Tree up nearly
You have a trend line?
and shares of American Eagle
47.
Outfitters surging 15% after the apparel company posted better than expected earnings and provided upbeat guidance for fourth quarter. American Eagle said its ad campaigns with actress Sydney Sweeney and NFL star
Yeah.
Travis Kelce
You want to stay tight. You never know what Uncle Donnie's going to do.
On-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg
He's
News
speaking
Hour.
right
Get
now?
Podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Alexis,
He's not
thank you
supposed
so
to be
much. I'm
speaking
Joe
now.
Matthew in Washington. Thank you for being with us on
That
the
link
Wednesday
he gave me
edition
is
of
right
Balance
here.
of Power, a program where we are allowed to do things you just can't do anywhere else. And we're going to try something right now. And what is
It's
a
on a
very
countdown.
important day for trade here in Washington.
December 3rd at 2:30.
If you actually look at this closely, 3 days of hearings kicking off today.
Is he somewhere else?
To examine the future of the USMCA, right? The U.S.
Yeah, it's like 40
trade agreement, and the agenda is pretty ambitious. I've been looking at this. More than 100
46 minutes
testifying to their vision for the future of the USMCA, which will be under review in the months ahead. Coming up, we're going to be joined by the two men who negotiated the original.
Hey, YSL, where's he talking now? I don't have the link.
Kevin Brady.
This says 2:30. And he's not on the White House page. This is the White House page here.
You need someone like Kevin Brady to keep your focus on things. And we're going to start
the White House page isn't live.
Brady, welcome back to Bloomberg.
And there's nothing here on.
It's great to see you as well. Before we get into the trade matter, I have to tap you
as
a congressional expert and a man who is known as a negotiator, because we're coming up on a difficult deadline here when it comes to healthcare subsidies, and the argument over those subsidies led to the longest shutdown in American history, of course. What would be your advice for the Republican leadership, knowing that John Thune promised Democrats a floor vote? The House is in question.
Yeah. So I think Senator Thune, Leader Thune, is certainly going to fulfill that commitment. I think we know that agreement, which is just a major extension of it, won't go forward. In the House, I think they're frustrated because those 8 weeks of the shutdown wasted the time to be able to do the negotiations. So the clock's ticking, it's moving very quickly.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure they're going to hit that number. There's a lot of work being done about how do we address this. Clearly, the COVID pandemic is over. It's time to really go back to some normalcy here. That healthcare within the Affordable Care Act it's just broken. It is expensive.
All right, let me check that one.
Sort of good healthcare is going up to people making $500,000 a year. There's a lot of imaginary accounts. 40% have never filed a claim. There's a lot of problems. So they're trying to figure out. So what are the key asks? In trying to reform this in a better way. And try to do it in that timetable, Joe. I think it's going to be hard.
It's going to be tough. And we've got funding running out potentially January 30. Do you worry that this leads to
This is the Speaker of the House.
I think they can get it done by the 30th. But there's similar dynamics to what we just went through will be occurring at the end of January.
Yeah, nothing's really changed, actually. Right?
Yeah, really. It is Groundhog Day, just 2 months later. But I don't know anyone on the Republican side who thinks it's smart.
Hold on.
Yeah. They're working hard.
Well, in your view, just lastly on this, before we open our conversation to trade, should this be a reform of Obamacare or a replace of Obamacare?
No, it's going to be a reform.
Yeah, it's Harry Potter, right?
This is a program that's really ingratiated itself.
The roots run deep.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a huge...
Hold on, I'll split it out as soon as it's loading slow for some reason.
One of the things I was reminded of this morning is that under Barack Obama, President Obama, he had, I think there were 550 drone strikes on people who were targeted as enemies of the country, and nobody ever questioned it, okay? And secondary strikes are not unusual. It has to happen if a mission is going to be completed. So I haven't reviewed the scope of the mission. I haven't reviewed that.
How's the volume?
Strike.
That's the Speaker of the House.
The Admiral's decision matrix, but it's something that Congress will look at.
That's Harry Potter's uncle.
Regular process and order. I think it's very important for everybody to reserve judgment and not leap to conclusions.
That's a CIA handler right behind him.
Secretary has to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first is a little bit self-serving. It's giving
More yeah, that's what I thought. These aren't usually very loud. How's that? That's as high as I can go.
Yes, there's a plea to give to public television for Giving Tuesday. Okay.
And then on healthcare, two of your members came out of the meeting just now and told me that it was their impression that the House Republicans are likely to get on board some kind of short-term extension for the subsidies while you work out long-term reform. They weren't members who love that idea, but they said it looks like that might be necessary. Where do you think things stand, and could something come before the House by the end of the year?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know who you talked to, but they might have left early. I was up there for quite a bit today. We were talking about a lot of issues, and what I said, we didn't commit to that. What I said is, when you have, this is just practical, okay? When you have
I wonder where Henrik's at. He's been waiting for Uncle Donnie all day.
This is not like the old days. In the old days, they had 30, 40 seat majorities. And so 4 leaders could go in a back room, create the agenda and hoist it upon everybody and say, this
I'll
is
try
what
not
you're
to
doing.
talk too loud.
And if
I'll
20
move
or
my mic
25
down
people
if you guys wanna
disagree,
turn
just
it
said,
up,
so what? Go
so I'm
jump in
not,
the
like,
Potomac. We're
blasting
moving
you.
forward. Okay, it doesn't work that way, right? And when in an era of small margins, I literally have to get almost every person in the room on board. Now, healthcare is a very complex issue. And I don't want to point this out. Look, it is not the Republicans who broke American healthcare. Next week, we'll go into this in real detail, and I'll show you the whole timeline. The Democrats broke healthcare, okay? When they created the Unaffordable Care Act 15 years ago, they promised
right,
you
mic
that
check.
everybody
How am I
could keep your
against
plan, keep your doctor if
How
you
am I
want it,
against the stream?
and that your premiums would be reduced on
my
average by
mic down.
$2,500. Exactly the opposite was the truth, and premiums have risen in some cases 60, 80% over that time. They broke the system, and every time the Democrats have gone in to try to subsidize the broken system, they've spent more and more taxpayer dollars, and they've been wasted.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. That's my normal level.
Only affects 7% of Americans. Okay, all this hullabaloo is over 7%.
You gotta turn
now,
up the.
every American, 100% of Americans need their health care costs to come down. Republicans have ideas to do
Yeah,
that.
because I don't want
Now,
to
what I've
blast
got
you
to
out.
do is build consensus deliberately around the best ideas, and we've been working on that. The majority leader has been quarterbacking this effort with the chairman of the committees of jurisdiction, with the Docs Caucus, and with individual members who this is their passion, and they really spend a lot of time thinking and working on it. And we're pulling those ideas together, and there will be a Republican response to this, okay? So I can't project in advance what that will be, because I don't know what the consensus is in that room.
All right,
but you
I'll
will
turn it
see
up.
our sleeves rolled up and that work being done in earnest this week as we bring all that together. I told everybody we are going to respond. We understand the need of bringing down healthcare costs, and at the same time,
I'll leave it. I'll quit
raising
messing with it.
access
It's
to
fine.
care and
I'm not going to
quality
talk a lot while he's talking
The Republican
anyway.
Party is the party that can do that. The Democrats have demonstrated for 15 years. They broke the system, and they keep doubling down on the broken system, okay? Hey, and guess what? If you love your Obamacare, you'll get to keep it, okay? We're going to improve the system for Americans. We have good ideas to do it. We have a lot of thoughtful people working on this, and we'll be pulling it together. So, no, the answer is no. I did not project any outcome of this morning. We were talking about the various ideas, and we're working right now. People are very passionate about this, and they should be, because their constituents understand the necessity of it. So we'll keep doing that. Thank you all so much, and be more later today.
The Tigers. Do you know that the Somali Autism Society, they actually work on helping Somalis get properly diagnosed?
Speaker Johnson and House Republican leadership yesterday on the heels now of a big win in Tennessee 7 just west of Nashville, as Matt Van Epps, the latest freshman congressman, 36 total, when he is sworn in roughly next month to start the new year. I'm Robert McNeely. Thank you for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network at 1:50. 10 minutes from the top of the hour, at the bottom of 2:30 o'clock Eastern. We look forward to President Trump to make an announcement today. And wasn't that a great point that Speaker Johnson made? If people are so upset in the mainstream media about these Venezuelan drug boat strikes, what about Barack Hussein Obama when he droned American citizens who went and fought for the Taliban? Did they receive due process? And we do know that they were American citizens and that the Constitution pertained to them. Interesting to think about from a legal aspect. Thank you to Kalshi, which is a great place to bet, trade, and talk about the amazing things happening right here in America. Like, who will President pardon this year? Is it Steve Bannon to Roger Ver, Che Peng Zhao? And will Bitcoin hit that 150,000 mark before March Madness, which is just months away? Scan that QR code there for kalshi.com/RSBN. All of the big questions pertaining to the American experiment, like my first place NFC North Chicago Bears, the #1 seed on the NFC side. Will they play the New England Patriots and repeat Super Bowl 20? That can be kind of a testy subject here in studio, but we enjoy it nonetheless. It's sports, it's music, it's culture, it's politics. It's the United States of America, right there at kalshi.com/RSBN. You might as well trade and bet on the big questions happening in our country. And angelpaste.com has you covered for all those stocking stuffers, especially the Miracle Cream. That is the vitamin B infused, non-GMO, non-chemical cream that I use on a daily basis to keep my skin healthy every day, especially this time of year. With the colder temperatures, the dry air hits. And you might say, well, Robert, you're down south. Well, it's actually pretty cold here in Auburn, Alabama, and the dry skin is hitting with a force. So that angel paste really coming into play. Even their orange option, vitamin C infused, also non-GMO, non-chemical, great for this time of year. And they're all natural facial spray, whether it's that first date or that 50th wedding anniversary, anything in between, a great way to paint the town red.
I see.
They're Christian
Is that a
owned.
bull
They
flag?
hire veterans out
Is that
of
like a bull
Spring,
flag?
Texas, off the Gulf of America. Experience that miracle today at Kalshi.com. Also, speaking of stocking stuffers, we use so much of these nowadays.
Is that like a squeeze
you
to
want to
the
protect
long?
yourself
Has it-
online. Venice.ai/RSBN, a great partner
EHM?
here. One of our newest sponsors, in fact. 20% off with code RSBN. 20% off, code RSBN. What's great about this is that it can actually protect you online. So you have the AI that will assist with menial tasks to different questions, and then also to protect your footprint, whether it's phone calls, to text, to emails. Some of that gets stuck in the stratosphere, and we know that from the news cycle over the course of the last decade or so.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of
okay. So you're saying we run into that order
Miss
block and we go
Bleach
down.
Bit herself.
Okay.
You know,
So
Hillary Clinton
so okay.
had to put that to
You're
use.
looking at this
You wanna
like
protect
it's going to
yourself
flag out and go
online.
lower.
Very important to do nowadays. And this affordable tool right there in the App Store or Google Play, pending
nice-looking chart.
what kind of phone you have. Venice.ai/RSBN. It will protect you.
So you
and
got
with
the
20%
stochastics
off
down
now,
there,
code
too.
RSBN. A great gift over the holiday season. And with so much happening in the American ethos and within the federal city, President Trump also pardoning Henry
Is this
Cuellar,
trade
who was
deal?
a pro-border Democrat, pro-secure border, someone who saw the signs as
what is
the
this?
very blue areas of those Texas congressional
Yeah.
districts that are right along the Mexican border, on average roughly $30K a year in income or less, very blue-collar,
All
very
right.
middle-class,
I
many
like that.
Mexican Americans. Really
so Uranium
swung
says we need
red,
some juice
swung
to break
the right
order block just
over the
above
course of the last
that he has
two
on his chart. If you want to check it out,
elections,
it's
from
in
the
general
midterms
chat in the
of
Discord.
2022 to the presidential election
I
in
like it.
2024. And what's the outlook of 2026 ultimately? We can scale from some of that with last month's elections in New Jersey, New York City, also Virginia, but these runoffs that took place, whether it's Tennessee 7 or even Sandy Springs, Georgia, my adopted hometown, where Mayor Rusty Paul was reelected yesterday against Mr. Carter, a nice man, but someone who was like a southern form of the Kami Mamdani that we're seeing in the Big Apple. So with all of this happening, Democrats still seem emboldened, with Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying that they were excited about the loss yesterday in Tennessee 7, that Ms. Bain put up a good fight in their words, but still losing closely to a 10-point spread percentage-wise. And that district, Tennessee 7, yes, Republican plus 10, according to the Cook PVI, as President Trump mentioned. Such a terrific victory for Matt Van Epps and his wonderful family last night. He'll be a fantastic representative for the great state of Tennessee for many years to come, and the volunteer state just north of us here, home to many in the great American experiment, home of country music, home of really new entertainment in so many different forms and new media, as we await President Trump to make an announcement at 2:30 today. So congratulations to Congressman-elect Matt Van Epps. Congratulations to Mayor Rusty Paul, who we had on the Voice of Reason just a couple of weeks ago from Sandy Springs, Georgia. We were able to break down all of these hot topics with Mr. Jim Path just yesterday, the president of the Conservative Caucus, and we have that recorded interview for your viewing pleasure. And welcome back to RSBN's Live Desk. It's Jim Path, the president of the Conservative Caucus. It seems as if, Jim, the auto pen mandates will be deleted now, and that's something that presidents can do, you know, executive order to executive order. But this is, again, very unique because we have this controversy that's really been looming over us ever since the middle of March.
Yeah, listen, he can take action at any time, obviously, when it comes to executive orders, because that's what the president wants, and it has some degree of legislative effect, to the extent that the president in certain areas has been given power by Congress ultimately Congress has got to act. But what is good about this is it sets a precedent to the current, frankly, deep state that is in the federal government right now, some of whom are just not complying with what Donald Trump says, and it's going to give him an extra ability to move them. There are causes of action if they don't follow that he can take to remove people that aren't going to comply with his executive orders, and it sets the standard. So it's very, very important. What's really critical is there are some executive orders that have very, very big impact on policy beyond just the normal way of the day-to-day operation of things. So there are commissions and appointments where people can actually be removed, and some other issues that are quite serious. So this is a very positive move. The biggest thing that it does is it makes everyone aware once more that Joe Biden is not running the country.
Who's thinking Donnie's going to wreck
go
our sandcastle
further
here?
And take a look at legislative actions that he signed that came from Congress, and you can throw them back on Congress and say these are not valid bills. At least that's what I would be looking at legally, because there was a lot of bad legislation that happened during the Biden administration, and frankly, if any of those was auto-pinned, I think they're subject to rescission, being taken back.
Now, how would one pursue that? Is that something that would be done through the Department of Justice, or could there be a civil lawsuit in regards to that, Jim?
Well, the Department of Justice could take that on. I think that there are things that Donald Trump could do to abolish those that would come to a court action. There would be somebody file some lawsuit in court and say that that didn't happen. So it's a combination of things. There are things that he could potentially ignore, but and that would certainly trigger lawsuits. And I think it would be worthwhile taking it to court to figure out what the outcome would be, to be candid. But more importantly, he can sue to as well with the Justice Department to have these certain legislative actions removed and require Congress to have to take the legislation up again. So there would be various things, but those would be two major aspects of this.
Now, Venezuela is very much in the news right now. Per Article 2, does the president and also the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who in that cabinet meeting, we saw President Trump mentioning that most of the information he's getting in regards to these engagements, other than the authorization, is from the Pentagon, and he's relying very heavily on Pete Hegseth. Many are claiming
I don't know what we're watching, but it's not Trump.
That there
channel
is
I
not
sent
that
earlier went
authority,
live.
but
Really?
does Article 2 really grant the president that commander-in-chief status in order to stop the narco-trafficking to protect the country?
All right. I don't know. Somebody else dropped that one in there. I don't know, man. I'm just a poor white boy trying to make a living here, damn it. All right. Yeah, I like this more. We'll listen to Bloomberg. I think that's more of a, that channel was maybe more of a Associated Press isn't.
On the U.S. economy. We'll get that from Lending Club CEO Scott Sanborn. He'll be along in just a moment. Looking forward to that one.
Also, have you done your gainers yet?
I have.
Okay, auto stocks. Check
All right, we're back to normal until Donnie starts talking. We got the White House, so we know we're going to get him.
News out of the White House. Yeah, we're going to bring you that news when we do get it.
All right. Tim mentioned a check on the markets with Alexis Christopher. So let's go over there. She is in for Charlie Feller.
All right, everybody, hold on. We're all geared up for Uncle Donnie.
Cut rates for the third time this year at next week's meeting, especially after a new report from ADP Research today found that private companies shed 32,000 jobs last month. That was more than expected. So here's how the markets are shaping up. The Dow Industrials, best level of the day, up 428 points. The S&P 500 rallying 2025. And the NASDAQ Composite now up 53 points. In stock news, we've got shares of Netflix hitting their lowest level since April, following reports that the company has submitted a mostly cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery's studios and streaming division. Shares of Netflix down 5.5%. Warner Brothers, though, up just fractionally. Shares of GitLab sinking 17% to a more than 2-year low after the software company's results and forecasts were seen as underwhelming. Bloomberg Intelligence wrote that the report reinforces concerns about AI. And Microsoft is pushing back on a report that the company lowered growth targets for AI products after salespeople missed goals. A Microsoft spokesperson says the company has not lowered sales quotas or targets for its salespeople. Nevertheless, shares of Microsoft down now about 2%. Once again, stocks are rallying across the board with the Dow up 445 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Carol and Tim?
All right, so appreciate it. We just want to mention some headlines just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This coming from Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. He just met with President Trump. He discussed export controls generally in that meeting and said that we support export controls. So just keeping an eye on some of those headlines. Obviously, he is his company, the king of AI tech bellwethers, certainly.
Yeah, headlines continuing to cross as he continues to make comments. We'll keep bringing you headlines. Another one coming. We can't degrade chips that we sell to China. And Carol, NVIDIA shares, they're just right now still at about down about 0.4%, so little changed.
All right, we'll continue to monitor for you. Hey, listen, speaking of things that have been crossing the Bloomberg terminal, we did get some economic data earlier today. A slew of economic data, in fact, did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut interest rates in its final policy meeting of 2025. That will happen just 1 week from today. And we have seen stocks, U.S. stocks higher while bond yields dropping, Tim, alongside the dollar.
Well, for more with us on how the U.S. economy is doing, we've got Bloomberg Economics U.S. and Canada economist Stuart Paul. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. So, Stuart, we are 1 week out from the last FOMC decision by the Fed this year. The data that we're getting now, the data that we get between now and then, will it do anything to change the thinking about an expected 25 basis point rate cut?
I don't think that it'll do anything to change whether or not we will get a cut. I think that the only thing that it can change is what the coalition of voters looks like. Basically, all of the data that we got today was pretty bad. We had layoffs as reported by ADP in the month of November. We saw ISM services. Yes, it surprised to the upside, but it surprised because of slowing supply chains, like a very peculiar reason for ISM to surprise to the upside. We saw new orders that were weakening, employment that continued to decline in the ISM services report. We saw import prices that were flat, basically, so that gives a little bit of room for the Fed to consider cuts because tariff pass-through is slow. And
633.
The final thing we saw was September's industrial production numbers with manufacturing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what's going on just yet. I'm kind of nervous here because I don't want to get in. I don't want to get into something unless I've got a good solid break even in profit before he starts talking. I mean, it could be nothing, or it could be like, you know, the direction on what we're going to do with Venezuela here, you know, and that'll have an impact one way or another.
The trade deal that replaced NAFTA. You obviously follow the Canadian economy. I mean, in the past, this has been an important economy for the U.S. U.S. has been an important economy for Canada, excuse me. So how are you thinking also, too, about where trade is kind of settling between what has been really important trading partners for the United States?
Well, I think that the thing that's most important to remember from the
All right, Hyde's calling the short.
in the context of USMCA is that Canadian negotiators are basically going to be waiting for the U.S. and Mexico to sort out trade and border disputes, trade and border deals. For example, how much security Mexico should be deploying to the U.S. southern border before Canada actually gets to come to the table to discuss its own trade relationship. Right now, the average effective tariff rate on Canadian exports to the U.S. is in the low single digits, 3 to 4%.
So not really, yeah.
Because of how many carve-outs there are, and because of the importance of the U.S. as an energy export market for Canada. All the energy just flows through the United States. Canada is right now relatively content just to wait. The bigger issue for Canada right now is dealing with pretty lackluster domestic output and domestic demand. The labor market has softened materially over the summer. It looks like there's a little bit of a glimmer of hope there. Right now, it seems as though, trade is sort of normalizing. Of course, the second quarter was really, really rough.
Yeah.
And so we saw an outperformance in the third quarter, but trade balances are starting to normalize, and any sort of negotiation is just going to be on hold until the U.S. and Mexico can sort out their differences.
Okay, so just a realistic timeline for what that could be?
I think that in earnest, we're going to start seeing some important talking points rolled out in the second quarter of 2026. Of course, any sort of negotiation can be sped up by, let's say, Prime Minister Carney visiting the White House. He's already been to the U.S. now, I think, twice so far since he took the leadership role. But right now, I'm expecting to see some more definitive deal points getting rolled out in the second quarter of next year.
It's just kind of wild. I thought we're not done with trade. I know we're not done with trade, but it just kind of keeps, creeping back. One of the other things that we've been talking a lot about are retail earnings this week and over the last couple of weeks. Nation's retail companies continuing to report out earnings amid the holiday shopping season now underway. Stuart's going to stay with us. Want to get to, though, Tim, some of the earnings we got today.
Yeah, let's bring in Emily Cohn. She's Bloomberg News Consumer Team Leader. She joins us here in studio. So I'm a little confused about what's going on with Macy's because shares initially fell after the company reported earnings forecasts that disappointed investors, but now we're seeing them up 2%. What's going on with Macy's? What did we learn?
I mean, Macy's basically had a good report, solid lead up to the holiday season. I think the shares are volatile. I think the thing that brought shares down initially this morning was a disappointing profit forecast. And I think that speaks to, we had the CEO tell us this morning, a cautious consumer. So they're being, a little bit conservative with their forecast. I think that initially disappointed investors, but all in all, it is a pretty good report for the company. I think their stock's up 34% this year. So I think anything a little bit disappointing might pare back.
But an 8% swing from high to low is a lot.
It's a lot.
It's like a confusing investor or a confused investor, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But I do think it comes on the backdrop of really strong performance this year.
Just throw Dollar Tree. They reported better than expected profit. They also raised their full year earnings outlook, and we saw that stock rallying in today's session. So a good report, and what does it say about what type of consumer?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the kind of store that does well in this kind of economy, right? They said on their earnings call they're seeing middle to high income shoppers trading down to Dollar Tree. That's good news for a store like this. And it continues to paint this picture that we saw last week and the week before, which is this split screen picture of how the consumer is doing. Consumers are still spending, but they're looking for value and they're looking for places where the price is right. And Dollar Tree definitely fits in that better category.
So Stuart, come on back in.
Yeah, he's napping. Yeah, another 20 minutes, so I think.
In the context of the retail earnings that we continue to hear about, to Emily's point, consumers trading down, higher end consumers trading down, that's good news in an environment such as this for a company like Dollar Tree. We had Dana Telsey in earlier this week, and she basically said, listen, if you're offering something unique to the consumer, like if you're a Levi's, for example, if you have a marketing campaign that is unique, you're still able to bring in consumers. How do you characterize the environment?
It's interesting when I read. So of course, I think about the economy mostly from the top down, and I enjoy when I get to participate in a roundtable with somebody like Emily, who provides some insight about the broader economy from the bottom up. And what's interesting is when I see rotation to a lower end retailer like Dollar Tree, it speaks to the price sensitivity of consumers. And then when we look at some of the more macroeconomic data, we see that firms are struggling to pass through some of the cost of tariffs. A lot of firms are reporting that they're getting squeezed in terms of profitability. Again, this is when I zoom out to the macroeconomic level. We're seeing squeezed profits in the aggregate data because a lot of the cost of tariffs are sitting with those producers. When you have consumers that are especially price sensitive, it's just sort of a tenuous balance that you're walking in the economy. Now, it's no wonder why policymakers are going to be pushing for a rate cut, because you're hoping that looser credit conditions will help to alleviate some of the pressure that consumers are feeling. so that you can continue to have that expansion. But right now, it's just characteristic of a sort of tenuous balance in the broader macro economy.
Yeah, I also feel like characteristic, and Emily, come on back in here, is that we are constantly hearing, even from retailers that do well, right? I think even Walmart, that there's like a cautious consumer out there. I mean, cautious consumers. So they're spending, but they're being careful, they're being cautious, they're making choices, they're trading down. Is that a fair narrative?
Okay, yeah, it's a pretty boring day, man. Honestly, trading is pretty boring if you're really,
Macy's generally
you have
the middle to high income
rules
shopper,
and
but around the holidays, they
entry
have
points that you wait
aspirational
for.
shoppers
If you're
come in.
honestly
Those are the
waiting
people who they're seeing pull back,
for
being
like
extra cautious.
what you've designed as your setup, it can be pretty boring. You know, if you're not trying to sit and talk yourself into being in a position the entire time, you know.
We just have like a pretty impressive Black
We had a
Friday
little
and
trade this morning, but I brought the break even in quick just in case we weren't done dumping. And I could have got more out of it if I was a little, you know, if I stretched out the stop a little, but I didn't want to. So I accept that. But yeah, yeah, uranium's got a nice looking chart explaining the wedge he's talking about in the general chat. You guys want to check it out? I kind of like it.
Emily, thank you so much.
On the
Appreciate it.
NQ.
Bloomberg News consumer team leader Emily Cohn with the latest on retailers. Stuart Paul still with us, talking about economics. I mean, there's a lot going on, and I guess we are just so focused about the Fed meeting next week. Is it all but done? Another quarter point cut, and is it all then about what kind of color we get on 2026? And does it really matter because Fed Chair Jay Powell, we assume, will be on his way out?
Yeah, I think that the 25 basis point cut in December is a done deal. When I think back to October, we only had one dissent in favor of holding rates steady, and that was from Kansas City Fed President Jeffrey Schmid. So when, of course, the Beige Book came out, I was particularly interested to know what's going on in Kansas City. Is it possible that he would join the coalition of voters come December who would favor a 25 basis point cut? And Kansas City conditions looked quite a bit worse in the last Fed Beige Book. So I expect that there is this broader coalition forming for a December cut. You know that Governor Myron is going to vote in favor of more than 25 basis points in December. What's going to be a little bit peculiar, and we've seen this, we saw this last year in particular, is that when the Summary of Economic Projections comes out with the dot plot, I would not be surprised to see other FOMC participants keeping their dots a quarter point higher than where we end the year. That's to say there are sort of shadow dissents among FOMC participants who are not voting, who would have preferred rates to not be lowered in December, even though the actual voters decide to lower by 25.
Explain why.
Because we have other FOMC participants who are not voters, and among those people are Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack, Dallas Fed President Lori Logan, folks like that who are going to be voters next year, who were more hawkish in all of their public comments. They don't get a vote this time, but we expect that they would try to send a signal to the rest of the world, hey, we're not going to be moving at the same pace next year. And so when we see dots for 2026, I expect there's going to be a pretty wide distribution. I expect that the incoming cohort of FOMC voters from the regional banks are actually going to be quite a bit more hawkish in 2026 than they have been this year.
Are we nuts to be thinking, or for traders and investors to be assuming that Kevin Hassett is the next Fed chair? Because it does seem like all Fed roads are leading to him at this point.
It looks like that's going to be the case.
All right, guys, 14 minutes till Uncle Donnie shows up.
President Trump was alluding to,
or he's supposed to.
Being the nominee when he had a press conference, I guess, just yesterday.
I'm not sure what you do until then. If you haven't been in a position for a while now, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like you're flipping a coin, you know what I'm saying? It's just like any other news. You're kind of gambling because you want to have some action going.
Kevin Hassett's name, and he passed the financial markets test with flying colors. And so I'm less concerned about what folks are saying to the White House than what the market is saying to the White House. And the market is giving a clear go-ahead.
I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but if you're saying the market is giving the clear go-ahead, then what does the Senate confirmation process look like?
I think that what's different between, let's say, the Senate confirmation process for Trump's nominees this time versus in his first term is that I guess you could say the MAGA movement has coalesced, and there's a broader coalition that is in support of President Trump's agenda. And so the division between the Senate Republicans, for example, and the White House is pretty narrow. There is not a lot of dissent among Senate Republicans in the White House. Every now and then you see somebody pop up like Mitch McConnell who has their own voice, but I expect that somebody like Kevin Hassett should make it through the confirmation process in the Senate Banking Committee pretty easily. And then it'll be mostly a party lines vote when it actually gets to the Senate itself, to the Senate floor. So I don't think that it's going to be an easy process. I think that it's going to be one where you're going to have some pretty dramatic headlines when he gets questions from, let's say, Senator Warren from Massachusetts. It's going to be a pretty ugly back and forth. But when it comes time to actually counting the votes, I think you just get party line votes, and he gets his shot if that's what the White House ultimately decides to do.
And speaking of Senator, she's been outspoken. She wants lower rates.
Yeah.
That's right. This is always what's tricky is that sometimes political partisans find a way to make sort of funny bedfellows. And yes, she does want lower rates, but does it come at a cost of politicizing the Fed as an institution? I think she's going to try to make it more difficult for him, even though they both might want the same thing when it comes to policy.
It's just the Fed, all of it around the Fed. I mean, you had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent today saying he's going to push for this new rule that regional Fed.
Yeah, this is an interesting candle. I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
For the last 3 years, I just feel like there's just so many things going on. You're going to come back. We will continue the Fed conversation, but keep in mind, 1 week from today, we will have the last decision of 2025. Stuart Paul, Bloomberg Economics U.S. and Canada economist. When we come back, another read on the consumer with the CEO of Lending Club.
2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous, and stocks are rallying after a weaker than expected ADP jobs report sparked hopes for a rate cut next week from the Fed. Wall Street now betting there's a 98% chance the Fed cut rates by a quarter point at its meeting December 10th. The Dow Industrials up 452 points at 47,926, closing in on 48,000. The S&P 500 adding about 27 points. You've got the NASDAQ Composite up 58. Delta says the government shutdown cost it $200 million, but the carrier is forecasting strong travel demand into 2026. We've got shares of Delta up better than 4%. Sports merchandiser Fanatics is launching Fanatics Markets, its own prediction market in 24 states this week, including California, Texas, Florida, and Washington. The platform will allow people to trade on events in sports, finance, and culture. And then early next year, Fanatics will expand into contracts for crypto, stocks, tech, music, and more. And speaking of music, Spotify Wrapped is here, and Bad Bunny has been named its most played artist, dethroning Taylor Swift. Bad Bunny earning more than 19.8 billion streams globally this year, followed by Swift, The Weeknd, Drake, and Billie Eilish. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Alexis Christoforous. Carol and Tim, you like Bad Bunny?
It's all the downloads from Tim, man. I mean, I've told him to like roll back a little bit.
You know, you should not come to me for anything regarding music. I'm still in like the 90s. Yeah, it's not good. I was talking about the 90s.
What's that group?
This morning that I was talking about on Bloomberg Surveillance? Yeah, Toad the Wet Sprocket. Big in the 90s. Thanks for laughing, Herman. Appreciate it.
No. All right, we're going to switch gears. We promised you that we were going to continue on the U.S. economy and really the U.S. consumer. The online lending marketplace and platform for loans, credit cards, deposit accounts, insurance, and more. We're talking about Lending Club. They announced a $100 million share buyback just about 1 month ago. It was about nearly 5% of the company's market value on the day of the announcement. Now, analysts have been raising their price targets on the stock this year, most recently, again, raising them since the company reported earnings late October. The company posted third quarter results that beat estimates. They provided a guidance range for new fourth quarter originations with a midpoint above estimates, and the stock, it's actually up this year.
Yeah, it is. Shares of the $2.1 billion market cap company about 14%, up more than 12% since reporting those earnings back on October 22nd. Delighted to have with us Scott Sanborn, CEO of Lending Club, also CEO for close to a decade at Lending Club for 15 years now. Also with us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio, Herman Chan, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks. He helped bring all of this together. Scott, I want to start with you and just give us some size and scope of the business, the consumers that you're working with, who's interacting with the platform.
Yeah, so we serve a customer base we call the middle majority. They are, if you think about credit, which we are a credit-centric bank, if you've got a lot of money, you don't need a lot of access to credit. You pay cash for a car, you save up to send your kids to college. If you're on the other end of the spectrum, you can't really access credit. So there's this middle group that are high income, heavy users of credit. So they can afford a car, they can afford to send their kids to school, but they need to use credit to do it. That's who we serve. It's a really big customer base. It represents about a third of the U.S. population, but it's close to half of the credit wallet. So they are more likely than average to have every form of credit, and that credit is, with the exception of mortgages, also larger than average. That's who we serve.
How much do these people usually make?
Our average, and obviously misleading, averages can be misleading, but average is about $125,000. But you can think of it of ranging between, call it $80,000 in individual income to about $200,000 is where we really over-index.
Great. One of the real highlights of your recent Investor Day last month was the panel discussion with marketplace investors, and we talked about this earlier before your appearance here on radio. One of the panelists talked about aligning performance expectations, partnering with better operators. Are you seeing that with the private credit space?
Yeah, we do. So, we were born as a marketplace. Initially, everything we originated, we sold. When we acquired the bank in 21, we started to hold a portion of our loans on our balance sheet that both gives us a stronger and more resilient earnings profile, also allows us to do other things, innovate using our balance sheet. And what we found is just by aligning our interest with our loan buyers, we're the largest eater of our own cooking. We're the largest holder of Lending Club loans. We care very deeply about the performance of the credit. And, credit is always evolving. It's very dynamic. Because we have a balance sheet, what we can do is when we want to test something new, we test it on our balance sheet. Let's try longer duration. Let's try a larger loan size. Let's try a new marketing channel. We hold that first.
You own it.
We own it. We make sure it performs the way we expect, and then we release that to the marketplace. If you don't have a balance sheet, you can't really do that. And so that's visible in our results across every aspect of underwriting. So lower delinquencies than the rest of the industry, 30 or 40% below, lower roll rates, higher recovery rates, lower prepayments, lower fraud. Literally every aspect that you can measure of credit, we're outperforming on.
Has that remained consistent this year, in recent months, in recent weeks? Like, you have a great real-time view of the consumer in the form of how well they are doing in terms of paying back their loans.
That's right.
Still looking good?
Yeah, so that's been consistent for, we release 4 years of data we put out there, and so it's remained consistent, but, it's kind of like a duck on a pond. It's remained consistent because we're doing a lot of work underneath the cover. So, something that we shared at Investor Day is at any given time, we have more than 200 tests in the market where we're evaluating price points, changes to the credit. So we're constantly adjusting to reflect what's happening with the consumer. And that's what's giving us the consistent results.
Well, so that to me says you're very picky about who you lend to.
That's true. We are.
So in terms of your test, so tell me what it is. I mean, and how many of people who apply or want to access your platform, you're like, I'm out.
Yeah, so we're pretty good at selecting who we want to have in our portfolio and reaching out to those people.
Yeah.
And then both delivering the price and product experience, but also, let's call it the user experience that gets them all the way through. So we look for areas where, for example, we can control the use of the fund proceeds. If you come to me and say, I want $20,000 because I'm going to do whatever, my kid needs braces or I'm moving cross country, great. But unless I'm paying the orthodontist, I don't actually know that that's what you're using it for.
Yeah.
So we try to, set ourselves up so that we are in some ways controlling the use of proceeds and then making the experience such that it makes it really easy. So our largest use case is for people who already have debt, credit card debt, most notably, which at this point, more than half of all Americans are carrying. They're carrying it at really high rates, 23% interest rate. It's highest they've ever been in history. And we say, great, you should do this instead. It takes less than 5 minutes. We're going to save you 700 basis points. Oh, and by the way, check all the credit cards that you have that you want us to pay off. Like we see you have Chase or a Cap One. Great, check those, and we're going to pay them directly. So we know you are paying off your credit card debt. You're not just saying you're going to pay off your credit card debt and taking out more money. We are paying it off for you. Benefit for you is, you've consolidated everything into one bill. Other benefit is your FICO score usually goes up by 30, 35 points because you've lowered, your utilization.
How much can you lower? Like, I got to tell you, credit card rates just blow my mind about how high they are. And I'm just curious, why are they so high? Are people so bad? Is it to cover? No, I'm curious.
Yeah, no, it's a great question.
I mean, it just seems like it's out of control. And I think it prevents people from becoming financially solvent or creating, kind of getting ahead of the game, if you will.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in that.
Sorry.
It is, no, it's a great question. And, there's a number of questions underneath, but I'd say the biggest thing is, if you think about how people choose credit cards, it is not based on the interest rate.
Yeah.
Right? It's my Sky Miles card or my retail store card. I'm going to get rewards for this. They don't even know what the interest rate is, or it's a promotional rate that resets. So that's one. They don't choose based on that. Half of the people don't revolve on the card. They're collecting.
Did you guys hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was talking.
Well, guess who's paying for that? All the people that are carrying a balance. Those people don't know.
Oh shit, sorry. All right, let me go back. Lord Titty, how you doing? I don't know how long I was talking before I realized the mic wasn't on.
More than half of them are wrong. Right? They think they know their
Lord Titty's down. I think he said he was down like 150.
Cards have been able, and one of the big resets with the cards was
190. You can get that back. Lord Titty can find a spot and get that back. Jay Craven, good job on clawing back to down 150. Let's just see what Trump can do for us and find a way to get in, maybe.
For close to a decade. We're also just getting.
Can I adjust my time intervals anymore? I can't adjust 5. I'm not sure. I don't use the top step.
This is the most prominent.
I don't. So there's other people here that can help with that. I don't use the top step program. Hogwarts. Hey, Hogwarts, how you doing? Are you out there?
He's Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst for U.S.
How you been doing today? I know Hogwarts was looking for a short. I don't know if he found it yet or not.
The medium-term expectations you laid out in Investor Day. You talked about doubling loan originations. We're talking about 18.
Been working and haven't been able. Haven't even. Hey, Ballistics. Been watching since the open. Yeah, there hasn't been no action. But hey, guys, I gotta do a call. As soon as I see it go to the podium, I'll switch the volume over and we'll see what Uncle Donnie's got to say. But I'll see you guys in a little bit. I just gotta do this call.
People out of their credit card debt into a fixed rate, lower rate loan is number one use case. It's about 80% of what we do. That market is the largest it's ever been. There's 1.3 trillion in credit.
80% of what you do is that. Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So that is, 1.3 trillion in balances priced at really, really high rates. We, when the rate environment shifted and the inflationary pressure shifted, we pulled back on a lot of our marketing. So we're currently running today at sort of below our historical volumes. So we're just going back into that market. Turning back on marketing channels that we had turned off. And then the other area is, personal loans can be used literally for anything, right? And before credit cards came around and came to be, they were the dominant way consumers accessed, credit for everyday needs. So we have a major purchase finance business that's growing today, call it 50+% year on year, that's allowing things like elective medical procedures, LASIKs, braces for your kid, all kinds of procedure, fertility treatments, teeth implants. So things that insurance doesn't pay for, but you want to do and you want to do right away. Private school education, that's another one. So home improvement is sort of a next adjacency. People right now are staying in their homes longer. 75% of Americans, their mortgage rate is under 5%. They're not going anywhere.
Right.
And the homes are getting older. So the homes need to be invested in. They need to be improved. So effectively enabling home improvement through an unsecured loan where, again, we are controlling the use of proceeds. We can pay the supplier. We can pay the contractor. We've got the capability through an acquisition we announced to disperse this in phases to multiple parties. So we're really excited to kick that off.
We've only got like 30 seconds left here. Consumer doing okay?
I'd say the consumer we serve is demonstrating themselves to be remarkably resilient. Despite,
I hear that a lot. It's a drinking game now.
But we'll acknowledge the sentiment isn't great.
Okay. Yeah. Come back soon. I have to tell you that I think we're all like, I want to go. Please come back late because I think you have a great vantage and view into what's going on in the economy.
We'd love to.
Okay, we would too. Scott Sanborn, Chief Executive Officer of Lending Club, our amazing Herman Chan, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks. We're going to talk automakers, some stuff coming from the White House. That's next.
All right, guys, I'm back. We're still waiting for Uncle Donnie. Lurker, how you doing, man? Getting 4 hours of sleep because you upgraded your office while having construction work at 9 a.m. Yeah, it makes it tough for the trading day. Yeah. Well, you haven't really missed a lot today, man, honestly. We had a crash off that Microsoft news. And we just been, we were in a range for a long time, and then we're just barely grinding back now. It's, unless you were in a long, like a couple hours ago, I don't see how you get in. 3 screens, all right, brother. You're moving up in the world. They're behind on their AI projections. So they're missing their AI rollout in their software. I gotta do like code of conduct and HR training videos. I don't want to. I don't wanna. As a corporate user who is forced to use Microsoft, please get rid of it from my workflow. Yeah. I wish, one thing I really wished is that NinjaTrader would run on Linux.
240 on Wall Street.
Yeah,
I'm Alexis
for sure.
Christoforous, and stocks
Data
are
entry is
higher
going to
on the
be
belief
AI
the
also.
Federal Reserve will hand consumers and businesses the 3rd interest rate cut of the year at next week's meeting. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing 453 points, closing in on 48,000. The S&P 500 up 27. We've got the NASDAQ Composite gaining 57. More than 202 million Americans shopped from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday. That's the highest number on record since the National Retail Federation began tracking in 2017.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe experimenting with it when I get my new my new trading computer. I think half the problems I'm having is Windows with stuff crashing. Not like the ATM management problems that I was having yesterday. That's actually coding, how the strategy interacts with NinjaTrader's ATM. But I've had OBS crashing and just other problems. Someone help me get my time frame hotbar back. Okay. So hey guys, Hyde needs help with Top Step X. You have Top Step X, right, Hyde?
All right, Alexis, thank you so much. Hey, folks, we've been keeping.
I just want to make sure I know what one you're on.
You gotta do the automakers.
I'm not.
As Stuart Paul was sitting here talking about what's happening in
Okay, can anyone maybe hop in the Discord or something and help him?
Because of those complicated supply chains that
he messed up his time frame on Top Step X. Does anyone know how to use anyone using Top Step X that maybe can show him where that might be? I've never used Top Step X. I've only used NinjaTrader. Is there anyone out there that can take a minute and help him that has it? Or maybe give him an idea what to look for. Please.
This as executives from Stellantis, Ford, and GM.
We got a Top Step X emergency stat. Trading the forecast hotbar stat hotbar. Does anyone know how that works? Come on. Somebody out there's got to know. Help a brother out.
Just contextualize for us, like what we know, what direction they've moved.
He's going to lose his mind. He's going to start revenge trading. Let's see. After my build, I have one game on a 7200 RPM disk, and the PC is running so fast that the disk can't keep up.
EV factories and battery
And what?
factories.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
All of that
going
is losing money now because President
solid
Trump
state.
done away with
Every
the
it's.
EV, what he called the EV mandate.
I'm gonna do everything solid state. Even my server's got solid state disks in it.
But more importantly, he also
Very weird price action or lack of it, I should say. Basically 40 minutes of 1 to 5 point candles on NQ. Yeah, well, they're just waiting to see what kind of craziness Trump is going to come out with. But Trump's running late right now.
Like, let's go ahead and
Trump's running late.
everything that we've done over the last how many years or decades.
Yeah, no, you got to do solid state. Hey, I have two M2s for the operating system and haven't bought a new M2 for the game drive. Hey guys, anyone using Top Step? I'd need some help.
It does, but so far
We got 14 people, I think, listening or more.
Is they're overjoyed.
Does any one of you know anything about Top Step, please?
Gas guzzling and most profitable vehicles, large SUVs, big trucks, and make more money. So
I know somebody has Top Step because you're always bragging about having XFAs out there somewhere. Come on now. Where's everyone that are bragging about their XFAs? That 3.6 guy. Is that 3.6 guy here? He just showed up out of nowhere and talked about how he made $5,000 on Top Step.
It is a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of the penalties they've faced. GM alone.
I just like the 500 tick on Top Step. I'll just use my trading view and execute trade on Top Step. I mean, somebody's gonna, I'll keep asking, somebody's gonna show up. People come in and out all day long, you know, and it usually averages between 15 and 30 all day. So if people come and go, I'll keep asking. Somebody knows. Where's SM? SM uses, SM's at school.
And that's how you balance it out and meet the regulation.
Okay, so help us keep track of all the numbers here, because we're talking about fuel economy credits. We're talking about these companies saving money as a result of these penalties not being in place.
Yeah.
How much have they allotted and allocated for tariffs this year?
You know what? Donnie can be late if he wants.
It is a changing dynamic. Initially,
I'll tell you what, though, there's not going to be any action in the market till he shows up. Yeah, he's always late. He's always late. He's trying to shake the haters off. That's all he's doing. Just trying to shake those haters off.
Credit financial obligations is balancing that out for them. I mean, you know, at today's White House announcement, you're getting, you know, big automotive executives. Ford CEO Jim Farley is there supporting these latest moves by the Trump administration.
So net, if
hey, Spiznik, are you still in DPLS?
Have this year and next year, as a result of tariffs, as a result of this penalty being removed, are they kind of in the same place they were in before the tariffs were announced?
No, not immediately, because they have to now dismantle or scale back this
Spiznik is here.
Infrastructure they built. They don't need all these factories. Again, Paul Jacobson today said.
Oh, he's here. Yeah, he's probably working.
EVs, and they're selling about 150.
Hey, hi, just get by for now. I'll find somebody. I'll just every 20 minutes or so, I'll try and see if I can find somebody that's not busy. A lot of people are working all day and they can't stop to, you know what I'm saying? Most of the guys here are working regular jobs while they're hanging out, trying to trade.
The next president gets into office and says, wait a second, the Biden administration had it right. Guys, are they going to have to go and rebuild all this infrastructure?
Well, I think a lot of the brick and mortar is up and standing there, so they would have to crank it up again. But you know, they're cutting programs too. There's models that are going away or that will never hit the market, and they'd have to get those going again. So this is the problem with the industry being led by regulation, is you can go back and forth like this.
So what's better for consumers? Because I know initially, and I'm looking at the reporting that you and the team have done on all of this, that apparently the standards that are being targeted by President Trump were predicted to have cut gasoline consumption by almost 70 billion gallons through 2050. And according to the Biden administration, would have saved U.S. consumers more than $23 billion in fuel costs. That would translate to about $600 in savings over an individual vehicle's lifetime. So I don't know. Will the vehicles cost a lot less now?
No.
Are they going to spend
No, I'm done. I'm pretty much done for the day. By the time Trump's done with his speech, it'll be like 3:30 anyway. No, no, I don't think I'm going to be doing anything the rest of the day. No, we're good. I just hate that the program completely malfunctioned yesterday. It's fine on simpler trades, but if you got a longer drawn out trade that you can really take advantage of the movement, it just crashes after so many you know, you add and then take off on the moves to try and bank the profit. It's just
I know you guys have a ton, but
it's being worked on. It's just it's a process and it costs money and everything else. But
what do they care more about? Is it these?
I'm not doing anything today. I mean, if he hasn't started talking now, there's no way he's going to be done to have enough time to do something before MOC anyway. You know what I'm saying?
So, you know, almost a year in, they're getting used to that. They really like less regulation. That's an evergreen, I think, with industry in general. So if the fuel economy standards are lowered, they're happy with that.
God, it's just wild.
State of California not going to come and say you got to do certain things?
Yeah, like what about California?
Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, you know, California is sort of in the balance here, and right now, they're trying to continue to be the leader in this, but they're kind of losing the battle at the moment.
All right, interesting stuff as always. Keith Naughton, thank you so much for explaining it all, laying it out for all of us so we understand exactly what's going on.
Yeah, no heart attacks, Algo.
In Detroit.
We're just going to ride it out, my friend. We're just going to ride it out today.
Levels of the session. What does that mean? We're up about 0.4% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, a gain of just shy of 0.25%. But
659. Oh, there we go. All right, uranium. Are you out?
Has been poached by Meta Platforms in a major coup. We're going to have more on that in just a minute. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Shrugging again, 665 block now. All right. All right, good. Yeah, guys, I think I'd flatten. Algo is right. Algo knows what he's doing. He sends me his stuff. He's right. You shouldn't be in right before he's about to take the podium. We can run 50 to 100 points in either direction on the same candle. Right when, you know, as soon as people figure out the tone of what he's about to do. There's no sense in wrecking your account for nothing. It may even make Asia better if you trade Asia. The volume may translate over for a while. $7 p.m. last night looked better than this. I think you're right. I think you're right, Ballistics. It's been pretty lethargic. If you weren't in on the initial long call like about 3 hours ago and then just managed to hold through the chop on the way up, then I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know where you get in, you know? Yeah. Yeah. When in doubt, you pull it out and pray. It's okay to pray too after you pull it out. Or zoom out, yeah. Yeah, we can zoom out a little. We can zoom out a little right now. Let's see here. So this has been the slow grind up all day. Right here was the initial move. I was on the phone, so I missed this long. I was in on this one. This one, I didn't mark it. I was in on this candle, and I got a piece of that long. And then when it came back, I was working a lead, and I couldn't get in. I should have been in on this candle here. And then I might have been able to, I probably would have got out up here. I don't think I'd have held all the way through. But if you weren't in somewhere up, if you weren't in the long somewhere like in this zone, like I don't know where you're trading at. You know, there's not really a lot of movement for the NQ. That's kind of been our day so far.
I just found out about another school break that my son has, so maybe he'll be by for.
I just sent a good stop loss. I just set a good stop loss and go, yeah.
Right, folks, we've got stocks pretty much.
Yeah, when it's moving like this, as long as you got a stop loss set, I mean, I don't think anything's going to get away from you, you know.
The Nasdaq 100, Tim, just up about
We're still grinding up, though.
0.25%.
I'm Tim Stanovic along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Griffeo, and there's some breaking news.
Yes, there is breaking news. So I'm watching shares of Apple right now, ticker AAPL. The stock was up as much as...
Man, Microsoft really fucked it. Yeah, Microsoft.
Right now, down about
fucking Bill Gates. Can't Bill Gates just fucking retire already? Break the company up into 10 million pieces and go fucking somewhere.
Design executive in a major coup.
This guy's been on my fucking back for 40 years now.
AI-equipped consumer devices. This has been a pretty big story this year of Mark Zuckerberg trying to get anyone to come.
He didn't even come up with this shit on his own anyway.
And so this is the latest.
He fucking stole it.
Meta is going to be hiring Alan Dye, who was
like
head of
Zuckerberg.
Apple's user interface design team since 2015.
Yeah, according to people with knowledge of the matter. So Apple apparently already replacing Dye with longtime designer Stephen LeMay, according to those in the know, who asked not to be identified. Man,
hey guys, is anyone out there that knows how to navigate Top Step X? We got a forecaster here that needs some help.
He was central to
messed up the map or whatever it is. I've never used it.
Smart home devices as well. Bloomberg News.
On the bright side, we chopped higher instead of just sideways. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's what I'm saying is if you were in the long really early and you held one contract just to see, you'd be okay if you were patient with, just holding one.
Checkbook.
Or maybe, having one on, adding one on the way up, peeling it off for a little profit, and then waiting. That gives you more room in the trade to break even, so you can let it breathe a little more. If you're peeling some off, add one, take one off, add one, take one off as the candles go by.
Big story on the
But
Bloomberg terminal today.
is there anyone out there that's good with Top Step X?
The stock was down as much as 3%.
I got a customer service announcement if somebody can help us out.
So there was a report from the information that Microsoft had lowered expectations for getting some of its enterprise customers to spend money on their cloud units marketplace for AI models and
That's you, Uranium? Top Step X?
Microsoft said that the
Hey, Hyde, are you in the Discord? Uranium says he can help you. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah. Hey, Hyde.
But nevertheless, it was definitely weighing on the stock.
Uranium said he can try and help you out, man.
Today. I won't claim to be an expert in,
what was your problem?
Correct and what part isn't, but we are seeing the stock lower after that report.
Are you there, Hyde?
Information came out,
but not as low as it was.
Can you do a screenshot of what you're working on and post it?
But this is a big move for
okay.
A company
all right.
As Microsoft.
Yeah, it adds up real quick.
All right. Well, just when you're done, are you in the Discord, Hyde?
Yes.
Yeah, always reset the PC.
Talking about Marvell.
Okay. Yeah. So, all right.
This is a chip maker.
All right. Let us know when you post. I'll have him look at it. He says he knows how to use it.
AI fear and kind of how fragile the AI trade is right now. Even a hint of something going wrong, people want to sell the stock. But here's a chip maker that's up about 7% right now.
LIDR at $2.58.
Yesterday,
if it went to $22.58, that's almost enough extra money for me to say I might be able to give this a try full time.
Next fiscal year. And then they also announced plans to acquire startup Celestial AI for about $3.25 billion. So clearly that tech trade is still hot, at least in some of these individual names and the broader indexes today.
And I'm trying to remember when they reported late last night, didn't it bounce around? I think it dropped at one point initially or something, maybe on the news of the day. I don't know. It was just kind of bouncing around, but you're right. Investors are all in today.
Whoa. Okay, so from high tech to a major industrial player.
Yes.
What's going on?
Okay, so last stock, Boeing, ticker BA. It's down 2% on some M&A. Well, I guess we'll call it deal news. So the FTC said that the plane maker should divest significant Spirit
are you good to go?
assets to
Is it
resolve
fixed now?
antitrust concerns surrounding this merger deal. We saw Spirit actually rising.
Okay, cool. All right. Hey, Uranium, thanks for offering, man. I appreciate that.
This weighing on the stock that they'll have to divest.
All right, guys, I don't know what to do, man. We're just kind of filling time. We're coming on to 3 o'clock Eastern New York time. So honestly, we got in, MOC is at 350, and if he even starts talking in the next few minutes, he'll never be done before close.
But that stock is lower.
Or you'll never really know what's going to happen by then or get a setup. So I would say we're pretty much done for the day. We're just hanging out, kind of talking about life for a while,
So confusing.
George Ferguson's the guy to talk to.
All right.
I'm okay taking my little 180 to the house. It was well earned. Perfect entry.
Emily Griffeo, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations,
Didn't have to get fancy with anything.
Winners and losers, find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast.
You ever just sit in Discord? I'm going to after I've got a few more things to accomplish. So the strategy is being rewritten by a professional programming company, NDA and everything. So once I get the final product beta tested and I get my website up and I got about 5 or 6 things that I have to do, and then I'm going to start marketing to push more people here, and then I'll make time and make a schedule for me to hang out with people at certain times of the week for an hour or half an hour or something. So all of that's going to come, but I'm just not quite there yet to be able to do it. Plus, you got to know that I work full time too. So I'm kind of hoping maybe by the end of first quarter, I can have this solid enough to where maybe I can think about giving it a shot.
Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm
Cammie McCormick. The Pentagon's watchdog has sent its review of
I'm having a trading group or partner helps me stay accountable. Yeah, we were talking about also doing like Lurker was talking about. I tried to set it up once, but then I just got busy. Like maybe letting people talk through Discord, and I can have it rigged so you can hear it. You'd be part of the stream, so you'd be like a guest on the stream, but through Discord. So I can have some people, like maybe have a couple people on for an hour or two during the day. But also in the Discord, you can get a room if there's a few other guys here you want to hang out with. You guys can hang out in the Discord room in a voice channel, or I can make you your own room. If there's a few, if you guys want to hang out there and talk, then that way people all over the world can hang out.
Former special counsel Jack Smith as part of the committee's probe into the federal prosecutions of President Trump.
That's stuff we can figure out as we go.
He will comply. Trump is expected to announce a proposal to weaken the vehicle mileage rules for the auto industry, significantly reducing fuel economy requirements through the 2031 models. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The general principle behind all this is they're trying to find ways to lower costs, and they believe by not changing fuel standards the way they were seeking to do so under the Biden administration, you're potentially cutting costs on the automaker, therefore cutting costs on what you purchase a vehicle for.
Katie Weiss reports the administration's immigration crackdown is underway in the New Orleans area.
We've started to get some reports of sightings from community members and local activist organizations of those federal agents already in the Big Easy arresting non-documented citizens. But so far, we're still working to confirm those sightings and those reports. Meanwhile, the Louisiana governor welcomes this operation that is being dubbed Catahoula Crunch.
The Trump administration's pausing all immigration applications. Greg Chen of the American Immigration Lawyers Association.
We have already heard
from our member attorney practitioners across the country in many different cities that people who have been lined up waiting for their interviews or for citizenship, for green cards, for oath ceremonies that are scheduled for this week or next week have simply had them canceled.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
All right, guys, let's see. Just put your trades in here and I'll judge them. Yeah. Yeah, you put your trades in here. We're not going to really judge them. We'll just talk about, you know, we'll just talk about, you know, where the market's at, the way we see it, and, you know, it's important to follow your rules and stuff and psychology, you know, all that stuff comes up.
More homes hardened against wildfire.
And by hardening, I mean looking at the
I got a lead. I'll be right back.
roofs, windows, and siding.
Building Supervisor Erica Freeman says starting January 1st, it will be illegal to use wood siding on homes in unincorporated areas. Many residents are on board with the board ban. Sue is already taking steps to make her home more fire resistant.
We have also put in metal fencing in 2 areas where wooden fencing touched the house.
The wood siding ban only applies to new construction, not remodels. Matt Bigler for CBS News, San Francisco.
It's not getting any easier to own a home, with many at near record values and mortgage rates parked well above 6%. The tide could turn next year. Property prices are forecast to dip in 22 of the largest U.S. cities. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
Lurker, I gave Lurker,
with Carol Masser and Tim
Lurker's got his own room. It's called The Cult.
YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Wednesday, December 3rd. Carol Masser, Tim Stanovac, right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. And we've got a little bit of a rally underway. 1 week from now, we will have had the last Fed decision of 2025. And I think safe to say, kind of baked in the cake, or whatever they say, the expectation is we will indeed get another quarter-point cut, and that is certainly given a lift to the equity.
Did you say baked in a cake because we're talking chocolate in the 4 o'clock hour?
Maybe.
Are you thinking about that?
I'm not that smart, but yeah, okay, I'll take it.
Look, it's on the brain. Hey, I do want to let everybody know we are keeping an eye on what's happening in Washington, D.C. The president was expected in the last half hour to make an announcement from the Oval Office. It's expected to be weaker fuel economy standards to replace those enacted under President Biden. We're expecting the Ford CEO, Jim.
Hey, I'm close to moving to that room
bring you Q&A if we
to
do hear
Twitch.
from the president and other guests at the White House.
Yeah, watching that development as well as anything else he may comment on that.
Okay, cool,
matters to
man.
Financial markets and the business environment. Hey, we're also going to get to one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg.
Hey, Henrik.
Business,
Yeah, it's
Bloomberg
pretty
Terminal,
boring
I should
today.
say. It's about the secretive and huge firm. They're massive, but they've been plotting a flashy.
It is pretty boring today.
Market, so we're going to get into that in just a moment.
Also, it's today's big take, and another one of the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. Donald Trump commuted the prison sentence of a fraudster. Within months, he was back in business.
What did Matt Miller say this morning?
He said he could not put this story down, and it needs to become a movie.
All right. We'll see. We'll see.
I don't think there's a whole lot going to happen the rest of the day
We're going to get into that with the founder and global
if
CEO of the UK-based chocolate
Uncle Donnie doesn't start talking soon.
Yeah.
I'm so busy fixing issues, and then need to set up OBS and test everything out, relearn how to trade.
They were need to get a new booker because
we have chocolate.
You got a lot of work ahead of you, man.
just know how to do it. Thank you, Ari and team. All right, first, let's
You
go
can
check
do
out
it.
the trading session on
You can do
this,
it, man.
Wednesday. Let's turn things over to Alexis Christophorus. She's in for Charlie Pallett. Who doesn't love chocolate?
Yeah, be sure to save me some chocolate.
You
too, as
will.
always.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Wall Street's betting the Fed will cut rates for the third time this year at next week's meeting, especially after a new report from ADP Research found private companies shed 32,000 jobs last month. That was more than expected. The Dow Industrials climbing 474 points, closing in on 48,000. The S&P 500 climbing 31. NASDAQ Composite now up 77. We've got the Bitcoin bounce continuing, up more than 1.5% above $93,000. We've got spot gold at $42.09 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude $59 the barrel. As for some stock news, we've got shares of Netflix hitting their lowest level since April, following reports that the company has submitted a mostly cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery's studios and streaming division. We've got GitLab shares sinking to a more than 2-year low after the software company's
I'm broke for the
results
month.
and
Got to
forecasts
focus
were
on
seen
something that
as
brings
underwhelming.
revenue.
Bloomberg
Yeah.
Intelligence wrote that the report reinforces concerns about AI.
Revenue is good.
And Microsoft is pushing back on a
Revenue
report
is
that the
good, my
company
friend.
lowered growth targets for AI products after salespeople missed goals. A Microsoft spokesperson said the company has not.
I don't know
lowered
where these
sales
leads are
quotas or
coming from
targets for
today.
salespeople. Nevertheless, we've got shares of Microsoft down about 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christophorus. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back to Carol and Tim.
Alexis, thanks for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, if you've been listening or watching us the past couple of days, you know we've spent a couple of days talking about residential real estate. We did that.
Yeah, I can't. I'm looking forward to the day where
director over at Northwind Group. And then yesterday,
I
we
get
released
everything
those
cleaned
scores
up and
around New York
finished,
City.
and
Our focus with them,
I start working the
really what's been
PAs.
happening in New York City and what will
and
happen
money coming in,
in
and
New
I
York
could
City.
try and make a
Taking
run
a
at
different
doing
look,
this
another
full
look
time.
at a different type of real estate and kind
New
of go further
HOD?
afield. Back with us
What do
is
you
Amy
mean?
Rubenstein. She's CEO of Clear Investment Group. It's a
Yeah, it looks
Chicago-based
like
firm
they're
that specializes
they're taking off without Donnie.
real estate
They're like,
investments,
the hell with
specifically
Donnie.
in the distressed mid-sized multifamily sector in mostly
5-day.
secondary and
Oh,
tertiary markets around the U.S.
they're like, we're taking off without Donnie. Fuck Donnie.
Studio. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
So it has been a little over a month since you were last with us. It was actually during the government shutdown.
Yes.
A lot has happened since then. We've gotten some data. We've gotten some delayed data. An update on just how things are looking in your world, and remind everybody what markets you focus on.
Yeah, we're seeing definitely two ends of the spectrum right now. So we are seeing some struggles that operators are having. I guess what we're really looking at
More
is...
so than 2 months ago?
Well, not so much more so than 2 months ago, but we're really feeling that K-shaped economy that everybody's talking about, where some of these lower income tenants are struggling a little bit on expenses. We are still feeling inflationary pricing, and we're feeling a little bit of a lack of labor. And I think that that is something that is starting to grow, is really looking more towards where does this construction labor come from? And I think that's a product of deportations and a product of not having great immigration policies right now.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, I was trying to remember who I was talking to about this just in the last couple of days, talking about how they are having a hard time finding people to do the work right now.
Yeah, construction is a little bit tough.
So what type of construction specifically? Because we talked a lot about
any kind of rehab, any sort of, it could be anywhere from ground up construction where developers struggling a little bit on prices, both from inflation and also from lack of labor.
Okay, let's see. Breaking news: still Trump on his ninth hole of golf in December. It's December here. Let's see. Market continues to pump in the confusion. It does. AI companies reporting bad guidance, but no.
Because there is a lot
Now
of distress. We happen to be buying a lot right now. We're in the
now
middle
it's
of a
confusing.
fundraise on a
Test
fund
of
because there is so
68. Let's take a look. 68.75. Yeah, we're testing.
not a
Yeah,
ton of
we will be here
competition,
soon.
Because right now, lenders and investors are really not pricing in pro forma. They want in place.
Then
cash
down.
flow,
Oh, Henrik.
in-place
Hey, Henrik.
NOI,
Henrik's
and
calling
if you can find stuff,
68.75.
Fundamentals are strong.
Then a
but the
pullback.
NOI is fixable, but not quite there.
He's a lizard. Oh, he's not the lizard, man. Like Art Bell. You know who Art Bell is? Midnight in the Desert. Like Art Bell's lizard man.
Farm Girl Flowers, and she
They live in Middle Earth, I think.
to grow flowers on a small.
Hey, Uranium. Do the lizard people, are they from Middle Earth?
She was having.
Or are they like from like a realm above Middle
Farm
Earth?
industry is another one.
I
You
think they're
mentioned NOI,
subterranean
net
at least.
operating income. Help me understand.
68.75, then straight to the moon.
Because there's distress out there. It's
No, they're not Middle Earth?
things aren't going so
Okay.
well. that's actually a good.
Middle Earth doesn't host that kind of trash like the lizard
I will
people,
say,
right?
Is there a little bit of a balance?
There's different kinds of distress.
Yeah.
You feel some people that are really being strained by higher interest rates, by higher expenses, by higher delinquencies, and so you feel some strain. And what that could cause is definitely some pricing adjustments as people are trying to sell. I do think, as you were talking about before, interest rates are going to start to give a little bit of wind to cap rate compression. And so you'll start to get buyers and sellers coming together more. But that's not the type of distress that I'm talking about. I'm talking about distress that's even deeper than that, where operators
No
maybe
time
have
for
a lot of
pullback.
experience and overextending
It's go time.
themselves. And so there's more to it than just that. There's layers
It's go
of stress
time.
there.
How are tenants doing?
So I think that, I think we see a little bit of both ends, right? We're back to that K-shape where you see the higher end tenants doing very, very well, and you see some of your lower income tenants that are struggling a bit more.
Is it manifesting in the operators needing to offer concessions? Are you seeing delays in rent? What are you seeing?
So we've tried to start
Clear
getting
Investment
creative on
Group
different ways to
CEO
help tenants
on distressed
uproot
real
their rent
estate.
and help them with budgeting, teaching budgeting classes, trying to pull out their rent in different stages during the month as
What
their
is an
paychecks come
investment
in.
group?
So to try
She
to
just
help
gets
keep
people
on
money.
track a
She
little bit.
gets
It's
money from
fascinating.
people
We
and
just had a
invests it. Is that what
long,
she's
deep
doing?
Conversation with the CEO of Lending Tree, and the same thing. Am I saying it right?
Might do a run
Sorry,
for
Lending Club.
VWAP.
Forgive me.
ES
Lending Club, but the same
6948.
thing in terms of when they are giving loans.
I'm
they wanna
thinking,
know
I don't know,
where
man.
it's
I have
going
no
and
idea
if
what's
it's
going
to
on
credit
right now.
card.
If we
They
run
need to
back to the
make those
VWAP,
payments
then I might
directly.
have a chance
And
at doing something
really kind
tomorrow.
of teaching some
It's
financial
3:15, guys. We got
responsibility.
about half hour
How
till
big a part
MOC.
of that is what you guys
And
do?
It's really
Uncle
interesting
Donnie
because
still
this
hasn't
is a
shown
new
up
trend
for his
us.
meeting.
This wasn't something that we were doing 5 years ago, helping tenants learn about budgeting and finances. And it's something that now we're starting to really look into. How can we be partners with these tenants as opposed to the people that are forcing them to pay their rent?
Why are you doing it? Is it just business sense?
It's a win-win for everybody.
Okay.
If people can prioritize their finances and get their rent paid and stay in their houses, it's better for us. We don't lose the income. We don't have to go through evictions. It's better for them. They don't have to be relocated. So it's a win-win for everybody. It's a matter of can that have an effect? Can we be effective enough to help shape that?
Do the tenants feel like they're being partnered with? I mean, there's this idea of an adversarial relationship when it comes to landlord and tenant.
Sure, I think there can be, and I think you get a little bit more of that in places, I would say a place like New York, where you've got rent control, and the landlord and the tenant are not really aligned because they're not both choosing that rental rate.
I can think of some landlords I've had in my day where I was.
Yeah, it would have been a nice trading day if, if it wasn't for Microsoft and all their AI failures.
You know what's interesting?
NQ is still an uptrend from 9:30 a.m. U.S. market open. Yep.
One landlord who was good.
Really?
Yeah.
Nobody ever talks about their good landlord.
Out of four.
Out of four.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. 25%. That's not bad. She was unique.
Okay.
How you doing? Have you taken trades today, Lurker? How have you been doing today?
Properties, remind me, because I think initially you guys were in Chicago.
We're based out of Chicago. But right now we have properties in Ohio, Louisiana,
A lot in
Alabama.
California?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
There just is not cash flow in California. It's a little more like New York City, where everything's just based on appreciation.
Will you if California builds?
Oh yeah, I know.
You know, we
Only
look for
red.
stabilized cash flow.
I'm sorry,
incoming
dude.
Cash flow, we actually don't care about the NOI in place when we purchase things. We actually look for negative NOI.
Are you in anything right now?
That NOI, and that's how we add
Better
that value.
opportunity, right?
But we want to eventually
Missed out on the
get to
profit
strong,
short.
strong
Yeah.
cash flow.
Best places in terms of.
You mean the
geography
Microsoft drop?
I think there's tons of opportunity in Atlanta. We keep looking over there. Lots in the Midwest. We love it. We love Ohio and Indiana. Right now, we're buying in Alabama. We have a deal under contract in Illinois.
Where in Ohio?
We're in Columbus.
Okay.
We really like Cleveland as well. So there are people are looking a lot in Cincinnati. There's lots of places to go there.
I know we talked, we go kind of all over with you, but when we talk about affordable housing, what is the answer? Which is something that we have talked about for decades.
Right.
What do you think is the answer? And forgive me, I'm only giving you about 40 seconds. Solve a problem that has
I
plagued
think
us for a
different
long
markets
time.
are going to have different answers. I think generally speaking, it's it's easier for us. We see a better opportunity in rehabbing and rehabilitating as opposed to ground up construction, where you need a lot of government subsidies or some sort of incentives to be able to get it done. For us, we see the opportunity in existing assets that just need a lift back up. But then again, you got to be willing to buy something that's negative cash flowing in the beginning.
And most of those assets are going to be outside the major cities or in the major cities?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You know, we own in DC,
Yeah,
so it can be all over the place.
Great stuff. Thank you for coming by again.
Thank you for having me.
Right? We love real estate.
Amy Rubenstein,
Yeah.
CEO of Clear Investment Group. Hey, coming up next, we're going to get to a most read story on the Bloomberg terminal today. It's about the secretive and large asset manager that's making quite the pivot.
But now the CEO's doing what? Social media, there's pickleball, there's so much.
All right, guys. Man, I've had more leads come in today than I've had in a long time. All right, 30-minute 200 dropper, a gift in itself. 200, yeah. Then unchallenged 200 in the next hour is also a gift. True, that's true. Like that one this morning. 'Tis the season to be greedy. Yes, the full mentally prepared to enjoy the ride and fully. Yeah. I just got you put on the naughty list. That's right.
Metals, inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA.
All right, guys, we're coming on to 3:30. I got a call at 3:30.
goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Wall Street is banking on a rate cut at the Federal Reserve's last meeting of the year next week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing 468 points at 47,942. We've got the S&P 500 adding about 30 points and the NASDAQ Composite climbing 76. In stock news, Delta says the government shutdown cost it $200 million, but the carrier is forecasting strong travel demand into 2026. We've got shares of Delta up now about 3.5%. Meta is hiring Alan Dye. That's Apple's most prominent design executive who has served as the head of Apple's user interface design team since 2015. It's a major coup for Meta. We've got shares of Meta down slightly, shares of Apple down about 0.6%. And Boeing giving back some of yesterday's big gains. The plane maker
Rate
said it
cut.
expects
Yeah, the rate cut is
deliveries of
coming.
737 and 787
I don't think they
jets
can
next
deny
year.
the rate cut any
Certification for
longer,
the
and I don't think it would
737
make any
10 model
sense.
could come later next
Things
year
need
as
to
well.
start getting
For on-demand
cheaper,
news
or it's
24
we're going to
hours a
lose
day,
the House
subscribe
and
to
Senate
Bloomberg News now,
and
wherever you get your
midterms.
podcasts.
Like
I'm Alexis
some major,
Casafras.
he's got to start
That's your Bloomberg
swinging
Business Flash.
Alexis, thanks for that.
the
Appreciate
big
it.
boy
I do
stick
wanna
here
remind
soon
everybody
and
we're
start
keeping an eye on
fixing some
everything
things,
happening out of Washington, D.C. We do expect the president
or
to
all is
make
going to
some
be
comments
lost on the
about rolling back
midterms.
some fuel economy standards for
Yeah,
auto
it's
companies.
probably already
Ford's
priced
CEO,
in.
Jim Farley is expected to be
I would be completely dumbfounded
office
if
yet
they
in
didn't do
August.
the
He
rate
does
cut
take questions, Carol, that are
in
relevant to
December.
our audience for financial markets and the like. We will go there.
Absolutely.
Man, I don't know. I hope not,
For
man.
What he might mention on other things. Having said that,
People
one
need
of the
some help
things
over here.
also on
Things
our
are
radar
just stupid.
today is a
It's
most
like
recent story in the Bloomberg. It's an exclusive.
everything's
And Tim, it's about the secret
nearly
of a
tripled in
massive
cost
capital group plotting a flashy pivot to private markets. We have talked to its
in the last
leaders,
5 years.
to its leader, I should say, at past Milken events.
I feel like you
Doubled
every
to
Milken
triple.
you get an interview
Often, yeah.
with Mr. Gitlin.
Yeah, I don't know if it's but it seems like several times.
You know, I'm talking
Well,
about
Scilla Brush is
the things you need daily
massive and quiet.
to
That's
live.
exactly where I want to start with Scilla Brush. He's Bloomberg News asset management reporter. He joins us here.
Yeah,
in the
but you
Bloomberg
don't
Interactive
understand if
Brokers
you haven't been
studio.
here.
So, First Capital Group, it's well known to financial advisors. I didn't realize until reading your story just how well known it was to financial advisors.
It's not enough. We should
absolutely
already
massive
be
in terms
down
of
in the
its mutual
3%
fund business,
range.
its assets under management. It's got this close to 100-year history, but it's really flown under the radar to the general public for much of the century.
We should
What is
already
it?
be,
Where do they go?
mortgages should
So it's a
already
firm
be
that's
like in the
basically
threes
coming
right
up on its
now.
Centennial, and it's
Car
been in
loans
LA
should be in the
since
twos.
1931. And its business for
Instead, they're
basically
6, 7,
the vast
8%.
majority of that time was marketing investment funds to financial advisors. And so
You
they
know,
had
I don't know what he's doing to
extremely
like
strong and
fix
close links to
the supply
likes
of
Edward Jones and
food
Elmore
in the
Financial,
country, but
who then have, of course, retail clients.
during the COVID thing, they
Thousands,
were
tens
killing
of
off all
thousands.
the
In
animals.
fact,
It was a
basically
disaster
say they
what
have
they were
20
doing.
million households or families who basically, in one way or another, have
Yeah,
relationships
don't
with
get me
that
started
fund.
on the AI centers, man.
Interestingly, for the vast majority of that time, the funds were called American funds. It actually had a different brand name.
What
It was
happened? How did that
American
governor
Loans
get
Company.
elected anyway?
And that's if people have them. In
You
their
guys had a
retirement
chance
accounts
to
or
get
brokerage
a
accounts,
really
they're
good
probably known as
conservative
American funds. More
lady.
recently, though, they've started to expand considerably beyond.
Is it the
mutual
young
funds.
people
So
that are
that
turning,
mutual
you know,
funds
is it the
really
young
was
people or
and
what's
continues
going
to
on
be
there?
a
Or is it,
part
are you
of
just
the
overrun
business.
by people
So
from
what's
Washington,
growing
D.C.?
now or in the recent past is they're making a big push into ETFs. I think it's worth bearing in mind that this is an active only.
I'm telling you, man, young
has been,
people are
remains
fed
the
up because Trump isn't doing anything to help them. I'm telling you, that's the thing.
State Street, BlackRock. This is a
People in
very
their
big
late
firm,
20s, early
and that is
30s
their
have
core
no
of their
chance
DNA.
of
And so
being
when they
able
move
to
into ETFs,
participate in life
it's
the way
again,
I
it's
did.
active ETFs. And they
I
now
had my
have
first
over the
house. I
last,
had,
they
you know,
gave
my
me
house had 10 acres of land on it. I had a barn.
2022, early
You know,
2022. And that business for them has
I
grown
had
to
an
about $100
external
million.
garage.
It's
I,
actually
you
a
know,
pretty,
at 28,
you know,
28, 29, 30 years old.
in 4 years.
There's no way in hell with
really
the
recent
prices
change for them
and the
is
interest
expanding into what
rates.
is
Somebody
really
working in the
competitive
car
private
business and
market
his
now, which
wife's
is
working in
private
banking going to be able to
assets.
afford what I
Like
was able to
everybody
do.
else, right?
It's
Well,
it's
talk to us
there's
about
just
that,
no
because
fucking
it
way.
does seem like they've been a culture
With
that has been
inflation
quiet,
and
been
how
under the
what they've
radar, doing
done
their
to the
thing,
housing
it's worked
market.
really well. Why are they
You
making
know,
this
having
pivot? I
30
mean,
million
you say that
extra
with the
fucking
caveat
people in
that,
this
okay, we
country industry is 90% of the problem.
Private markets, private credit in particular. So I get why they're looking at it too.
Oh, here he is.
Why affirm that they've had a strategy that worked well, but maybe it's not
Expensive
working
restrictions
as well as it did.
and
So they,
all sorts of
like many firms, have had a lot of
all sorts of
redemptions from
problems
mutual
to
funds,
automakers.
especially
And we're
equity
not only
mutual
talking about here, we're talking
You know,
about
that's-
outside of our country, because nobody could do it. Nobody
All right, guys, we
wanted to
have
do
them.
it, and it was ridiculous, very expensive. It put tremendous upward pressure on car prices, combined with the insane electric vehicle mandate. Biden's burdensome regulations helped cause the price of cars to soar more than 25%. And in one case, they went up 18% in 1 year. Today, we're taking one more step to kill the Green New Scam. It's part of the greatest scam, probably, well, other than Russia, and a few others I could name. The greatest scam in American history, the Green New Scam. And it's a quest to end the gasoline-powered car. This is what they wanted to do, even though we have more gasoline than any other country by far. And people want the gasoline car. They want everything. They want electric. They want to have lots of alternatives, but they do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. The car business is a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way. I want to thank Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy,
All right. Let's
Deputy
see.
Transportation Secretary Stephen Bradbury, as well as CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. Jim, where is Jim? Let's see. Hi, Jim.
All right, I got to call in a couple minutes, guys.
Great job.
I'll be back.
CEO of Stellantis, Antonio Filosa. Thank you very much, Antonio. Chairman of the National Automobile Dealers Association, Tom Castrida.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very
Yes,
much,
sir.
Tom. Great to have you. And Manager of General Motors Orient Plant, John Urbanek.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great to have you guys here. And you're going to say a few words in a minute about how ridiculous this was, but we've just freed you up. So you're going to have a good day and have a good number of years. Thanks as well to Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Ted Cruz, Kevin Kramer, Marsha Blackburn, Eric Schmidt, and Bernie Marino, as well as Representatives Sam Graves, Vern Buchanan, Mike Kelly, Roger Williams, Lisa McClain, and Troy Balderson. All great people. These are great people. And I know there's a lot of support long beyond the people that are here. We've had tremendous support on this. From day one, I've been taking action to make buying a car more affordable. I signed an executive order to end the unfair, expensive electric vehicle mandate. As you know, we had to have an electric car within a very short period of time, even though there was no way of charging them and lots of other things. It would have cost $5 trillion to build the charging plants. And as you know, in certain parts of the Midwest, they spent, to build 9 chargers, they spent $8 billion. So that wasn't working out too well. That was done before me, by the way. I wouldn't have let it go forward. We're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standards, one of the most important things that I've never had a group of people come to me more powerfully and really just devastated that they had to do it. It was killing them than the automobile manufacturers, the tailpipe emission standards. And I can tell you, your people at Ford were coming to me all the time, and they were saying, like, please, it doesn't do anything, and it's killing us. And it's driving the cost through the roof. And we revoked Biden's emissions waiver for California so that California communists could not regulate the automobile industry and ruin the entire nation of automobiles. And they were doing that too. But we have that now under control also with your governor, who's got much more than he can control. Now, under the new rules being issued today by Secretary Duffy, the Department of Transportation will rescind the Biden fuel economy prices. And I hate to say that because they were really not economy. They were really, they were anti-economy. They were horrible what they were doing to the costs and actually making the car much worse. But these policies forced automakers to build cars using expensive technologies that drove up costs, drove up prices, and made the car much worse. The action is expected to save the typical consumer at least $1,000 off the price of a new car, and we think substantially more than that. Under the Trump administration, $70 billion are now being invested in the American auto industry. Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Kentucky and Michigan plants. Is that a correct statement?
That's right.
That's a lot, $5 billion. You could do more. Creating at least 4,000 new jobs. Stellantis announced that it will invest $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing by more than 50% and open new manufacturing facilities across the country. And I think a big part of that is also the tariffs. Because of tariffs, they're coming in, not only the automobile industry, AI, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI, we're leading everybody in everything. We have the hottest country right now. I will tell you, a lot of political people behind me, great political people, very successful political people. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, we had a dead country. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it started from November 5th, but it also started when we did the tariffs, and we've had tremendous support on the tariffs. It's bringing in trillions of dollars of wealth. It's bringing in national security. And I've stopped 8 wars, and of the 8 wars, 5 of them have been because of tariffs and trade. So they're very important. And General Motors plans to invest $4 billion as it brings its manufacturing back to the United States from Mexico. After falling by 5% under Biden, U.S. auto production has surged by 10% so far this year. You know, I won the auto workers vote, but now even the head of the auto workers said Trump is the greatest president we've ever seen. And he happens to be right about that. But we're protecting our auto workers, and we're making it easier for every family to afford high-quality cars. In other words, we're bringing automobiles back and the manufacturing of automobiles back into this country. We lost 52% over the years, 52% of our automobile manufacturing. You see it, closed factories all over the place. Now they're all opening up. They're being, in most cases, they're being knocked down, and new ones are being built in their place. And a big beneficiary is the state of Michigan, but South Carolina, even states that didn't really do too much with the automobiles, they're opening up plants. It's been amazing. So between automobile plants, AI plants, and plants of every other nation, really every other type, including chips, we're going to have a big percentage of the chip market very soon. Not because of the CHIPS Act, which was horrible and ridiculous, where we just gave these companies billions and billions of dollars, and they just kept the money. But because of what we did with tariffs, they have to build here, otherwise they're going to have to pay tariffs. They won't be able to do business in the United States. And we're going to have a big percentage of the chip industry. As of about a year ago, 2 years ago, we had none. And now we're going to have a very big percentage when it all finishes out. So I'd like to ask Secretary Duffy to speak, and then Mr. Farley, and then Filosa, and Urbanik, and Castrita, and also we're going to ask some of our political leaders to speak, because let me tell you, they went out of their way. This was not easy. And people were brainwashed. This is a green new scam, and people were paying too much for a car that didn't work as well. And now they're going to have a great car that's going to be environmentally friendly, but it's going to cost you a lot less, and it's going to work great. All of the nonsense is being taken out of the cars. So, Secretary Duffy, could you say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President. So yesterday at the cabinet meeting, the president was talking about affordability, and the way that Democrats talk about affordability is a lie. Today is a perfect example of that. So these CAFE standards used what was contrary to the law. The Congress set a rule that says you have to look at combustion engines. Biden and Buttigieg actually did an analysis using...
Edge.
I'm sorry. Buttigieg used EVs and hybrids to come up with a 62 mile an hour per gallon standard, which I think the car companies will tell you is completely unattainable. So they spent a lot of money on technology trying to meet the unattainable standard, driving up the cost of a car, number one. And then number two, if they couldn't meet the unattainable standard, they had to trade for carbon, costing billions of dollars, and again, driving up the price of the car. So, Mr. President, what Democrats were doing were not making cars more affordable, they're making them less affordable. The consequence of that is going to be that more Americans can afford to buy a new car, which means they're going to be safer on the roads because of all the great new technology we have that save lives. So we'll have less death on American roads. These rules are going to allow the automakers to make vehicles that Americans want to purchase, not vehicles that Joe Biden and Buttigieg wants them to build, which is important. But also, this is important for American jobs. The more cars we sell, the more jobs we have in this country. And so this is jobs, this is freedom, and this is common sense, Mr. President. So thank you for your leadership. And I appreciate what the Senate did with the big, beautiful bill and what we've done here today. So thank you, Mr.
very
President.
much. A big, beautiful bill is, it's something. It's amazing. Wait till the people see the benefits and the lower taxes that they're going to have, lower regulations. So, how about Ford?
Mr. President and Secretary, all the important lawmakers here, competitors, today is a victory of common sense and affordability. We're very proud of Ford to be the #1 auto producer in our country. 80% of the vehicles we sell here we make in our country. And we never left, unlike many of our competitors. We're the #1 exporter, and we have the most auto factory workers. And this CAFE standard that is aligned with customer demand is the right move for a lot of reasons. We were #2 last year in EV sales. We were #3 in hybrid, and we're the leading brand for combustion. We believe that people should be able to make a choice, as you said, Mr. President. And we will invest more in affordable vehicles. This allows us to invest in affordable vehicles made in the U.S., which we will take the lead on, and will allow us to make vehicles more affordable. So thank you for making this step for all of you.
Thank you very much. One of the other things we're doing, it's separate from this meeting, but I think everybody here would agree with it. If you go to Japan, where I just left, and if you go to South Korea and Malaysia and other countries, they have a very small car, sort of like the Beetle used to be with the Volkswagen. They're very small, they're really cute. And I said, how would that do in this country? And everyone seems to think good, but you're not allowed to build them. And I've authorized the secretary to immediately approve the production of those cars. So you'll be able to buy, they really are, they're actually, some of them are really beautiful, actually. If you take a look, Honda, some of the Japanese companies do a beautiful job. But we're not allowed to make them in this country. And I think you're going to do very well with those cars. So we're going to approve those cars. Would you like to say something about that?
Well, no, just that he never stops working, so even when he's on Asian time, he's calling me at midnight in the States. But he gave me the directive to clear the regulations on this, to which we have. And so if Toyota or any other company wants to make smaller, more affordable cars, fuel efficient, we have cleared the deck so they can make them in America and sell them in America.
They're really nice and less expensive. And it really gives people a chance to have a car, you know, have a brand new car as opposed to a car that maybe isn't so great. And so you car companies start thinking about that. I think it's going to be a tremendous market. Please, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great day for us at Stellantis today, because it's the day where we see CAFE regulation reconciled with real customers' demand. That's why at Stellantis we decided to invest through Jeep, Ram, Dodge, and Chrysler, $13 billion in the next 4 years, increasing production by 50%, delivering to the market 5 new vehicles, and creating 5,000 additional jobs. That's because we believe in what you, Secretary Duffy, and all your team is doing in this country. We believe in growth, and we are ready to invest even more. So thank you very much. Thank you very much also for this great news of the K cars, which we are very interested in. And we are very looking forward to work with Secretary Duffy, your team, in the future for the next steps. Thank you very much.
We'll get ready for those cars because we've already cleared the way. You can start right away.
We will. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having me. We support your leadership for this issue that is so important to the auto industry. I'm here representing the hard-working men and women of Orion Assembly in Michigan. The facility, our manufacturing facility there, is currently going through a retool so that we can build additional U.S. manufactured pickup trucks and full-size sport utilities for our customers, and we're so excited about that. And thank you for your support. Secretary Duffy, thank you as well.
And this is largely coming in because of the tariff situation. We're taking in trillions of dollars, actually, trillions, and we have so many other advantages, but these great companies are coming back to the United States. They left the United States. If somebody was sitting behind this desk that knew what they were doing, that wouldn't have happened. They would have said, well, you can sell your car here, but we're going to put 100% tariff. And you would have never had the auto industry leave. Again, we lost more than 50% of our auto industry. And now it's all coming back. And I think it's coming back. Ultimately, it's going to be bigger. I believe it's going to be bigger than it was before, actually. But it's an honor to have you here. And please, would you like to say something?
President,
thank you very much.
Tom Castrator, sir. I'm the chairman of National Automobile Dealers that represent 18,000 dealers in the country, along with 3,000 heavy-duty truck dealers. And what the actions that you've done as the president and your administration is definitely going to save our customers money. And you made your promises that let the consumer buy what they want, sir, and you delivered on that. And the other thing that you delivered was your promise in the big, beautiful bill, the tax deduction on loans that had gone away some years back. Right. And now that makes it affordable for our buyers that can save money through that loan of the tax, anywhere from several hundred to several thousand. So again, sir, on behalf of all the dealers and our customers, we appreciate what you and your administration have done, and of course our legislative support as well, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's very nice, and I'm glad you brought that up. We're allowing people to deduct. So if you go out and buy a car, and this is for middle income, but for lower income, no matter what, they never really had deductions. You know, rich people like deductions, but middle income people would never really afford deductions, which is very unfair. You borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct the interest from your income tax. And I think that's going to be one of the most, in terms of your industry, I think it's going to be the biggest thing that we're talking about, maybe even bigger than CAFE standards. People are going to be able to borrow money, deduct it, so it's going to cost them essentially half. And
it'll help, yes, sir.
I think it's going to be a tremendous factory. They've never had a chance to do that before. And that's all done. That's all in the great, big, beautiful bill. So it's really terrific. I'd like to ask a couple of our political leaders to say, because you guys have done an amazing job. This was something that was going to be very tough. We had to fight lunatics to get it done, and they had no answers. You know, you just present them with the facts, and they just say, well, we're just not going to vote for it. They couldn't talk about it, but they didn't want to vote. I see Mike Kelly, my friend back there, has been with me from day one, right?
Yep.
What do you have to say, Mike?
Well, you know what? I think you hit the key. Everybody's talking about the same thing. In America,
look at the way they like each other. Now you can see, there's no hatred between these two guys.
Yeah, as long as I beat his price, we're friends. You hit it on the head. The American people have always been able to choose what they want to buy. Right. They don't want to be taken out of a market by people who, quite frankly, don't even drive their own car, and saying this is the way you've got to go going into the future, and say, well, you may say that, but you're not in the market. You have no idea. And I know the business we're in. At the end of the day, if you were there with me, I'd say, oh, so Mr. President, other than price, what's keeping you from taking the car home today? It's always price. Yeah. And the fact that we can build a car that's affordable, that people want to buy, that's the key to it. What you've done is unlock the most ridiculous statute that ever came in with CAFE. It wasn't done by the Congress. It wasn't done. It was done by President Obama after the courts failed on it. So thank you for doing what you're doing. You're making America great again in every single way. Thank you.
Thank you. It's going to be so big for the auto manufacturers. People aren't even going to believe the impact this has. You know, Mike used to come to my rallies all the time, and we'd have a rally. It was like 0 degrees. It was freezing everywhere, and he'd sit there without a shirt on. And I didn't need that, you know. I didn't say it was pretty, but he would sit there in the cold, and he didn't mind it at all. I said, that's one tough cookie, right?
You lit it up. We didn't need any heat. We were there.
We had a good time. We had a lot of great rallies, right?
We did.
Pennsylvania. Please, Mr. Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I represent the dealer. I'm a dealer, and we got some other dealers in here, but this is huge for the dealer body, the local car dealer. We're going to be able to sell what the customer wants. The manufacturer's going to make what the customer wants. We've got all kinds of options to the big bill. It's going to enable people, as we talked about, to deduct payments and so forth. As we say in the business, they've never been cheaper than they are today, Mr. President. And it's going to be a great opportunity for the dealer body to sell what consumers want. And 99% of the businesses in America are small businesses. Many are car dealers, employ a lot of people. It's going to be a great year for us. We appreciate your leadership. And we appreciate, from a retail standpoint, we appreciate the manufacturers going to step up and build cars that customers want and that we want to sell. So thank you very much. It makes it a great country.
He's also a very brave congressman because he was there on the baseball field that horrible day with Steve Scalise and some other people. He was hit, but he took it very well. He took it very well. You're my pal.
Thank you.
That's great job.
Appreciate you.
Great job. Appreciate it. Kevin, could you say a few words of wisdom? One of the really smart economic forecasters, I will tell you. Beyond an economist, he's a real forecaster. Please.
Sir, I think that there's a massive macroeconomic benefit to what we're doing today. And the way to think about it is that the car that has the best gas mileage that you could buy that has only gasoline is a Honda that gets about 36 miles per gallon. Joe Biden wanted to make every car on average be above 50. So there's no car made in the U.S. that you would be able to sell 2 years from now, 3 years from now under that rule, because what he wanted to do was make everybody have an electric car, as you know. But here's the thing, that if everybody had an electric car, then nobody would be buying gasoline anymore, and they'd have to take all the miles that they travel and put it on the grid. And so we would have to increase the production of electricity in the U.S. by 25% over the next couple of years if they had their way. And so you've really stopped a massive disruption for the economy with this. And so thank you, sir.
That wasn't the main reason, and yet it certainly is a main reason. You wouldn't have been able to do it even if you wanted it. It's just so crazy. That was the mandate, which we ended. Troy, would you like to say something?
Great honor, thank you. My family is a former dealer, 48 years, Chrysler Dodge dealer. And then I got into the political world, sir. Yeah. I had more fun in the dealership world, but I miss it. But I still play a big role in automobiles.
Hey guys,
great. I remember
we're almost at the end.
President Obama, when the
hey
campaign
SM, how you doing?
standards
Sounds like you almost made it through the
went
semester,
this
man.
times.
That's
As
good.
a Chrysler dealer before Stellantis came along, it was Daimler. You guys
I think we're just having a circle jerk here about how great
and making these changes and
how great the car industry is going to be
car loan piece was big, and I know
after
that Bernie
these changes.
led the charge on that in the Senate and get it into one big beautiful bill. That really is a big deal, and people need to understand how big a deal that is.
You did a great job. And
Okay,
by the way,
cool.
We had a great victory last night. All
right. It'll be nice to be able to work on them when you don't have so much other stuff going on, you know.
Like us, right?
And you can really keep track of.
One of my early
keep track of your system and any adjustments you need to make. It'll be easier, I think, if that's all you're working on. Yeah, at the pizza joint.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Pizza joint's making you a man, dude.
You've been in business, you've been in the battles over the years, and you're helping us lead us out.
Doing
Most
real
people
work.
that are up here have no idea about business or small business.
Yeah, we're
It's a
about to
big
tap
difference.
the 50 EMA, guys. We're
One
about
is,
to tap
number
the
two
50
is,
EMA.
I would just say in terms of the tax stuff we're talking about, one of the things that get missed, and I'm in Florida, Sarasota region.
No, hey Scotty.
is
Hey, how you doing,
the
Scotty?
ability to deduct. Most people have a small
What's
business.
wrong with the
they'll have
pizza
a long
joint, man?
business, they'll have this, that, they buy
Are all
another
the
used
illegal
truck.
immigrants gone
They
that
can
were
take
eating
that
there?
deduction, let's say they're in a 22% tax bracket, but the vehicle's 60 grand.
No, I'm
They
not
can
in
take
anything,
20% of
Scotty.
60 grand,
Everyone
get
was waiting for
$12,000
Trump to
They
do
can pay
his
their
talk
payments for the
today
first year.
and sign the
That's a
executive
powerful
orders.
tool
And
we
by the
don't talk
time he
about,
got
I don't know
going,
why,
we
but
were
at
really
the end
kind
of the
of
day, because
close
of
to the
what you put in
close.
place, full
There really
expensing,
wasn't. There really
that's the
wasn't any
tool they would
opportunities
use.
this
And you
afternoon
could just
unless you
think
got
about
in
all the
early on the
people
long.
in
I
Florida,
think
just
for me
general
anyway.
places, they're buying old vans or new vans, they're buying trucks.
Oh,
Bentley
winter.
trucks,
Oh,
and they're getting
winter
a
makes
deduction.
that
They don't
much
even
of a
have payment
difference
for
there.
a year.
That's interesting.
So
Kind of
one
like
of the
Dairy
best things
Queen,
for
right?
one of the
Dairy
biggest
Queen
things
in the winter.
Expensing is a powerful tool. They can write the whole asset off the first year, take that deduction, put $12,000 in their pocket on a $20,000.
Yeah, he's
Let me
in
mention
Chicago,
another
so
thing.
he's got the real
They got
stuff,
into the
Lurker.
e-vehicles, electric cars, and I'm talking to dealers that come in and talk to me, and basically they couldn't sell one, they couldn't give one away, and when these companies they got it because of whatever political pressure under Biden administration, and they end up realizing that they got no market. A guy says the car's been sitting there a year, I can't get rid of it. So they don't understand the market. The people produce the vehicles, and that's made a big difference in your leadership. But thanks for what you're doing here today. It's big, it's huge, it'll make a big difference. $12,000 on a $60,000 vehicle up front, day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You know, we're just talking about something that's interesting. Ford would make, and I don't want to speak for Ford because we have one of the top people right here.
Mr. President, it's fine if you want to talk about Ford.
Ford would make numerous electric cars in order to sell one Ford 150.
Yes.
Because they'd make all their money with the 150.
Yes.
And they were willing to lose money on building 2 or 3 electric cars that they couldn't sell in order to make some money on the 150, because the 150 is a monster. I'll tell you what, that no matter where you go, they love that Ford 150.
Yes.
But isn't it a ridiculous model when you have to build 2 or 3 cars that you know you're not going to be selling or not be selling for much in order to
Musk will
really
be fine.
do
We're
something that
watching
you
his
should have the right
rockets.
to do, which is make a car that you want to make.
Get launched and
that the
recovered
market
all day
wants,
long.
right? So congratulations on the 150.
Thank you. Best-selling vehicle.
Honestly, Teslas are everywhere. Like the right.
Just saying.
Can't go anywhere.
Now it's
100% built in the iPhone.
Now it's only going to do no, but it really is. It's amazing. It's an amazing brand.
There was a lot of stupid things done here.
What would you like to say?
Yeah,
And
thank
Teslas
you,
are
Mr.
good if
President
you never,
and
you know,
Secretary
to
Duffy
go to
and all of
work
us.
and back and do your
one of the
daily
last times I
routine.
was here
Teslas
was
are
when we
fine. It's
signed
just you
the,
can't.
electric vehicle
No, it can't be like
CRA
your main
Congressional Review
family
Act
car,
that
I
all of
don't
us
think.
participated in. The beginning of really making common sense, because it was
All right,
going to
how it
impact
works.
17 other
Maybe
states.
we'll see you tomorrow,
and
man.
really a
See
large
you
part
tomorrow,
of our
dude.
economy. This is about affordability here. I'm just going to say one thing.
Oh yeah, buy some
Well, maybe
NVIDIA.
I already said one thing, so now I'm going to say two. When we talk about a car and auto, we sort of talk about just, oh, we need a car. Do you know what a car does for a family? You can take your children to school, you can go to the store, you can visit your mother, you can go to church, you can have a job, you have the flexibility that you need. A car for an American family is about a roadway to prosperity.
Big deal.
It's a big deal. And so by making them more affordable, making them more choice-driven by what families want and need, today is a great day for the American family.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and the American worker.
Say.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Secretary Duffy, and to my colleagues that are here. In Tennessee, we make great automobiles, and we have a fantastic workforce. And whether you're GM or Ford, with their new investment in Tennessee, or Nissan or VW or Toyota, with
I had
the
so many
engine
cars at
plant,
one
what
point
you
with
see
kids having
is
cars.
the components that are necessary
Almost
to
didn't have
build
place to park
these
'em.
cars. And removing these standards and making cars more affordable does mean that more people will purchase them, but it also means we're going to have to make more cars to meet that demand, and for Tennessee, that is a great thing.
So, you know, I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking, like, we have the biggest auto manufacturers
5 minutes
in the
till
world.
close, guys.
They're talking about investing
5 minutes
billions,
till
and
close.
they're investing it as we speak.
We got a
but
short going on. I
billions and
can't get in.
billions of
It's too
dollars
close
in
to
our
the.
country. Thank you very
I can't
much.
take the trade now.
And
But
they're
I've
here.
got the short.
They're not
Just
like,
fire.
well, maybe we'll do it.
I'm on the
They're doing
confirmation
it because
candle.
of tariffs.
So if
And they're doing
it wasn't
because
closed
of
in 5 minutes,
maybe
I'd
they
be in the
like
short right
president,
now.
And we're doing things
I'd
like
enter
this
right
for
now.
them, which frankly, no matter who you are, this should be done. And we're doing things like deductibility of interest when you borrow money. To buy a car, you're allowed to deduct it from your income tax. That is a massive tax cut for people that probably are going to be trying to buy that car anyway. And I really think that interest factor is going to be one of the biggest things. When I was proud of that because I thought of it, and it seems so simple. Other people are allowed big interest. If you're a rich person, you're allowed to have big interest deductions for different things you do. But if you're a middle-income person that has to buy a car, you were never entitled to anything. And now you're getting a full interest deduction on the loan. And I think that's going to have one of the biggest impacts. But we're here with companies that are investing tens of billions of dollars in our country as we speak. It's not going to be in 2 years or 3 years. A lot of it's because of the expensing provision in the bill, in the big, beautiful bill. But a miracle is happening in our country. It's a miracle. This is just the auto industry, but we have other industries where it's the same thing. They're building all over our country, and this is a revolution is happening. It's a business revolution. It's a jobs revolution. It's a car revolution. We're bringing back the car industry that was stolen from us because we have people that didn't know what they were doing sitting at this desk. They put the wrong people in because they weren't advised properly. And this is really an incredible
3 minutes
thing
to the
that's
bell,
happening.
guys. 3 minutes to the bell.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Make sure you know what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think in many respects, pretty much everything that could be said has been, except that I think what Kevin talks about in terms of the cascading economic opportunity from this one single event is just the tip of the iceberg. When you think of all the rules and regulations that you have repealed, I think it's more important, frankly, than the tax cuts. However, in the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, remember we made permanent a lot of really good policy from the first Trump era, not the least of which for small businesses is bonus depreciation. The opportunity to depreciate the year that you purchase an F-150 for your small business or a large truck for your farm. I just think we're going to roll into 2026 and we're going to see an escalation of economic opportunity, the likes of which I probably have never seen.
I think nobody's ever seen it, nobody in the world, because there's never been 18 or whatever it ends up being. In 10 months, we have $18 trillion being invested. We never had $1 trillion being invested. And Biden had much less than that. Think of it. He had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months, and it's actually as of 9 months. So there's never been anything. Eric?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. And on behalf of the people of the great state of Missouri, who we actually make things from F-15s to F-47s now, thanks to you. We'll be building the F-47 and then F-150s. And those are real jobs, and we make things in Missouri. This is going to go a long way, I think, for making things more affordable for normal people. Nothing could be more American than driving a car on the highway, and this is going to make that more accessible for more people. So thanks for your leadership.
Your state's doing a great job.
Yeah, well, they love you too.
It's a great place. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to talk to you just a minute from a rural perspective, because these CAFE standards were absolutely unworkable in rural Missouri. We need vehicles that are practical and affordable and can haul for our small businesses, for agriculture, and it just simply didn't work. Those CAFE standards didn't work. So I applaud you and Secretary Duffy for your hard work and what you're doing on behalf of rural America.
Well, it was keeping a lot of manufacturers out of our country, too. They said, we're not going to, are you crazy? They thought, outside manufacturers thought we were absolutely insane with all of the different things. And just made up nonsense. It was like made up. It was really made up by people that hate our country. I really believe. Does anybody else have anything to say?
I'd say about two quick things, Mr.
Oh,
President.
no, Bernie, I didn't see.
Two quick things I think are really important. So the person who sat behind this desk before you gave $7,500 in subsidies to multimillionaires who are leasing electric Rolls Royces, electric Porsches, electric Lamborghinis. We're getting $7,500 from the taxpayer.
That can't be good.
And these Democrats sit on this floor and say
comment.
that Republicans are for millionaires.
Oh, hey,
and
have a good night, Uranium.
We are
I'll see you, buddy.
The opposite of giving
See you tomorrow, man.
$7,500
We'll
to
be here.
multimillionaires to lease foreign electric vehicles. Number two, because of your policies, at the beginning of the year, 51% of the cars sold in America were made in America. 51% before you got sworn in. Last month, that number was 57%. We moved it 6 points, which nobody thought would be possible in 4 years. We did it in 10 months. That's something that maybe the news should cover a little bit more. And we've driven down the price of automobiles. The car prices for consumers are down before you did
Just
this.
about everything is down. You know, this whole thing is, they use the word affordability. It's a Democrat hoax. They're the ones that drove the prices up. And all they do is say, affordability, and you're supposed to say, oh, that means they had low prices.
Also due to make
we
remarks
inherited
later on
the
Wednesday
worst
in Washington.
inflation in the
Right.
history of our country. They say 48 years, but
Interesting.
let's say that's history. I don't believe that.
Think people will
Biden
be listening to
had,
that?
because
Lurker?
of his stupid ways and between his energy policies and his spending policies, we had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And now our prices are coming down. And they're coming down for cars, and they're coming down. I mean, did you hear yesterday when Chris Wright from Energy, the head of energy in our country, said there are now parts of our country, it's all happening, $1.99 for gasoline, a gallon. And we have it at $2.50, $2.60. It was at $5. And that's bigger than any tax cut we could give. And, you know, for the average family, that's considered bigger than any tax cut. So the word affordability, when they mention it, you ever watch them? It's all about, I saw the young lady that lost last night. She lost by a lot more than they thought. And we have a great new candidate in Congress, really great, Matt Van Epps.
Oh, that's interesting.
She said, it's all about affordability, all about it. They never talk about like the specifics.
Right.
Everything was through the roof. Eggs, when I took over, eggs were 4 times higher than they ever were. We got the prices down to the lowest level.
Yep.
I mean, amazing. But they never, you gotta watch, they're great con people. It's like the Inflation Reduction Act. And after they got it approved, because everybody said inflation reduction, they admitted it had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest con job. They look at you and they say, affordability. They don't say anything else. Everyone says, oh, their prices were so low. No, they had the worst inflation. We had the highest prices we ever had, and now they're all coming down, including beef is coming down. Beef was up there a little bit. Our ranchers did well, but we got to make them do a little bit less well, perhaps. But the beef is now coming down. Coffee is now coming down. It's all coming down. And it's a beautiful thing to see. But remember this, when they use the word affordability, they just say, they never say anything else. This election's about affordability, and then they go into the next subject. It's a con job. They caused the highest prices in the history of our country, the worst inflation in the history of our country, and we're getting those prices down, and they're coming down rapidly, and you'll see those results very soon. Anybody else want to say a few words? Oh, Ted, I can't believe it.
I'm easy to miss.
I didn't see. It's very rare that I would miss it. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here for the leadership that you're showing. And this is a victory today for consumers. This is a victory for affordability. Your critics like to say the word affordability. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, they put mandate after mandate after mandate on cars and trucks, and they drove the price up thousands and thousands of dollars. And with the actions you're taking today, and you put on top of that the one big beautiful bill, you know, most of the senators here on the Senate Commerce Committee, and on the Commerce Committee, we worked together to zero out the CAFE standards. We wrote that into the law that the CAFE standards went to zero. What does that mean? It means you can now, as a consumer, buy the car you want. It also means people's lives will be safer, because what these regulations did is they forced cars to be more expensive and made of plastic instead of steel, because you had to make them lighter to comply with these standards, so you'd get in a wreck and people would die. The result of what you're doing, you're literally saving people's lives, and you're making it where families can afford to get a new car. These actions will drop the cost of cars and trucks thousands of dollars. That makes a real difference. And I'll make one final point. You know, about half the members here are car dealers. And I will say my good friend Roger Williams out in the lobby, he tried to sell me a car, which didn't surprise me, but I just want to give props to Mike Kelly. He showed he was savvier because he tried to sell you a car, and you can afford a much nicer car than I can. So well done, Mike. Roger, you just went to the wrong customer.
That was $100 cheaper.
The thing that Ted just said, it's true. Plastic instead of steel. Think of that. And people died because of that. The plastic was plastic in an auto accident, and it broke up, and people were shattered because of that crazy deal. But it's a really good point. Go ahead.
And Mr. President, I'll tell you, in the Senate Commerce Committee on January 14th, we're going to have a hearing with all of the big three there and Tesla, and the entire hearing is going to focus on how your leadership has reduced the burdens on car makers. That's lowering costs, that's giving consumers more choices, and it's producing more jobs in America. And it's highlighted, that's a real record of success.
Yeah, well, it's an honor. And, you know, they were going by California. We had like 2 different countries, California and 15 that followed California, because you had 15 states follow California. And the rules from California were just like everything else. That's why people are leaving. That's why it's such a mess. It's got there's a state with such unbelievable potential. But what they did with the car industry is incredible.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, the car companies didn't know what to do because they had 2 standards, and you can't build 2 different cars for the same
Beef is really expensive
country.
here right now.
And what we're doing today is very big. Would anybody like to say something? Would you like to say something, my friend?
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you.
And we're love you, Brian.
Oh, I love you too, Mr. President. I've always said
ground beef.
Well, I appreciate that. I've
Like
always said
two
you
good
tackled
steaks.
the three M's.
Like two
Mortgage,
good, like,
Munchkins, and marriage.
New York
You've
strip
solidified
steaks.
all of those. I'll add
You're
motor
looking at
vehicles
27
to
to
that
30
now.
bucks.
My question, I got one about consumer confidence. We just came off one of the record high.
Like four
Black Friday,
hamburgers,
up 9.1%.
four hamburger
Highest
patties,
ever-
like, you
biggest
know.
amount ever purchased in one day. Yeah.
Which
What are those guys like?
counters
12,
this
13
narrative
bucks?
of affordability, because apparently the Americans are spending money. So I want to see, how do you view that for a consumer confidence being so
American.
high going into Christmas and going into next year? And I do have one for the auto group after you.
Yeah, I
after
just
that.
think that we have tremendous
I
confidence
mean, I don't-
in the country.
yeah,
you know,
I mean-
one of the things in terms of confidence, if you
That's
go back
usually
a
how I
year and a
buy it.
half, you know, it's amazing. We're like into 10 months already, but you go back a little bit before
No,
the
they're like
election, 'cause
closer to
after
30
November
now
5th,
for
it
good
started
ones,
changing
for
rapidly,
two
even
good
though we
strips.
weren't running it until January 20th. But when you look back and you look at the enlistment of
No, they've been
soldiers,
like during the
people
Biden
that wanted
years,
to
they were killing off the cattle and everything
join
else in the
the
name of
military,
COVID. They
the
completely
Army,
destroyed
Navy, Air Force,
the
Marines,
farming industry here.
Coast
Like
Guard,
we
it's
don't
like
have
booming.
enough
It's all Space Force
cows
But
anymore.
we had a very
Yeah, no shit.
We had
This
the
is
worst
steaks.
recruitment in the history.
Should have bought
of our
futures and
country.
steaks.
A year later, we have the greatest.
But I guess he's been
recruitment in the
doing
history.
some things to
You
help.
can't even get in. Getting in is like getting into a top college that you couldn't get in. People want to be in the service now, and that includes the police, and firemen, other things. You couldn't hire
Yeah.
police. You couldn't hire anybody in the Army or the Navy. You couldn't get people in, and we now have gone from that to record recruitment. We're getting high quality people, amazing people, wanting to be in the military. They have a
Yeah.
spirit now.
Well, that's what they
Call it
did.
what
Is
you
they,
want, but
they've
that's part of
been
it. But
killing
they have
off
great spirit
everything
now.
in the
It's
name
a-
of
it's a great
all this
thing. Go ahead,
nonsense
ask your
that's been
second
going
question.
Okay,
on.
my second question, I've got a
And
lot
now
of
it's-
close family
it's starting
friends
to
in the
stop,
automotive
but it's
business,
not
own
coming back
dealerships
fast.
all across Southern California. They sent me a question to ask you. There's a thing called a mileage blocker that is installed on vehicles. It's a type of a computer chip which alters the actual mileage driven on the vehicle so that when you have a leased vehicle that's turned in, they're losing thousands of dollars. They've got to go chase down these manufacturers. What can we do to track down these manufacturers of this illegal computer chip that's really hurting automotive
Have
industry?
you heard about this?
Yes, sir. They're getting built in China.
Or are
and
they
most
talking
of them
about
come on out of Great Britain,
military
sir.
recruitment?
They're being distributed through China to distributors selling them online through Great Britain. Yes, sir.
Wow, that's not so good. What do you think?
look at that.
Yeah.
Do you, Bernie, do you know anything about that?
It works on older vehicles, and obviously, we got to do a better job.
Yeah, I
of
think
controlling
it's
at the border.
something, I've never heard of it. Very good. We never heard of it. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you released video of that first boat strike on September 2nd, but not the second video. Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what
I
happened?
don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we'd certainly release, no problem. You know, we stopped, every boat we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives.
That's right.
And
Thank you.
if you look at our numbers,
Mm-hmm.
the drugs coming in through sea are down 91%. I'm surprised there's 9%. You want to? I don't know who's doing the 9%, but it's down 91, and we're going to start very soon on land, and I'm sure you're thrilled to hear that.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were there last night with Vladimir Putin. Can you give us an update about those talks? It sounds from what the Kremlin is saying that they're not going to compromise. Can you tell us what you've...
I don't know what the Kremlin's doing. I can tell you that they had a reasonably good meeting with President Putin. We're going to find out. It's a war that should have never been started. It's a war, if I were president, we had a rigged election. If I were president, that war would have never happened. It's a terrible thing. But I thought they had a very good meeting yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. It's, you know, when I was in this office and I talked about no cards, I said, you have no cards. That was the time to settle. I thought that would have been a much better time to settle. But they, in their wisdom, decided not to do that. They have a lot of things against them right now. But you have President Putin had a very good meeting yesterday with Jared Kushner and with Steve Witkoff. What comes out of that meeting,
Yeah,
I
he's
can't
pretty
tell you,
isolated.
because it does take two to tango.
Like,
You know, Ukraine,
sometimes the real
I
problems
think
in
we
the
have
country,
something pretty well worked out with them.
he's got
Very
holdovers there
satisfied,
from the Biden
considering.
and Obama
But the sad part is,
administrations,
if
and
our
he's
president,
not
no
really
war
getting
would
the
have
true
happened. They would
information.
have had 100% of their territory. Nothing
Plus, he's
would have
only one
happened.
man, you know.
It's a very sad situation. So think of this. Last month, 27,000 soldiers. 27. That's like, you take a stadium, a football stadium, not an arena, and you cut it in half. 27,000 people died, young, mostly young soldiers, died last month, in 1 month.
Well,
And that's the only reason I'm involved. You know, we're
We
not
could
spending
have
any money
Kamala
on
right
we're
now.
selling to NATO.
and the world
We're
would
not being
basically
ripped
be
off
over.
like we were under Biden. Biden was handing everybody
So, I'll
everything
cut him
we
some
had,
slack,
giving
but
us,
he's still not
giving
doing
them all
enough.
the missiles, everything
He's-
they
he's
wanted,
not
free,
doing what's
no
really
charge. So
necessary.
he had no idea what he was doing.
In order to win the
They're paying
midterms.
top dollar, full price for everything. Goes to NATO, and then NATO
Young
distributes it.
people don't see a
NATO
future
pays
right
us.
now because it's so
So
expensive.
we're not, it's not money. We would all, I think I can speak for everyone behind here. The politicians I know and the auto manufacturers are good people. They don't want to see 27,000 people die for no reason whatsoever. And that's the only reason I'm trying to help. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, switching to Venezuela for a second. Have you checked back with President Maduro? I mean, is your pressure campaign working? And do you think, how's he responding to your demand that he leave the country?
It's not pressure campaign, it's much beyond that, I think. But I spoke to him briefly, just told him a couple of things. We'll see what happens with that. Venezuela sends us drugs, but Venezuela sends us people that they shouldn't be sending. They emptied their prisons into our country. They sent us killers, murderers, they sent us drug dealers. At the highest level. They sent us gang members, they sent us people from their mental institutions. They emptied their mental institutions.
Hey, Jacksonville, how you doing, man?
And so did other
Came in
countries.
for the end of the day. I'm getting ready to
People
sign off. Are you
running
a
this
futures
country.
trader,
Really stupid
Jackson?
people. And I think probably you had some stupid ones, and you had some smart ones, but they were bad people too. Because not all of them were stupid. You can't cheat on elections like they did and be stupid, okay?
Did you talk to him a second time or just that one time?
What's that?
To Maduro. Did you speak to him again?
No, I didn't.
You there, Jacksonville, or
When
listen to
you
the
spoke
channel
with
before I
Mr.
sign
Witkoff
off?
and
Like,
with Mr. Kushner
Last night,
did they give you the sense that President Putin still wants to end the war, still
No,
wants to make
balanced.
peace?
He would like to end the
He's a
war. That's what
bouncer.
that was their impression. Now, whether or not,
Do you believe him?
that was their impression. You know, their impression was that he would like to see the war ended. I think he'd like to get back to dealing a more normal life. I think he'd like to be trading with the United States of America, frankly, instead of, losing thousands of soldiers a week. But their impression was very strongly that he'd like to make a deal. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, if a boat strikes, if it is found that survivors were actually killed while clinging on to that boat, should Secretary Hegseth, Admiral Bradley, or others be punished?
I think you're going to find that this is war, that these people were killing our people by the millions, actually, if you look over a few years. I think last year we lost close to 300,000 people were killed. That's not mentioning all the families. Have you seen what happens with the families of not only the people killed, the people that are trying to get
Lots
their
of
son
people
or
will
their
end up
daughter
falling
off of
when
this
they
poison
leave
that
to
they've been
catch you
fed.
next time
I think
around
you're going to
when
find
they're
that there's a
Yeah, that's cool.
very
I just like
receptive
them to
ear
know
to
what we
doing
do.
exactly
if I
what
can
they're doing,
catch 'em.
taking out those boats. And very soon we're going to
It's not
start
too
doing it on
exciting.
land too. 'Cause we know
Sometimes.
every route, we know every house, we know where they manufacture this crap.
You're
We
looking
know
for
where they put it
action,
all
this might
together.
not,
And I think you're going to see it
They
very soon
understand
on
what the
land. also.
ultimate
Yeah,
goal
So to be clear, you support the decision to kill
Maybe.
survivors after the
No,
initial
I
strike?
support the decision to knock out the boats, and whoever's piloting those boats, most of them are gone, but whoever are piloting those boats, they're guilty of trying to kill people in our country. Yeah, please?
The House Judiciary Committee has subpoenaed Jack Smith to ask about his investigation of you. I wondered, for a deposition, I wondered if you'd prefer to see that as a hearing so that the American public can see the questions and the responses more easily.
I'd rather see it probably at a hearing. You know, look, Jack Smith is a thug. He's a failed prosecutor. He's a bad man. He's an evil man. He hurt a lot of people. Forget about me. You know, I do this stuff, but I got indicted many times by a guy that they were dismissed. He's a bad guy. He's a sick man. There's something wrong with him, actually. I think Jack Smith is a sick man. There's something really wrong with him. I'd rather see him testify publicly because there's no way he can answer the questions. But Biden knew this was going along. Kamala knew it was going along. And there's a lot of things happening right now that they don't like. One of the things is the auto pen. Everything he signed, almost, with the exception of the pardon of his wonderful son, Hunter, just about everything he signed was not signed by him. He had no knowledge of it. He didn't know what it was. People sitting around the beautiful Resolute desk knew exactly what it was. And those people are guilty, in my opinion, of a major crime. Everything that was signed by that auto pen, the man operating the auto pen, and I'm sure there are more than one because I think some of the people can operate it themselves, some of the high-level people operated themselves. They would just go in and sign his name with an auto pen onto very important documents, not only pardons, but policy, maybe CAFE standards, okay, as an example. Who signed CAFE? If you ask Biden, what's a CAFE standard, he would have absolutely no idea. He'd say, where is the CAFE located? The guy didn't know anything. Look, that just shows you what a rigged election can be, but you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
You've had conversations with...
I did, with Jensen.
Right, so...
Smart man.
In your conversations with him, have you kind of given a sense of where you are with export controls and the types of chips that the VA can give to China?
Sure, he knows very well. He's done an amazing job. NVIDIA, very good. Yeah.
Mr. President, when do you expect for phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan?
Connection lost. Well, it's going along well. You know, they had a problem today, I understand, with a bomb that went off and hurt some people pretty badly, probably killed some people. They're telling me it just happened. But it's going on very... We have peace in the Middle East. People don't realize it. We have tremendous support. 59 countries. There's tremendous support. But phase 2 is moving along, yeah. It's going to happen pretty soon.
Mr. President, did you speak with House Republican leadership about your decision to pardon Congressman Henry Cuellar? And are you concerned that you made a vulnerable Democrat perhaps less vulnerable with that decision?
It didn't matter. He's a respected person. He was treated very badly because he said that people should not be allowed to pour into our country. And he was right. He didn't like open borders. He was on the border. You know, he represents a very respected man. He represents the people on the border. And he saw what was happening. And as soon as he made that statement, I then said, I'll bet he gets indicted. And that's what happened. You know, I put out my truth from that. Well, I did a truth. Wonderful truth, we love truth. But what happened is he got indicted for speaking the truth. And his wife got indicted, Imelda. And that's sort of a first. Usually they leave the wives alone, right? Don't they, Congressman? Yeah. Typically they indict somebody, put him in jail for the rest of his life, but the wife can just sit home and cry, or she'll find a new man. You know? A lot of times they find a new man and makes them much happier. In fact, a lot of times they like that man better than the one that's in jail.
Mr. President, thank you. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also
I
saying
wouldn't be proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. That's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, you know, it just happened. She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that. And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota, okay? Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Walz he should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now. And the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain. You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with, go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution. all she does is complain about this country. Without this country, she would not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now. So Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon, I hope. But what Somalia, what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in. And you have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople, okay? They shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople, because they don't represent the interests of our country. Anybody else?
The automakers spent billions on meeting the Biden EV rules. Should they be able to recoup that somehow, given the change? And there's a question about the
doing it. No. I'm not letting them recoup. They're going to do just fine. You know how they recoup? From this point forward, they'll do very well.
Can you also talk about the USMCA and what you're thinking about renegotiating that with the automakers?
Well, that's just an ongoing thing. It expires in about a year, and we'll either let it expire or we'll maybe work out another deal with Mexico and Canada. But look, Mexico and Canada have taken advantage of the United States, like just about every other country, in all fairness. It's not them, I'm not blaming them. But every country, because we had stupid people running our country. We had a lot of stupid people running. That's why we have $38 trillion in debt. But the beautiful thing about the tariffs is we'll start paying off that debt. The money coming in, they're finding money in our country now that they never knew existed. The other day, $30 billion. Where did it come from? I said, why don't you check the tariff shelf? They said, sir, that tariff hasn't started yet. It doesn't start till January. I said, no, it started 2 months ago. They called back, sir, you're right, it was from tariffs. No, we have a whole different country. I hope the Supreme Court, I pray that the Supreme Court understands the importance of the sensible, really, I mean, this would be country threatening if something happened with regard to that. You know, the people that brought that case are bad people. They're very bad people. They hate our country. They represent foreign countries, including China. But they represent, and China's paying us a lot of money now in tariffs, but they represent people that really don't like our country much. And I know some of them, and they're scum. In my opinion, they're scum. They're absolute scum. And they're not suing for any good reason. They're just suing to see if they can stop it, because they make money if this country does badly. You know? So, but we're taking in trillions of dollars. We're stopping wars. We have great national security because of tariffs. And then to think that we have to even go and justify this. The reason a lot of these people, I can tell you this, maybe we would have had the political people, we wouldn't have these people without tariffs. The people that are up here from Stellantis and Ford and General Motors, great companies, including this gentleman, right, they wouldn't be here today if we didn't have tariffs. They'd be building their plants in Mexico and other places. They're leaving Mexico and they're leaving Canada. They're leaving because they ripped off our country. They took our businesses away from us. And now, because of tariffs, they're all coming back. So it's a great thing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, you call Somalians garbage. What about saying thank you guys for moving? Thank you, cameras. Thank you for moving. Thank you guys.
Good luck with the game. Signal.
All right, guys, I'm gonna sign off for the day. We're gonna close it up right here, 4:30 Eastern time. We got Bloomberg back on for you, I think.
Mileage
There it is.
restrictions, if you will. So that's why we saw someone like Jim Farley afford.
All right, Craven, we'll take it easy, man. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on the mic tomorrow, 8 o'clock like usual.
Yeah, when we went in,
Charts will be centered and they'll roll all night long. If you want to check them out through Asia and Europe, and everybody have good luck tonight. And we'll catch you again tomorrow. Weatherman out.
Soon. He did praise NVIDIA's Jensen Huang. He said that he confirmed he had talks with Jensen Huang. He said Jensen Huang has done a, quote, amazing job, and he praised NVIDIA. The president also making some comments about some members of Congress, saying that Representative Ilhan Omar should not be in Congress and that Representative Omar should be thrown out of the U.S. And then you mentioned the deal with Mexico and Canada. Maybe we'll work out another one.
And I just want to mention also some reporting out on the Bloomberg, our own team, talking about Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, saying after he met with the president to talk about export controls on the company's H200 artificial intelligence chips. He also, Huang expressing uncertainty about whether China would accept those chips if the U.S. relaxes restrictions on sales, saying we don't know, we have no clue. So anyway, we know China's an important market for NVIDIA, so something that we certainly keep a close watch on. You can read all about this. Just head to the Bloomberg or to Bloomberg.com.
Hey, in the meantime, check on everything happening in the after hours because there is a lot of news and a lot of earnings. Alexis Christophorus is in for Charlie Pellet, and she's got an eye on everything. Hey, Alexis.
Yeah, busy, busy, busy. All right, let's start with the stock market because it rallied as Wall Street bets the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates for a third time this year at next week's policy setting meeting. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 408 points on the day to close at 47,882. The S&P 500 added 20 to close at 6849. NASDAQ Composite up 40 at 23,454. Lots of after the bell news to get to. Salesforce gave an outlook for revenue in the current period that topped analyst estimates, suggesting the software company is persuading customers to buy its AI tools. CEO Mark Benioff says its Agentforce and 360 AI tools are driving momentum. Shares of Salesforce up 5% in after-hours trading, but Snowflake gave an outlook for operating margin that fell short of estimates. That's raising concerns among investors about the profitability of new AI-based tools. Snowflake also announced a $200 million partnership with Anthropic that will make the startup's Claude AI models available on the Snowflake platform. Shares of Snowflake down about 7.5% here after hours. And longtime Apple design executive Alan Dye, he's jumping ship to join Facebook's Meta. And Macy's posted its strongest growth in more than 3 years last quarter, also raised its annual sales guidance. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christophorus. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Back to Carol and Tim.
Hey, Alexis, thanks for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, it is today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's about second chances and how they don't always go the way you'd think. In this case, Donald Trump commuted the prison sentence of a fraudster. Within months, he was back in business. David Voryakis is Bloomberg News U.S. legal reporter. He's part of the team behind the story about Eli Weinstein. David joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eli Weinstein, who is he?
Eli Weinstein is a resident of Lakewood, New Jersey. He's an Orthodox Jew, and by all accounts, he's an unusually gifted con man and fraudster who has a remarkable ability to convince people to give him money for deals that he doesn't execute, and then he keeps the money. He was convicted after pleading guilty in the early 20-teens to a real estate Ponzi scheme that primarily preyed on Orthodox Jews, and he was sentenced to 22 years in prison for that. He was also sentenced to an additional 2 years for a fraud involving phony IPO shares in Facebook. And so he went to prison for a term of 24 years, but while he was in prison, several Orthodox Jews who supported him got together and convinced the victims of his Ponzi scheme to write letters to President Trump at the end of his first term to say, please commute him. He has suffered enough. His wife and 7 children have suffered enough. He deserves your mercy and should get out of prison. He then was commuted on the last day of Trump's first term in office, and within 6 months, he began a whole new fraud. According to prosecutors, Weinstein eventually was arrested for that fraud in 2023. He went to trial early this year in Trenton, New Jersey, and was convicted. The judge who oversaw that trial sentenced him to 37 years in prison.
Okay, so this isn't about someone who potentially, or according to, kind of learned a lesson and turned a new page in his life. David, I feel like we often talk about people who are con individuals, con men, right? What's interesting about this one and this individual is the size and scope of it and the recurrence, like even after being charged with fraud. Like, what is it about this individual that really struck you guys?
It's the relentlessness of Weinstein's activity, that there seemed to be no remorse whatsoever. Even though he expressed remorse, his actions, betrayed those sentiments and showed that he can't seem to help himself. This is what people around him say when he's raising money. And so he would promise a certain outcome with people's money, and then he habitually would not deliver on that promise. And so when he got out of prison, he connected with friends of his, business associates, who supplied medical masks after COVID, first aid kits, scarce baby formula when there was a shortage.
Right.
And so he was essentially the shadow person behind a company that was arranging deals around the world. And he would tell his associates that he had contacts in Turkey and Israel and other places around the world that could execute on these sort of one-off deals that would supply materials that people needed in the world. And they would show investors, they would raise money from investors who'd kick in, say, 100,000, 400, 500,000, and they would, this group of people that Ellie Weinstein was working with would send phony invoices, would send videos seemingly showing supplies being delivered that were promised, but in reality, it wasn't happening. And
it wasn't real.
It wasn't real. There were aspects of it that were real, but not to the extent that Weinstein said.
Right.
And so in that way, his fraud after he got out of prison was quite similar to his fraud before he was in prison. And this was a big part of why prosecutors said that he's a predator who can't be trusted outside to not take advantage of people. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Newark, New Jersey recommended a prison term of 50 years. The judge gave him 37.
We're speaking with David Voriakis, Bloomberg News U.S. legal reporter, part of the team behind the story about Ellie Weinstein. It's today's big take, one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. The political side of this, the 2020-2021 commutation of this sentence, I want to point out that Caroline Leavitt, she's White House press secretary. In a recent press briefing with reporters, she said that the administration takes part in decisions, quote, with the utmost seriousness, and that clemency involves a, quote, very thorough review process that includes the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. Quote, there's a whole team of qualified lawyers who look at every single pardon request that ultimately make their way up to the President of the United States. He's the ultimate final decision maker, and he was very clear when he came into office.
That he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ.
Sometimes it takes two of us to read a statement.
It takes two of us.
Apologies.
But I mean, so you do think about, there's so much to this story, so many different layers, but you do think about the process where he wasn't pardoned, but his sentence was commuted. And it makes you wonder, well, why?
There was a strong argument that his lawyers raised that he was over-sentenced, that the judge decided to impose too long of a sentence for the crimes that he was that he pleaded guilty to, and they had raised questions in a pair of lawsuits about the conduct of Weinstein's original defense lawyers, that they turned down a plea deal that would have ultimately resulted in far less time than he was sentenced to. And they also questioned the conduct of the judge, Joel Pisano, who has since died. Pisano, of course, denied that he did anything wrong. And they sort of sealed the deal, if you will, by having many of his victims sign letters to the White House saying, please extend mercy to Ellie Weinstein because of the suffering of his family and because we as victims support him getting out. That's a more traditional review of clemency that Caroline Levitt is referring to. And a lot of the controversy around the White House now is that it appears, and critics would say, that the clemency that Trump has granted in his second term appears to be more transactional. And we report in the story that person familiar has said that Weinstein reached out after his trial conviction this year, exploring the possibility of clemency again.
Wow.
So if the White House is accurately conveying the process, then presumably Weinstein will have to go through a new review. And one thing that was quite interesting at the sentencing hearing last month in Trenton, New Jersey, was there were 5 different victims who spoke in court about the tremendous damage that Weinstein's fraud had done to them. And the judge also said that he read something like 120 victim impact statements. So it's possible that the Justice Department may have been trying to blunt the impact of any clemency bid or attempt by Weinstein this time.
You mentioned the victim statements at the most recent sentencing. The status of the victims and whether or not any of that money will be clawed back or recovered for them, very briefly.
Weinstein has restitution in order in place from his first round of convictions of more than $220 million. He has an additional $44 million restitution order. The question is, does he have the assets to pay that? There is some dispute at the trial and in later sentencing about the status of his assets and is he hiding money. So I'm sure that if the Justice Department can recover assets, they will try to repay his victims.
It's an incredible story. And I have to say, when it hit the Bloomberg, our team I think it was late yesterday, just even reading the first paragraph, the setup of getting into it. Lots of twists and turns, lots of individuals, but a fascinating read. It is the Bloomberg Big Take. It is among our most read on the Bloomberg. Highly recommend you grab a cup of coffee and sit down and read it in its entirety. David, thank you so much. David Voriakos, he's U.S. legal reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us right here in our interactive broker studio.
Hey, let's get an update on everything happening when it comes to business news and some earnings after the bell as well. Alexis Christoforous is in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Hey, Alexis.
All right. Hey, Tim. A weaker than expected ADP jobs report sparked hopes for a rate cut next week from the Federal Reserve. Wall Street's now betting there's a 98% chance the Fed cuts rates by a quarter point at that meeting December 10th. The Dow Jones Industrial Average raced ahead 408 points to finish at 47,882. The S&P 500 added 20 points, while the NASDAQ Composite rose about 40. After the closing bell, Salesforce delivered an earnings beat but fell just short of consensus on revenue. The company did issue a revenue forecast for the current quarter, though, that topped estimates. Revenue from Agentforce AI software was over $500 million in the fiscal third quarter. We've got shares of Salesforce up now better than 5% in after-hours trading. Constellation Energy is hashing out a settlement with the U.S. Justice Department to pave the way for the closure of its acquisition of Calpine. Justice Department clearance is the last remaining hurdle before the companies can close the deal, which they plan to do by year's end. And shares of Netflix hitting an 8-month low following reports that the company has submitted a mostly cash bid for Warner Brothers Discovery Studios and streaming division. Shares of Netflix falling more than 5% on the day. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Alexis.
You know what I love about the holidays?
Is it chocolate?
Yeah, basically.
I knew you were going to say that.
Cut to the chase.
Don't worry, Alexis.
I like the
we're gonna
president's
save,
under the tree.
Alexis asked us earlier to save her some
It's also
chocolate.
about the yummy stuff you get to eat, especially chocolate.
Well, you know, it's
Or
funny that you say
chocolate.
that. It's funny that you say, because our Bloomberg News team is out with the ultimate foodie gifts for anyone who likes to cook and eat. Did you see this at the terminal?
No, nice job.
The word chocolate, it's mentioned 10 times in the gift guide.
Say no more.
Okay, it's also for good reason, because it's the time of year where we like to indulge, and that often includes, at least for me, and I know for Carol Masser, eating our share of chocolate.
Has to be really good chocolate.
With us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio is Angus Thirlwell. He's founder and global CEO of Hotel Chocolat. It's the UK-based chocolatier that has more than 150 cafes in the UK. You'll remember, this was bought by Mars for more than $660 million. That deal closed at the beginning of 2024. So it's been almost 2 years since you've been under the Mars umbrella. Almost 2 years.
Yeah, and we've been really busy since then. Thank you. I mean, the whole rationale of combining with Mars was to strap rocket launchers onto the Hotel Chocolat brand. We already knew from previous entrees into the American market that the brand resonated with people. The playfulness and the contemporary design, coupled with a really, strong approach on more cocoa, less sugar.
Yeah.
So even with milk chocolate and white chocolate, dialing up the cocoa so it's not overloaded with too much sugar. So
we care.
You're speaking my language right now, like more cocoa, less sugar.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking like 95% dark is like,
Well, yeah, you're almost at my level. Yeah, that's well, we'll keep
What's your
working.
level?
100%.
I love that. Okay.
Yeah, I take it as a drink every morning. We have a drinking chocolate machine called the Velvetizer, which enables families at home to make barista grade drinking chocolate really effortlessly.
A velvetier?
A Velvetizer.
Oh, Velvetizer.
What is drinking chocolate comprised of?
Well, I mean, if we step back and consider the history of humans and cocoa together, the history in the drinkable version is 5,000 years, according to the latest archaeological digs, where they found ceramic fragments of drinking goblets with little traces of cocoa on. And the edible version is only just over 200 years of history. Oh. So the drinkable version has way more heritage. And basically what you do is you take the cocoa bean and grind it up and then dissolve it into either a water base, which is the early civilization's way, or the way we prefer in a Velvetizer, put it onto your preferred milk, either dairy or plant, and it makes the most amazing, rich, deep, wholesome chocolate drink.
And this is sugar-free?
You can go sugar-free, so you don't need to add any sugar.
Yeah.
It's either already in there to a very restrained level, or as I'm hoping to get you on, we can take you all the way to 100%.
All
where
right.
there's not a single scintilla of sugar there.
Angus, let's do it. I'm ready.
But it's fascinating that you say that, because I think the views around chocolate, certainly maybe globally, but I know certainly in the United States, has changed in terms of looking at the amount of cocoa or chocolate that's in something, and that I think Americans are changing their preference. Tell us about the American market and what your experience has been since you guys have been moving into it.
Yeah, so we're based in Chicago now, and we've spent pretty much all of 2025 trying to win over the city of Chicago by opening 5, amazing locations and taking, like really careful note of the way people are interacting with our chocolate. And what we're seeing is that our neon sign that's in every store that says more cocoa, less sugar.
Yeah.
People are doing Instagram pics against it, and they're really loving that. The drinking chocolate, which we serve, over-indexes as a mix compared to our UK model. So that's telling us that the American consumer is very open to experimenting with, if you like, composed and original drinks. And you don't have to go far.
We love our drinks.
I know if you look at the New York culture, the LA culture, the drinks are an art form.
Is it hot, cold, both? Like
both of those plus iced.
Ice, okay.
Yeah, and we also have a version where we combine it with our own soft serve as well, if you want to go, like really, all the way. So we really noticed those dimensions, and we've also noticed that the preference for amongst affluent Americans is dark, and they start off saying, I'm a dark person, don't even show me any milk. But there's a way to do milk chocolate well, which is, it can be very creamy and still loaded up with loads of cocoa. And so that's been a bit of an eye-opener, we think, for the Chicagoans to taste really high-end milk.
You mentioned the idea with the Mars partnership and Mars acquiring you a couple of years ago was to strap this rocket ship on expansion. Certainly the idea of distribution is incredibly helpful with a global company such as Mars, but also about sourcing and getting the actual ingredients. Are you able to get ingredients, the same ingredients you were getting as an independent company, now for cheaper as a result of being part of Mars?
Yeah, in some cases, yeah. If we put cocoa to one side, where we willingly spend more than the market price, and I'll come on to that if you'll permit me a bit later. But when we're looking at other things like hazelnuts, we're able to use the buying power of the group and the financial strength of Mars as well. As an independent business, we could offer a certain security over our trading relationship with our favorite hazelnut supplier.
Yeah.
But when we're part of Mars, suddenly our credit rating is much higher, and that can get reflected in better terms. It's how the world goes around. So yes, they're some of the synergies, but the combination was more about growth, not really about a cost-based play. Yes, we'll collect those along the way to try and be a more efficient business and reinvest the proceeds into more development and more growth.
I'm still obsessed with the velvetizer. I'm just going to say.
Now I know what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Exactly. So talk to us about the U.S. market, the growth that you've seen, and tell us what it's like. So you mentioned Chicago. Tell us about expansion and what you've seen since you've been here.
Yeah, if we look at our domestic market first, which is the UK market, there's loads of headroom left there, and we've opened about 25 locations in the UK over the last 12 months.
Yeah.
And here in the US, we very much a standing start, but already 5 open, and they're spread across different neighborhoods in Chicago and also on a Magnificent Mile as well. So we're going into the holiday season, all guns blazing, with an amazing offer.
Sit tight. We do have to take a break, but we're going to come back with Angus Thirlwell. He's founder and global CEO at Hotel Chocolat. I'm just going to tell you, I'm surrounded by chocolate right now.
That's not a bad way to be.
I'm surprised. This guy's always hungry. I'm surprised you haven't broken into
I have a little bit of restraint.
You have a little bit of restraint. We're going to come back, continue our conversation, and then wrap up the trading day here and look at some stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
Right to it when I've got chocolate sitting in front of me. Let's get back to Angus Thirlwell. He's founder and global CEO at Hotel Chocolat.
Yeah.
I think I have to throw in an
Beautifully done.
accent.
Yeah.
Is it really? Yeah. You're really kind. The UK-based chocolatier has more than 150 cafes in the UK, bought by Mars. We talked about this. And you just were talking a little bit about what you're doing in the U.S. I mean, what is the growth market for you guys? Do you see the United States as being a bigger and bigger part of the business?
Yes, very much. I mean, the U.S. is the world's biggest consumer market, as we know. It's the leading media and culture center for the world. I mean,
social media plays a role in, right? Expanding the brand.
Hugely, yeah. I mean, it's the way we built it in the UK was word of mouth. We didn't spend any money on above-the-line advertising.
It's amazing.
It was all PR and word of mouth and reviews. And we very much want to focus on similar tactics in America. We know we've got a story to tell. We know we're differentiated. And America is our total focus for growth. We know that if we win in America, we can then win everywhere, as Frank Sinatra said, almost.
Well, so what's the expansion plan in New York and Los Angeles and other parts of the country?
Yes, you won't be surprised that we've scoped out already, the next 3 to 5 years. And we're clearly looking at New York and California and, the other kind of interesting states. So, I mean, there's a wealth of headroom available for us to grow into. But the key thing I bring is an insistence on quality growth.
Right.
We're not just trying to rack up, numbers of stores. The most important thing is to hold on to that quality, the way our team interact. They need training. They need to know everything about cocoa and chocolate, and that gives the confidence to be able to engage and have a proper conversation. And our supply chain, which Mars will help on hugely, the logistics, the things like filing patents, getting permits, which are different state by state. So all those things are pretty, difficult for Brits to understand, where it's one homogenous country. It's like one set of planning laws.
Right.
But in America, it's such a vast market that you've got to crack the code for, California when you've just learned it for Illinois.
Yeah. Some people live in New Jersey and work in New York and have to pay taxes in both places.
It's not fun. You do get some of it back a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Just final thoughts in terms of where you hope this business is, 2 years? What's a fair timeline that you're thinking about? And got about a minute left here.
I think, in the UK, it took us 10 years to become a household name brand. In America, we're hoping to do it in half the time.
That's no pressure.
Well, come back, please.
Just going to say, I'm a person who leaves my office, and I'm going to just tell you there's another chocolate place that's down below, but I will actually buy chocolate on my way home. So hopefully you guys will be in the neighborhood soon so I can do that.
It's our full intention, yeah.
Angus, thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming in. Angus Thirlwell.